Lord help you.
Yeah. That's why I have a
Lord
PS5
help
and a
me.
Series X, so I don't have to play things on PC.
Yep.
And that's how we start this video, is me talking about computer stuff.
All right.
All right, we're live.
We're in it.
We're doing this again for the 5th year running. Lord help us.
God help us.
We had a thing going, and
We had a thing.
Well, we had this document, and we added stuff to it. So now we will discuss what we have added to it.
Right.
First one is best style, a mainstay category. And our nominees are Fights in Tight Spaces, Cruisin' Blast, Sable, Scarlet Nexus, and Guilty Gear Strive. I forgot that came out this year. Anyway.
I also forgot that came out this year.
Everyone forgets the smell of the game.
That's true.
I think it's just because I'm getting progressively less excited about Guilty Gear as more Guilty Gear happens.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it still looks great, don't get me wrong, but I also give, like, almost no fucks at this point.
Yeah.
I'm glad it exists, it's just not my thing. Not anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. But it does have good style.
It does have good style.
It does have fantastic style.
Giovanna is great.
Giovanna's great. I do love her, but
she's a really great addition.
I like how in Strive in particular, everyone's become Rob Liefeld-esque muscle men.
I mean, I feel like fighting games are heading that way after, like, Strive and Street Fighter.
Yeah, everyone got super bulky in Street Fighter as well.
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter's been going that way since 4.
Yeah.
But, like, God,
people
have you seen the Street Fighter 6 guy or whatever? The fucking...
MMA guy?
Yeah.
People have just realized that the thickness is in these days. But then you go the other route with some of those anime fighters, and you've still got stick figures fighting it out over there.
So it's still got
Melty Blood.
Still got Melty Blood and Blaze Blue bringing up the twinks.
Ops v Bottoms. Melty Blood v Street Fighter.
God damn it. None of this has anything to do with anything.
None of this has anything to do with best style.
I don't know.
I mean, that does say something about Guilty Gear.
Tag dongle problems.
Should really see a doctor about that.
I really should. Now Discord and OBS is back, but Google Docs is not back.
That's all right. We
can
still talk about
4 hours.
Can still talk about the things on the list.
It's true.
Scarlet Nexus.
Yeah, I like Scarlet
cool,
Nexus's style, and it's also got like not quite the same as Gravity Rush, but it's got some of those weird kind of comic cut-ins during the story portions. It does some stuff.
Yeah, I
like
I meant to play more, and then I never did.
Who's a person who has played Sable?
I've played Sable. Sable, I'm mostly putting here on the sheer strength of like the visual style and like the soundtrack. I'm looking at it right now. Like Sable's great, just to look at. Everything you do in that game looks like a shot from the trailer. There's like no UI. It's all incredibly straightforward. Like it's so fucking clean.
It looks like I'm just watching it right now. It almost looks like a Mobius comic.
Yeah, it definitely has that going on. Like the world you're in is very weird. Like you find crashed spaceships and relics of ancient civilizations, and you just find like records and logs of like, yeah, we ended up on this fucking planet, I guess. It's weird. You're like part of a civilization where your whole coming of age thing is they basically dump you in the desert and go like, yeah, go find out what you want to do with your life, I guess. And they give you this beat up fucking rocket bike. Which, so a lot of the screenshots of the game, you're riding this sick-ass looking rocket bike that leaves like a red contrail behind it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a great fake out because all of the trailers and screenshots they showed you on that bike. And then when they give you a bike at the beginning of the game, they're like, all right, it's time for you to get your bike. And you go talk to the guy, and he's like, so I forgot to get your bike. But I have a backup, and it gives you this junky-ass piece of shit that instead of that super cool red contrail, just leaves like this big plume of smoke behind you wherever you go, and the whole thing rattles the whole time you ride it, and it just sounds like it's constantly on the verge of falling apart. And you have to go collect the parts to actually build the super cool. But building a new bike is a big part of that game. You get new parts everywhere, and you can add a bunch of shit to it. So right now I've got this weird, crazy-looking bike with spider legs on the front. It's great. I love it.
Nice.
It has like weird mechanical, twitchy legs that go whenever I'm boosting around. It's really, really cool, and it's like the whole game is just exploring. So it's fun. It's just like go around, look at this cool-ass world they built, listen to the nice soundtrack, collect new outfits, collect new masks, build up a better bike. It's interesting. I haven't played it through to completion, but it's fun. Everything I've played of it so far, I've enjoyed. It's a really good, just like sit back and chill out kind of game. And some of the areas and some of the effects in that game are like really great. The lighting can be really good. It's got a very distinct look to it.
Yeah, no, I'm
There's a whole bunch of temples that just have giant faces everywhere. Yeah. Lots of giant faces and giant faces that open into doors. Check this shit out. Hold on, I'm posting this in the Discord.
Oh, I'm way into that.
It's a GIF.
Yeah. That's fucking rad.
Yeah, it is. Like that game sold me 100% on the visual style.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I saw that game once and was like, "What the fuck was that? Hold on." But it is, like I said, it's just exploration. There's no combat or anything from what I've seen. It's all just explore this fucking world, platform around, find stuff, read stuff, talk to characters. It's fun, but very chill.
Mm-hmm. Can I talk about Cruisin' Blast?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Yeah, so basically, what if you took like the colorful high-speed arcade racers of the '90s and just added RGB to everything?
Yeah,
that sounds rad.
Mm-hmm. It's rad.
It's rad.
So the music is great, and there's dinosaurs and yetis and attack helicopters and like
you can drive a helicopter.
Mm-hmm. And UFOs
and a unicorn. I
Wait,
think.
Can you race?
There.
Can you race as the dinosaur?
I don't know if you can race as the dinosaur, but I think you can race as UFOs and attack helicopters.
Well, okay. The closer racing games get to Lego Racers 2, the better, in my opinion. So, UFOs and dinosaurs and all that are on the checklist.
I guess the only one we
I mean, there's not much extensive to say about that one, but it's definitely one of my top ones, if not the top one for me.
I guess the only one left to talk about is Fights in Tight Spaces, which...
Yeah. I don't know, has anyone else played that besides me and TFB?
I haven't played it, but I looked at the video of the game as we were bringing this category up, and holy crap.
Yeah. Rob, have you seen any of that game?
It's got like it's kind of like a super hot kind of like silhouette look to it.
Yeah,
right?
It's very silhouette aesthetic, white and black. Splashes of red occasionally, but characters are different colors. There are enemies who are like purple and whatnot to distinguish
green,
them,
and because they're different.
That kind of silhouette. Yeah. But that game is really, 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 really cool. Like, just that game is cool and makes you feel cool.
Yeah, it does. That's
just the way the attacks are playing out as I'm watching this, just real smooth shit.
Is it the kind of thing where after you finish like the turn, it shows you in real time?
You can hit a button that will do that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Neat. Yeah.
So it's just like turn-based card battle that is all or like 90% melee combat. It's like you can get cards that are like throw shuriken or counter an attack with a throwing knife and things like that, or sick wall jump kicks, or just suplex a motherfucker.
God, the suplexes are so sick.
Oh, the suplexes are so good.
I love suplexing people out of the arenas.
Suplex a dude out of the off the train platform onto the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
That game has a thing that it is going for. I think it nails the thing that it's going for super hard. Like, it's such a, again, it's very much like Sable. It's like, it's so clean.
Because
It's just,
one thing I want to add on to it is, like, I mean, it's not like you're gonna win any awards for like best story or best writing or anything, but I actually really enjoy like the little pre-fight or pre-chapter stuff where you talk to your boss. Oh no, my internet's dying again. Oh wait, no, it's coming back. Where, because like the first one after the beginning is like you go to a prison and you have to beat up a bunch of inmates, and then your main character is just like, orange isn't my color, and then the boss is like, don't worry, you're going in as a lawyer.
you keep wearing the suit.
Right.
And then the next one is like ninjas, and the boss just goes, Berlin has a ninja problem, at which point your character just goes, don't we all?
Yeah.
I like the game, like, it gives you exactly enough dialogue to justify internally this is what is happening, but doesn't even remotely try to actually justify the situation. It's like, yeah, you're gonna go fight ninjas in Berlin. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Just do it. Go do rad shit. And like, I think one of the things that I love about that game is like all the cool attacks and shit you can do. I think my favorite and maybe the best card in that entire game is just swap, which just lets you swap places with one other person near you. It's the best card, I think, because there are so many times that a guy will just have a shotgun pointed at your head and you just put another guy in the way of it. And then it's like, there, problem solved.
Yeah.
Just going to move you over here and I'm going to take your place and then we're good. And then you just play that back in real time and do a bunch of sick shit and like roundhouse kick a guy off the side of a building and backflip over another dude and then shove him in the path of a gun. And it is
Nice.
really, really cool to play.
Yes.
That game feels cool. And it looks great.
It looks cool.
Yeah, just on the looks alone from the trailer.
Also, there's
like,
a dark
yeah,
mode if you don't like the glaring white backgrounds.
There is that. I have not messed with that at
good.
all, just because
I usually play it in the dark mode, to be honest.
Huh.
The dark mode, I don't feel takes anything away from the game. It still looks good. It just turns everything to like a darker shade of gray background-wise.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I'm seeing here.
So does anyone have any favorites here?
I mean, I haven't played any of these, but
Mhm.
I personally, I'm quite impressed by Sable, but it's definitely like an art style that I just like. So
Yeah, my top two are definitely Cruise and Blast and Fights in Tight Spaces. Sable, I can respect it, but it doesn't really do anything for me. And the other two are good, but not as good.
I'm definitely a Fights in Tight Spaces and Cruise and Blast type person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so my top two would probably be like Sable and Fights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sable and then Fights in Tight Spaces is where I'm at. So
I mean,
so we can give it to Fights, and Cruisin' and Sable are chilling in the runner up.
That sounds right.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like we're all in agreement.
All in agreements there. So now we can move on to good sounding video games. Where we have Life is Strange True Colors, Persona 5 Strikers, Melty Blood, Type Lumina, Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X Nightmare, Guilty Gear Strive, Deltarune, Chapter 2, Blue Reflection, Second Light, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Sable, Cruisin' Blast, Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis, and Mortal Shell Rotting Christ. What?
Welcome, Disturbed.
Hang on, is that in the...
So, the game is called Mortal Shell.
Okay, great.
Rotting Christ is a black metal band that got to alternate boss themes.
Yeah.
Because I saw that in the OST list and immediately went to confirm if that was the name of the game, because if it was going directly into the Disturbed category.
I was about to say.
Man, it should have been the name of the game.
I had to specify that because they put out Mortal Shell and they did an update for it like this summer, and they added the fucking metal soundtrack to the bosses. And first time, if you play that game, I would recommend just not doing that. But then if you want to play it again, I would definitely recommend putting on, you know what, fuck it. First time through, just put on that metal soundtrack because it only plays during the boss fights, and it's fucking awesome. To just have like a dude come up, like skate into frame with a giant ass sword, and then just guitars start ripping, and just like go fight him. It's fucking sick. It's fucking sick as hell.
Nice.
It does sound pretty rad.
It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I had to specify that it was specifically the Rotting Christ soundtrack. Is the
So is
reason
that
it's here?
that's the name of a band?
Yes, that's the name of the band.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh.
So if we want to work up from the bottom here, then, so Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, it's very PSO music. I don't know if it wins, but I like it because, it's that style, which I like, and there's a lot of it. I'm not sure what my favorite track is, but I like the character creation stuff, just
Chill,
you can just listen to it in the background forever.
While you're tweaking your dooming horns and whatnot. I really like Cruisin' Blast soundtrack.
It's so good.
It is the most 90s. Just
I do enjoy what I heard of
that
Cruisin' Blast
in an arcade, and you're like, I want to go over there and play whatever that is.
Yeah,
especially
I love the vocals on the main theme because it's got like the lady singing, but then there's also that guy with the deep voice who's like, oh yeah, and various things. And then I guess the actual just chorus tracks are good too, frankly.
Yeah, and then some of them are just instrumental versions of that main theme, which are really good.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
All right. So Sable's OST is interesting largely to me because I was interested in Sable way before I heard any of the music from that game. And then it turns out that this soundtrack is by a band that I actually really liked called Japanese Breakfast, who are just like smooth-ass, still indie tunes with a cool female vocalist. And I had no idea that those two things were even connected until I got the game, and I was like, oh shit, they did the soundtrack for this? For like 5 other people who even know of that band. So to me, it was rad. But there's a lot of really cool, really nice, if you just want to fucking cruise around on your jet bike in the desert and explore ancient ruins, that is the soundtrack I want to do that to. It's a really good soundtrack. But it's very specific to my tastes and also that kind of game.
Yeah, I know it doesn't necessarily do it to me, but for me, but I can respect that.
Mm-hmm.
So Shin Megami Tensei 5 is some Shin Megami Tensei-ass soundtrack. Like the only thing it's missing is the Mac classic text-to-speech voices.
So I was playing that a little bit earlier today, and also as of late, because I got it really cheap when it was on sale at some point. I actually really like the soundtrack compared to like some of the past non-Persona, like Raito stuff. Because like,
do you think it's like better than 4 and 4 Apocalypse?
Yes. Mostly, and this is a weird thing to call attention to, I really like the map screen music when you're in like the fake Tokyo.
Oh, yeah.
And it's because it sounds like Silent Hill to me, and I'm like way into it.
Yeah. A little bit.
I was gonna say the thing, because I didn't play a lot of that game, but the bits that I did play, the music that stood out to me was like the first big open desert area, just running around. I love how fucked up that music sounds.
Yeah.
It's real good to listen to that, and it's just like, yeah, no, this world is fucked, and you can tell because this is the music you have to listen to in it. There's just all this, like, it's like there's music there, but there's all this fucked up shit layered on top of it, these weird noises that just kind of come out, and it's just like, man, I don't know about this place.
It's like fucked up guitar strums, and like it sounds appropriate because it sounds like almost trying to be like angelic, but very
failing.
It sounds like
messed up.
It sounds like a horror game.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that
that's the vibe that I got.
That sucker could hang in best style. I'm not saying we go back to it, but that game's got something.
What you mean?
Yeah. I remember Blue Reflection, the first one, having a really good soundtrack.
Blue Reflection,
so Blue Reflection
spoilers, still has a pretty good soundtrack.
Very much more of the same, both in terms of its soundtrack style and just the general game aesthetic. I'm a big fan. It's kind of got some moody and sometimes a bit more ambient tracks for general stuff, and then the battle tracks have a real specific electronic feel. Like
there is one thing. Sorry, to go back to SMT5 for just a moment.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
One thing I need. Are there vocal tracks in that game?
I don't
any SMT3 style.
I haven't
just
encountered
fucking
any
voices
yet.
out of the. Oh man, that's a bummer.
There's definitely stuff where it's like the not vocal tracks, but like weird distorted dialogue coming in. Like,
yeah, like I've heard
SMT Nocturne's battle themes
Yeah.
are still some of my favorite
yeah.
of all time because of the voice.
it's not quite that level, but there is definitely a little bit of that sprinkled in. I would say the
Yeah.
SMT 5 definitely is the most Nocturne of an SMT game in a while.
I mean, everything I played of it felt like I was just replaying a rehash of Nocturnes.
It's very much leaning on Nocturne.
Yeah.
And that goes along with the music, I'd say too.
That whole game felt like somebody was like, Nocturne again. And I was like, you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah. Nocturne's fucking great.
It is.
I still have not played Nocturne.
It's super good. But
That
it
game's
features
fucked
Rido
up.
from the Devil Summers.
It does feature Rido, and that makes me happy to play like the remake eventually, and not the one with Dante from the Devil May Cry series, because
SMT5 almost features Rido.
it almost does. That
Not quite.
bootleg ass fucking Imperial Rido.
It's really weird when he shows up. I was really confused.
As far as where I am in that game, he just showed up, and then I went back to
That's
the other
yeah, that's
Tokyo.
where I left off. Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that detour.
Anyways.
Anything else
yeah,
on Blue Reflection?
Yeah, not too much. Just I thought the first one was damn good, and this is a lot more of that. This game's
really
got
good.
a long soundtrack, just like the first one. It's like 4 discs or something.
Dang.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Someone talk about Deltarune before I cut it out of spite.
I like Toby Fox's music. Deltarune 2 Chapter 2 is more of that, but I think this is the least favorite of mine as far as Toby Fox soundtrack so far goes.
As far as Undertale and
Deltarune.
And the Homestuck and the weird creepy Halloween hack that had a bunch of weird stuff in it.
Yep. So if you want to start cutting already, I think you can hit Deltarune unless someone's going to stick up for it.
I don't particularly care about Deltarune. I'm sure the soundtrack is good. That guy makes good music.
Guilty Gear Strive. It's definitely more of that Guilty Gear shit in the Xrd vein. I'm a big fan of the main track Smell of the Game, but I'm less of a fan of the specific character and stage tracks that I was of the Xrd ones.
Yeah.
They're bad per se. They're definitely good. They're just I don't think as good.
The only
I haven't been feeling the Guilty Gear music as of late. Like it's still good, but it's not. I'm just not feeling it the way I did in the old days.
The only Xrd
it's kind of how I feel about Guilty Gear in general.
Is the Slayer one. I really liked the Slayer one because it was butt rock, but it was like
Slayer's
aristocratic butt rock. You know what I'm saying?
Jazzy butt rock.
Yes.
Jazz butt.
Okay, so
butt
Streets
jazz,
of Rage 4,
butt jazz.
Mr. X Knight. Yeah, sure, why not? Buttjazz.tumblr.com.
Like Taco Bell.
Streets of Rage 4 had a good soundtrack.
Mr. X Nightmare. Yeah, so the original had a good soundtrack, and I think the expansion soundtrack, Mr. X Nightmare, is even better. It's by T. Lopes, who did the Sonic Mania soundtrack, and you can definitely tell because he's definitely doing that style, and the occasional little voice samples rolled in, and I like it a lot.
Camera action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that Streets of Rage 4 Mr. X Nightmare soundtrack. I listened to it earlier. It was just like, it's one of the few that I was listening to, and then I forgot I was listening to the soundtrack. I was like bobbing my head to it for a while. But I was like, oh, right, I'm supposed to be listening to the rest of these.
Yeah, it just
very good.
goes to show, I've played like hundreds of hours of the X Nightmare mode, and that's the soundtrack that plays during that, and it's still good. So, Melty Blood type Lumina. It's some new-ass Melty Blood, both in game and in music.
Hey.
And that's got a real specific kind of jazz rock style. I forget the guy's name's right. No, not butt jazz. Different type of jazz rock. The guy's name is like more of an electronic one. Guy's name is I think Raito or something, and I think he did.
Is he the Undernight guy?
He might also be Under Night, but he definitely did the original Melty Blood, and this Melty Blood is More of that, and it's good stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he was also the Under Night guy.
Yeah, you know,
but this
French
is definitely more in the jazzy side than Under Night.
Persona 5 Strikers is Persona 5 music, but with more. Persona 5 Strikers is butt jazz. There is some.
Ooh. There's a lot of butt this year.
There's a lot of 2021 year of the butt.
You know, talk about that more when we get to Resident Evil 8.
Heyo.
Yeah, Persona 5. So Persona 5 Strikers is again a game that I played not a ton of. TFP definitely played more than me.
I finished it,
but I can vouch for the soundtrack because it's fucking. Whenever they make one of these weird Warriors crossover games like Strikers, a kind of running theme is they've got really good music because they just take like the same basic musical things that the original game had and then just dump a shit ton of guitars into it.
I know Grav loves Rivers in the Desert, and there is a heavy metal Rivers in the Desert that plays in some of the boss fights. Just way more guitars shredding.
Yeah. So they do that. They did that for the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games pretty well because the music from various Gundam series does not seem like the kind of thing you'd be able to just slap some guitars into. But those people have had a lot of practice just jamming guitars in wherever they can into musical tracks, and they've gotten very good at it. So it meshes super well with the Persona 5 soundtrack.
Also,
it's interesting.
Definitely seems good.
I really like the new battle theme that I cannot remember the name of at the moment off the top of my head, but like the original one for this game, and also kind of the I saved somewhere in addition to the hold on. Because there's the one version that plays in most of the game, and then there's one version that plays in like the second to last dungeon that like kicks it up a notch that I really enjoy. Mm-hmm. Trying to remember.
There's one here called Blessed Surprise Scramble.
It's not that one.
Okay.
You look at this playlist. Because it's like Journey to the Castle or something, and then there's Journey to the Castle Revised or something.
Mm.
Welcome to the Jail, and then Welcome to the Jail, another version. There we go. And so Welcome to the Jail plays most of the time in the, like when you're getting ready to go into one of the big dungeon areas, and then Welcome to the Jail, another version is the ending, like later dungeon version that adds more instrumentation and stuff.
Nice.
I like it. I don't. There are others I like more. Like I'm not married to Persona 5 Strikers on this list, but
I will say I do really love the Strikers soundtrack because again, they generally knock it out of the park with these weird Warriors crossover soundtracks.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, it's
next one.
Do you want to talk Life is Strange? You seem like the kind of person who would do that.
It is. It's much like Sable is. Oh, it's just Japanese breakfast did the soundtrack. All of the incidental music and stuff is by a band called by a brother sister duo named Angus and Julia Stone, who I really like. This one would be my pick, but I understand that other people probably are not going to pick that. And I really want to like talk about one of the big things is that because Angus and Julia Stone actually put out like a whole album of their songs that they did for this game, of like actual versions that have lyrics and stuff, but then you can tell where they took the songs and then kind of arrange them to fit in gameplay stuff. And there's a really good version of one of their songs, but the issue is it plays in the song in the in the soundtrack list is called like Living Underground, and then it plays in like the final confrontation section where you're confronting basically the person behind the mystery, and it's like this very somber and good version. That's how I talk. I don't know. I really like it. I think sometimes I will fight very hard to keep my acoustic indie folk rock in this year. I'm probably not going to do that, but
We'll say I also do.
We don't have to cut it right away or anything.
yeah.
I also do love the Life is Strange soundtracks in general. Even the questionable Life is Strange games generally have fantastic music involved, and this one's no exception. Because man, they got a fucking gigantic list of fucking artists involved in this. There's actually one that I just realized might actually be missing from this list to throw a spanner in the works. TFP, do you want to talk about the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's.
I didn't realize that wasn't here.
To be fair, like I don't remember too much of like the score. I just remember the license stuff.
They have a lot of licensed stuff, but there's also all of those tracks they explicitly made.
There's like the Star-Lord band stuff that is pretty
like
solid.
They made a
fake hair metal
album.
band.
They made like a full album for that Guardians of the Galaxy game, and it's actually like solid. I wouldn't say it wins or anything, but like that's pretty good.
It's pretty
also
good.
all the licensed stuff is really good.
Good use of Don't Fear the Reaper. Good use of
Also, man, Don't Fear the Reaper is a great song for that game.
Yeah. There was another one that I wish I could remember at the moment that I was like, that's a really good usage of this song.
A lot of really good usage of a lot of things in that game.
That's true. That Guardians of the Galaxy game is weirdly good.
If we had a best surprise category, that would win hands down. All right. Best sound in game. What's everybody feeling?
I think we can cut PSO and maybe Guilty Gear.
I think I'm okay with that. Any objections?
Losing Sable, because that is a soundtrack designed for me and me alone.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd cut Sable, but I don't know how everyone else is on that.
It didn't jump out to me, but it's. I still think it was good. Yeah, probably not as strong as.
We should all shoot our own children first.
Yeah, I would remove Strikers, but that's just me. I know maybe.
I think it can hang for now.
I might hold on to Strikers. I like Strikers.
Yeah, I think you're probably fine to hold on Strikers. You can get rid of Mortal Shell. That's.
You just wanted to talk about Rotting Christ.
I just wanted to talk about how they put Rotting Christ into this fucking game, and it's just, hey, did you want to fight Dark Souls bosses with metal music? This is shit.
From what little I listened to, from what you linked, that was good stuff.
It's pretty good.
Fuck.
Of these, I would probably lose like Blue Reflection, maybe.
Yeah, that's fine.
That soundtrack, but
I don't feel like it's notably better than the first one, and it's definitely more of that, so it's fine. It had its day.
And what a good day! Didn't it? I feel like it won. Actually,
I think it was probably top 3. I don't even remember.
I know it was. I know it was top 3, but.
Okay, so how strong is the Life is Strange camp? Because I like it, but I feel like I like the other ones more.
I feel like it's just me, and that means I'm okay with just
I like it a lot. I like it a lot, but I understand where TFP's coming from with like, I like it a lot, but it didn't stick out to me quite as much, I guess, as previous games had. I still really like it, but I understand if other people like other things more.
Yeah,
also, I'm a sucker for indie music.
We can keep it if other people feel stronger about it.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna say that Life is Strange would be a cut for me, but we can keep it if other people feel stronger about it.
I don't know. Rob, what are you feeling when you look at this list?
I'm just wondering how everyone feels about Shin Megami Tensei 5, because that's the only one really here that I have direct experience
I
with, and like
actually, it's been growing on me from when I've been listening to it. If I had to
okay.
cut one of the non Life is Strange games, I think I might actually start with Cruisin', because it's very good, but I feel like outside of the game, I don't like it as much as necessarily some of these other entries.
I don't know. What are people feeling for their top threes here?
Streets is definitely my top. Beyond that, I'm struggling to put them together. Maybe
Yeah.
like.
So I think for me, I would say Life is Strange, Streets, and Cruisin'. But that's just me.
I'd probably say like Life is Strange, Persona 5, Streets of Rage, or Strikers and Streets of Rage 4.
Well, I mean that.
Yeah,
Okay, so let me just do one thing. Don't panic. This is just gonna step out
Yeah.
for a second
Okay,
because like
sure.
Streets of Rage is
panicking.
definitely sticking around.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So we're just gonna set that a little separate for the moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about you, Rob?
Outside of Streets of Rage, which I would have on my 3, I would also have P5 Strikers and probably SMT5. But
Okay.
that's
Persona
So-
might be my number two. I'd be okay if we kept that as one of the top 3. And
Nobody
to
said
be,
Melty Blood.
I like
Unfortunately.
it, but like it's a good soundtrack. I'm not sure if it's top 3 level with some of these other ones.
Yeah.
It's good.
I mean, no one's saying that if we cut them, they're bad.
Yeah, like
no,
every-
no.
No, it's true.
I'm not gonna fight for Melty Blood.
Yeah. Every game that made this list is fucking good,
Yeah.
soundtrack wise.
Yeah, my top 2 after Streets might be like Persona and SMT. But yeah, they're all nice.
In that case, I think it's Persona 5 Strikers is probably in.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then the
We're
number
picking a
3
third.
comes down to either SMT or actually wait, did all of these get 2? Like, because
Yeah.
I like Life is Strange, TFE likes Life is Strange.
I like Cruisin', Grab likes Cruisin'.
Yeah,
Right, but
and
I like-
Rob and Grab.
I don't
both
think
like
I'm fighting for
SMT.
Cruisin' as a top 3 though. So
Okay, well, I guess we can cut Cruisin' then.
And it comes down to these 2, which honestly, I could go either way on this one. Like I said, I didn't play as much of SMP5, so I don't know how the soundtrack gets when you go deeper in.
right.
But if people are saying it is Nocturne comparable, then I totally get it being in the top 3.
Yeah, like it.
I
I
mean-
mean, I obviously spent way. I played through all of Nocturne, spent a lot of time in Nocturne, so like it's a lot more in my head. So I don't know that I necessarily say it's like as good as Nocturne that I've seen so far, but it
Mhm.
definitely is hitting that same feel and that same vibe. And
Okay.
I enjoy it quite a bit. I would definitely lean it over Life is Strange, but that's just for my taste.
I think I can
get it.
live with our top
Yeah.
top 3 being Streets of Rage, Persona, and SMT5.
Mhm.
Sounds good. So
With-
does Streets win then?
I
Did
think
anyone
so
else
because
like
we
them?
all said
think
Streets.
Streets-
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
everybody
Streets-
likes Streets.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
that's
all of these are great. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong, but
Yay.
fucking popping.
It's really good.
yeah,
All right, and now this makes up for us knife fighting Grab over Persona 5 that one year.
yeah.
He can never complain about it again.
That's right.
Yep. To be fair, it's more of a running joke than something I
Yeah.
complain about at this point.
No.
All right, now everyone
Uh,
shank 'em.
All right, now everybody shank Grav over Fantasy Star Online and best looking game. Best looking game. We have Guardians of the Galaxy, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Guilty Gear Strive, Fantasy Star Online 2, and Resident Evil Village. That lady's tall.
She's a big lady.
Yes.
She is a big
Large
woman. Yeah, I think I'm the only one that's played Resident Evil Village, but
Yep.
yeah,
I mean, I've seen
Uh,
a decent amount of it. Like,
I think
I
that
haven't seen that whole game.
Yeah, I mean, the RE engine is still just fucking awesome, and
It's great.
I am surprised. Like I played through it on PS4, and I was surprised how good it looked on PS4, where it was originally not even scheduled to come out on PS4. It was just gonna be like, well, next gen or current gen title only. But even on PS4, like there's an occasional frame rate dip, but it's sharp. It's just the detail in the environment. I feel like they really kicked it up with this whatever revision to the engine. I mean, the castle in particular really stands out. But there's levels later on, like the whole dollhouse area has a weird creepiness to it. The sort of like Heisenberg's area, or it's like this mechanical. It's like a weird mixture of like this shitty movie like Virus with Jamie Lee Curtis, Donald Sutherland from like 1999, and like just oh god, like almost like a Hellraiser vibe to it, of just like everything's
Nice.
lit from behind and shafts of light, and it's just kind of disgusting, which is, I mean, the entire thing. But I don't know. I feel like it is a significant step up over Resident Evil 7 in terms of
Hmm.
the look of the game, in particular
Yeah.
the castle. I think the castle just looks phenomenal. Everything about
Mhm.
the interior of that castle is just, it is. I mean, it's just, it's playing to my aesthetic and what I like, but it's fucking spot on. It's really
Mhm.
great. Yeah, that's kind of all I have to say. I just think they're really for bringing up a new, creating a new Resident Evil game. It's like kind of everything's been done at this point. Like we're on at 8, and it's just a lot of it is stuff that's been done before, but it is stuff that I think that they're putting a lot more detail into it, and it's just neat to poke around the environment. It makes poking around and exploring the nooks and crannies more interesting, because
Yeah.
sometimes
The
you
engine's
just
great,
see
and
stuff really. I'm just surprised how like I said on PS4, like it still looks fucking great.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think
So
they, compared to 7, they just made a much more interesting
Yes, that was what I was about
locale,
to
or
say.
locales, really.
yeah,
'Cause,
like
like,
7 was great technically, and it definitely was technically impressive. But I wasn't a huge. I'm not like it's all swamps and shit. Like,
yeah,
Right.
and then you get past there's a whole like the whole boat section. From there on, 7 just sucks. Like 7 to the back third of 7 isn't that great. Whereas I feel like Village is a lot more consistent and a lot more consistently visually interesting. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to hang, but can I sing the praises of Fancy Star Online 2 New Genesis?
yes.
Go ahead.
Bingham.
I played a little bit
So it's
too.
Fancy Star Online 2 New Mega Drive.
Yep.
So
All that blast processing.
yeah, yeah. So it's got, the standard PSO2 tropes in that there's, a ridiculously in-depth character creator, which compared to the original, everything's higher poly and more textured now. But what really does it for me in PSO2 is the world itself. It's interestingly designed, very vertical in some places, environmental variety, uh, and just stuff you might not expect from like a 10-year-old MMO, just like really nice water effects and reflection and various weather conditions. And you can like, get on top of a building or a mountain and just gaze out forever, and, really sick skyboxes and shooting stars and just good stuff. I did not expect this game to kind of push my new computer to the limits, which is a 5600X and a 3060 Ti, but it can eat as much as I throw at it. And that even when I crank it to the max, I can still get some nice frame rates that look good in motion. And oh right, the battles, just like a ton of particle effects and distortions flying around everywhere, and it gets real chaotic, and sometimes to an almost problematic extent. But it's good looking. The one thing I won't sing the praises of this game for is the enemy design. They're like super generic enemies, but everything else I really like. I think in terms of technical, the other games on this list have it beat, but I was really impressed with it as a free to play online RPG.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sounds impressive for what it's
Yeah,
working with.
it is. Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive. We kind of covered this earlier in style, but it's a lot more of that Guilty Gear, and
Yeah, that's kind of the
and
thing,
are,
eh?
are they on UE4 now as opposed to UE3?
I think so.
And everyone's musclier, and there's that.
One more Unreal and
The
15
numbers are
more
real big.
muscles.
The combo counters get, the real big numbers. Yeah, it's pretty, but I don't even know if it hangs top 3.
For Guilty Gear right away, I'm kind of leaning no because it's like it's the
Yeah.
style we've seen for years at this point,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like it's a good style, and it's like it was more impressive before than it is now.
Yeah.
It still looks
Yeah.
great. It
I
looks
don't
fucking
think what they
awesome,
did this year is kind of enough to bring it back into contention
No.
against strong entries. I think
Yeah.
we may see Arc System Works again next year with DNF Duel, because that one's got some style and some chops. So we'll have to wait and see for that. But for this year, we can probably cut Guilty Gear.
All right. I think I was the only person who played Rift Apart because I was.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only person with a PS5 still at the moment.
In the world.
In the world, I have the only one.
You're the only one.
But yeah, like
freaking NFT.
Insomniac does great technical stuff. They are really good at pushing consoles early on. Like Miles Morales looked great, and like their late PS4 stuff with like Spider-Man and the Ratchet and Clank remake look amazing. And Ratchet and Clank is all that plus like ray tracing and runs at a solid frame rate and has great environments and stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, whenever I saw the trailers for that game, I was like, yeah, that's some next gen shit.
That's some next gen shit, yeah.
Yeah, that's my winner of this category for the record. That game looks fucking incredible. Like, I don't even like Ratchet and Clank. That game looks incredible.
It looks, it is a looker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a similar boat, and I don't necessarily, it wouldn't win for me, but I can totally see it winning because, yeah, it looks incredible, and it's definitely like, here is a next gen game. They did it.
Yeah, that is the power of money behind that.
So who's played Guardians?
That's me and Make Me
I
Mad.
have.
I mostly put it on here because I on PS5 at the very least, like I really liked kind of the interplay between like the very human characters and the very non-human stuff. Like I think that's hard to do well in most cases, and I think that game does it pretty well.
Yeah, like kind of
like you
the
fight
sheer variety of characters they have.
Yes, from like Star-Lord to gelatinous cubes.
Yeah. What I'll say for this one is when I've seen people playing it, like technically, I don't think it's done anything that hasn't been done before. But I was impressed with the environmental variety and like you say, the characters. I just think for me, it's a much more interesting setting than something like a Spider-Man. So I could definitely see it up there.
Like they do great with the environments. There's a lot of really cool, just alien-ass areas you go to.
Yeah.
There's at one point you're in a spaceship that is like made of these weird fucking gold cubes that are all like tiny and arranged in weird shapes, and it's just the environments get really bizarre. Like they're not afraid to just go like, yeah, fuck, you're in some weird ass place now. Just dealing with this weird alien shit. Doesn't have to make sense. Like it's good. It is good. I don't think it's really in the top 3 for me, just because like, well, like you said, I only played it on the PC. Like, and my PC is like above a PS4 but below a PS5, so I didn't probably get the best graphical experience.
You didn't get the ray tracing
like on a PS5. Yeah. But like for me,
fair.
it was like this game looks good, but it wasn't like groundbreaking. So like for me, it would probably beat Phantasy Star for me, but I also didn't really play Phantasy Star.
I think Phantasy Star actually looks really good because I mean,
yeah. So
I played a little bit.
That's the thing. Other people feel way stronger about Phantasy Star than I feel about Guardians. So
I wanted to talk Phantasy Star. I didn't necessarily think it was even going to make top 3, but
I mean, sometimes that's how it goes.
All right then. So Ratchet and Clank wins.
Or? I would say so.
I'd say so.
Any objections?
Okay, I can dig it.
I'd say Ratchet and Clank wins, and then just Resident Evil and Phantasy Star in the wings.
I have literally no horses in the race of character we'd most like to party with.
This category is entirely me and TFP.
Yeah.
I mean, I considered putting fucking Lady D on here.
You can.
Hold on.
Fair.
There. Done.
Now
let's immediately cut Lady D.
No! I'll beat you to death with these mommy milkers.
Whoa. I just want to say that I really love Badum and Tish. They are two cats who play a giant like taco drum in the online lobby of Monster Hunter Rise, and they speak in rhymes, and they talk about Dragon Bustas. You gotta lay the smack down on the Dragon Bustas.
Okay, we have a winner. You've sold me.
Yeah, Badum and Tish are like, they are the muscular chef from World. They're the standout characters, where it's like random NPC in the background that is way too good.
They are the funky student of the year 2021.
They are the funky student.
They are the background character that probably should not have had as much thought put into them as there was. But their rhymes constantly update with every story mission in the game, so you can always go back and talk to them and get new lines. And they're kind of the best. It's fucking cats super psyched about drumming and rhyming and also killing monsters.
I really like Rivet, but I'm okay with cutting Rivet for Rob to have his thing in the spotlight.
Have my thing in the spotlight.
So Rob can get his kicks.
Rob can get his rocks off with Lady D.
It's more of a
also
because
I like Mantis a lot, comparatively. Rivet's just a fun character and like kind of an alternate take on, because it's from a different dimension of Ratchet and not voiced by a crazy dirtbag. Anyway, that's all I really want to say.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Mantis and Guardians of the Galaxy is hilarious.
That is the best version of that character that has ever existed, straight up. It's a mix of like the comic version, like way more of the comic version with just a hint of the movie version thrown in.
Like of the social awkwardness of the movie version, but like weird divine sage version of it.
Yeah, it's like if the Dalai Lama was an overexcitable like 20-something-year-old woman who also happened to be a giant bug. This is just like constantly quipping about alternate realities and just all the horrible things that can happen to you. And it's like, oh yeah, you guys usually don't survive this part, so if we made it here, we're probably good. Just like as you go on an adventure. She's fantastic.
Sounds fun.
Rob, talk about the big tall lady so we can make the cats win.
She is 9 feet tall, 5 inches.
That's very tall.
Stop talking.
That's very tall.
You've said enough.
Oh, all right, fine, good enough. Shit.
That's a tall lady.
Damn.
All right.
Moving on.
Congratulations, Badum and Tish.
You did not actually have to stop talking, but all right.
Yeah. So now we have.
Hey, they made a cool character everyone got horny for like a year, so that's neat.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that is I feel like they did that and then they went, oh shit, this is the first boss and is only gonna be there for like an hour. Crap.
Yeah.
And then so the thing I appreciate about that is that they decided to say fuck it and lean into it. Yeah. It was like, yeah, people are super horny for the vampire lady. We're just gonna go with it.
Oh yeah. They lean super hard
pretend. We're not gonna try to pretend there's any other reason for this. We're just gonna lean into it and go with it. Mm-hmm. And I admire that in a company. Just be like, yeah, fuck it. Let's go. This is why people like it? Sure.
Best fighting game, of which I have only played one of these.
I have played none of these.
Guilty Gear Strive, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, Melty Blood Type Lumina, and Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown.
That we do. Starting from the top, Guilty Gear Strive is not going to win this.
It's more Guilty Gear.
Well, here's the thing, though. They kind of tried to simplify it, not in the sense of the systems, because all the systems are still there. You still got your bursts and your
Roman
cancels and your negative edges, or whatever they call it when you counterattack out of a guard. But the combos are shorter, and they added the wall break stuff. And I don't know that it's really more accessible or more fun. I I played a bit more of it online than I usually do with Guilty Gears, but Guilty Gear is still definitely not my fighting series. So uh, it's not my game of the year, but we only had to cut one, so I'll leave it for now. Nickelodeon All Star Brawl, I played some of that. Sorry, I should give other people a chance to talk about Guilty Gear before we circle back.
Did anybody else play Guilty Gear?
I played a significant amount like that beta that was when they had. I actually did find it quite a bit more approachable than Guilty Gear, where I've always kind of liked Guilty Gear for its style, but like really didn't enjoy playing it all that much because it was just like it's a lot of buttons.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of buttons, and there's a lot less buttons to care about. At least with the Giovanna when I was playing, it was a lot more about neutral, and I just found it. I don't know. I found it way more approachable coming from more of a Street Fighter or like even Persona 4 Arena background, where it's just
Really,
there's a
that's
lot
good
less
then.
like directional inputs too. It felt like or
Okay,
directional inputs have more of a purpose.
Okay, yeah,
And
that was not the experience I had, so it's good to hear that someone did at least. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean I'm pretty inexperienced with Guilty Gear. But I I picked it up and got into it way quicker than I did with past Guilty Gears. So,
Yeah,
but
the thing I
whatever
found,
that counts for, that's
yeah,
all.
the thing I found playing Potemkin in that game was that there's a right way to play, and I don't know how to do that. But my wrong way to play is a lot more effective than it would have been in previous Guilty Gears, because just hitting them with a few heavy smashes or not smashes, heavy slashes, it does a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Potemkin does a shitload of damage.
You big boy.
So Nickelodeon All Stars Brawl, that is definitely a love letter to Melee players. And I love what they did with the roster, but I am not like a scene level Melee player, so this game is wasted on me.
And thank God for that.
They should have done the parody bit where you can't play Garfield on Mondays. That would have been funny.
I could definitely see myself having fun playing this game 4-player, but I can't have fun playing it alone, and I probably can't have fun playing it against serious people online.
No, it's like Smash. You don't take it seriously.
Melty Blood type Lumina, I like it. It's kind of a mix of the original Melty as Melty and a bit of what they learned with Under Night. Yep. And I don't really have too much to say about it. I didn't play enough of it to like speak with authority on it, but of what I have played and what came out this year, I think it's my number one. Because I didn't actually play Virtual Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown, so I can't really speak to its quality.
I played
and it's
that
definitely
one.
better than the other two. So TFE, please tell us about Virtual Fighter.
I'm gonna sell everybody on Virtual Fighter with the one image I took and posted on Twitter of Virtual Fighter. It's on the Dragon Engine, baby. It looks great. It still plays like Virtual Fighter that you remember. It's so much fun.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, I played Virtual Fighter 5 on Xbox 360.
It's basically that.
Right. That's an old game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's an old game.
It's that, but it looks nice. And
look, they didn't make it to be good.
Sure. Well, I'm not saying So honestly, what I would do at this point is I cut Nickelodeon and give it to Melty Blood.
I'm okay with
that. I can see Virtual Fighter being the number 2.
I'm okay with all of that. We just go boop boop boop. Ah, knocking things off my desk, and then just to make me feel better.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
These normally aren't in any sort of order, but
Yeah.
Now we have all them remakes. This was a year of many remakes. Where we have the Scott Pilgrim vs. the World Free from Rights Hell, Nier Replicant version square root of 1.5, Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, Quake, Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury, Saga Frontier Remastered, Wonder Boy, Asha, and Monster World. Hey, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. We were just talking about that. Legend of
You bring
Mana.
Dante from the Devil May Cry series.
If you pay extra for him.
If you pay.
If you pay
Sonic
price.
the piper.
Sonic Colors Ultimate, Diablo 2 Resurrected, Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, Stubbs the Zombie and Rebel Without a Pulse, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Alan Wake Remastered, and Monster Rancher 1 and 2 DX.
Yeah.
You know, I will just say real quick, it is thematically appropriate that you have to pay money for Dante to bother showing up in your game.
You're not wrong.
You know what?
He's
Shit.
exactly that kind of asshole.
Shit, you have a point. Son of a bitch. Really, you should like be able to like buy a Domino's pizza and you get them for free.
No, you just get
Only
Final
way to get the
Fantasy
Dante
14
DLC
votes.
You can
is
only
a
get it with.
cross-promotion code on the inside of a Domino's box.
Yes, exactly. You have to get Domino's pizza and you get the code from the box.
One code
There you
gives
go,
you
now you have
the
Dante.
Final Fantasy 14 emote. The other code gets you Dante and SMT3 Remaster.
Yeah.
So
Did
in
they?
terms of
Oh, I was gonna. Does anyone know if they added like fusion skill selection in that remaster?
They did.
I heard
I thought
that
I heard
they
they did. Okay, cool.
That's good.
That wins. Okay, that wins.
Yeah. I mean, there's
It
so many
wins.
other ones to talk about.
No, I know. I'm just.
yeah. I think I can talk about some potential cuts. So Wonder Boy, Asha, and Monster World, I think that's a fun game that definitely needed a remake, but this is not what it needed. I feel like this remake had technical issues in ways that it really shouldn't have. And I think that's enough to dock it.
I was going to say, if we're talking about technical issues, how about I've heard Diablo 2 was a bit of a mess.
Oh, was it? I mean, from what little I saw of it, I thought it looked pretty impressive, but I specifically did not play it because Activision Blizzard.
Yeah.
I played Diablo 2 Resurrected because I was hankering for like a Diablo-esque game. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? So I played it, and that game is not... So one thing I've learned, I don't think it's anything particularly wrong with the game itself, but Diablo 2 is fucking old.
Oh yeah.
And I really like Diablo 3, so when I tried to play Diablo 2 the whole time, I was like, this feels like I'm playing like a gimped version of Diablo 3. I don't like it.
I don't know. I had a friend who was complaining about like multiple bosses would just attack you if you didn't load in quick enough. Like they would load before the room loaded in. Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know about anything about technical
issues. We can cut it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about technical.
Also,
I'm just saying
which we'll get to.
On a like scale of like, hey, we have remade this old game. That game does nothing to try to update the game outside of graphically. There's no, hey, the inventory is like 5 squares. We're going to make that a little bit bigger or do anything to try to make this experience any different. Which, there's different schools of thought on remakes. But like we were just talking about with the SMT3 remaster adding the choose your own skills to inherit thing. And like Monster Rancher 1 and 2 added a bunch of shit to their like fusion system, because obviously it wouldn't work the original way. Like Diablo 2 just being a straight up remake that doesn't change anything or even give you the option to change things feels kind of lazy in comparison. Also, I can't speak to most of these other remakes, so I'm actually going to hit the bathroom real quick. Feel free to continue debating. But if Monster Rancher isn't there when I come back, I will fucking stab you all.
Fair enough.
See you in a few minutes.
All right.
So I think we can go
Monster
on a
Rancher
bit of
now. Get rid of it. Go.
We can go on a bit of a Sega stomp here.
Yeah.
So both Sonic Colors and Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah. I like the Super Monkey Ball one, but it's definitely a little jankier compared to like the Super Monkey Ball you remember.
Right, so that one had physics issues compared to the originals it's a remake of, and
I think it's fine if you're not like a crazy speedrunner.
We're deep in those people who are deep in those games didn't like that, but it wasn't just that the physics were wrong, it was also that there were issues with just joystick sensitivity, and I personally did not like the new soundtrack. Like their main theme was okay, but I didn't like the general tracks. Sonic Colors had similar issues in that, so they took the original engine and they kind of wrapped it in a Godot-based engine that they made themselves, and that had a number of technical issues, especially on Switch.
I think they patched most of them
and-
though, which was nice.
Right. That's good if they patched it, and I do appreciate that they brought the game up to 60 frames per second.
Yeah.
It is a good. It's a good.
Sonic
base to
Colors
work
is a
from.
good video
And
game.
I think, yeah, and I think it also had the same issue that Monkey Ball did for me, where they remixed a number of the tracks, and I feel like the originals were better. So those are the reasons that I was kind of like, I didn't think that those two would necessarily hang.
I'm okay
That said,
with that.
in both cases, their base games are excellent and are still worthy of play.
Also, one thing I will say in Super Monkey Ball's defense is you can play as Kiryu, and then it changes all the bananas to Staminans, and that makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's got excellent guest characters.
But yeah.
All right.
Kind of related to Making Mad's thing, Stubbs the Zombie is straight up that game, but more resolution. I think that game is very funny. I think that game is pretty good. I don't know if it. I don't think it wins the remake Royal Rumble because it is a little old.
Yeah, I don't either, but a very long for that game.
Okay. Speaking of games that are just the same game with a graphical upgrade, how do we feel about Alan Wake Remastered?
That's Alan Wake's very good.
I don't even think that game has that much of a graphical upgrade. It kind of just looks like the same game.
It kind of looks like the same game, and I feel like the only non-graphical upgrade is they kind of worked in more control stuff. And by more control stuff, I mean one more control thing.
Oh, what was it?
The part where the sheriff lady's dad was a member of the Bureau of Control gets like more officially canonized because they changed one of the letters on their desk in a cutscene to like focus on it, and it's from the Federal Bureau of Control.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
It can go.
Because I like Alan Wake. Alan Wake's great.
Hey, Alan Wake 2 is a thing.
That remaster is kind of that same game again.
So Ninja Gaiden Master Collection. This is a kind of slight enhancement of the Sigma versions of Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2, and then the Razor's Edge version of Ninja Gaiden 3. And those are two very good games. And
Ninja Gaiden 3.
And Ninja Gaiden 3, and I don't think they really did enough with it for it to kind of hang with the top stuff. But it's cool that they brought those to modern platforms.
I Ninja Gaiden, the first one of those, is incredibly good, and the second one is also pretty good. I think I prefer the first one, but
So Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I feel like the only notable thing about that is that you can buy it again.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's worth something.
And that's definitely something right there. But is that like a top 3 something?
Probably not.
So.
Probably not.
Because that game's all right, but it's not my favorite beat 'em up by a mile.
Okay.
It's just fun that it exists again.
Oh, absolutely. That's
it's still fun and very stylish, and I like it. But it's
it's got good music and very nice animations, and it's River City Ransom, and that's not my favorite style of beat 'em up.
Yeah.
I will say that, like, looking at the list, I'm kind of beginning to see where I think this is going to fall, but I'll let people talk about stuff. Actually, I'm going to jump in and say El Shaddai is the same game, but now it's on PC and you can buy it again, and it's not $100. That's nice.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, and it's a very good game. I have to play it one of these days.
It's good. I streamed it. It's fun.
Yeah.
But it's also there twice for some reason.
Are you making a Nocturne joke?
No. Unless something's gone wrong with my Google Doc.
Something might have
on the
gone
other
wrong with your
page.
Google Doc.
It was only there once.
There was a glitch in the Matrix.
It seems to be the case.
Oh no, Hugo Weaving's gonna show up.
So let's talk about graphics
No, he's been
on
recast.
PS5.
Oh fuck.
I just recently was able to get the Final Fantasy VII remake because it was PS Plus free, and then they
yeah.
PS Plus freed it for the PS5 version. But then I didn't download it because it's the Final Fantasy VII remake.
Yeah,
It sounds
that
like
could go.
yeah, it can go, but I appreciate that they did the graphics on PS5.
But Rob, aren't you
Yeah.
so excited to fight all your favorite characters from Dirge of Cerberus?
No.
I can't believe they did that. I mean, I absolutely can believe they did that, but I can't believe they did that.
Yeah.
Like blue the blue and white the white and red the red.
Okay, so Legend of Mana and Saga Frontier Remastered, especially Saga Frontier Remastered, those are both well-deserved and well-produced remakes. Content-wise, I think they are those games. I'm not sure if we want to bring them up to the top. I mean, I've got an idea about the games I want up top, and those are Quake and potentially Super Mario 3D World, just because of all the. Not only were they effective remakes, but they have excellent new content as well. But I did want to sing the praises of what SquareSoft actually did do with those two games.
Is Saga Frontier the first one with where they did like the AI upscaling on the backgrounds, or was that a different one?
They definitely did do that. I don't know if it was the first one they did that with, but yeah, it's definitely been HDified in an effective manner.
All right.
Did anyone actually play Mass Effect Legendary Edition?
I actually haven't. I haven't played it.
Because I've heard like mixed things about the enhancements they did to ME1, and I'm not sure
I think
what the
from what I've
consensus
seen of
is.
screenshots, I feel like some of the art's direction of ME1 is lost a little bit. Like ME1 had a very cool kind of blue tone, and they feel like they overall a little bit warmed that up here and there. But it's not like I don't think it's a deal breaker. I'll probably play this version of these games at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
the credit this has is that apparently people that are going through it for the first time, going through 1, 2, and 3 with all the DLC there and everything, they're enjoying 3 a lot more than what we did at launch when that game first came out. So
yeah, I think this is a much better package for those games than we've had in any context
I
before.
think this is, even with some of the questionable like graphical things, I think this is probably the definitive way to play these games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we can maybe leave that one for now. Oh, okay.
Sure. Oh, I
That
don't know how other people feel about other ones. I mean, Shin Megami Tensei 3, like jokingly, I was like, yeah, it has to stay. It's that game again. It's cool that it's more available and looks sharper, I guess.
and
But
they fixed the fusion,
That
so you
said,
don't have to do the annoying...
I did confirm they have better fusion in this one. So
well,
honestly,
that's fucking awesome.
I'm okay. I'm okay with Nocturne staying because that's a fantastic change.
That is a fantastic
And putting
change,
that in
for sure.
putting that in more old school SMT games to make them more accessible is great.
Yeah.
I will
Should we
say,
talk about Nier real quick? Because I don't think we've done anything with that yet.
No, I think it can probably go.
Yeah. I haven't played
So
it.
I played a little bit of it, but the issue is that all the new stuff you have to get ending D to see the new stuff, and it's like,
Well, yeah, I know there is more stuff or new stuff added, but I don't know what it is, so I'm very curious about it. But
I also, but I don't know if I want to play Nier through all the way again.
Yeah, I don't know if it
I mean,
ends
I
or not,
will.
but I think I think it's
fucking
cool
love
that
that
we got the other version of Nier in English.
yeah, I think it's cool that came out. Like, I definitely prefer Dead Near, but it's cool that it came out and has better combat so that people can get through it. Because that game was fucking awesome and was criminally served when it came out. It's deserves so much better recognition than what it got. So it's cool that it is kind of getting it. So
Also, the original version is backwards compatible on Xbox now, so that's cool too.
well, fucking
Nice.
that's cool.
So Quake, both like a year ago, or well, whenever before they did the update, if you bought Quake on Steam, it would be original 1996 ass Quake, and also GL Quake, which was an OpenGL version of Quake, which was arguably better, arguably worse, depending on how you looked at it. And they got, I think it was Night Dive Studios that got them on board to do some real slick modernization of the original Quake. It's kind of like an enhanced version of the original software renderer. You can toggle on and off a lot of niceties, and they packaged together all of the expansions that had been in the game before. And
some new ones,
then on
I'm
top
pretty
of
sure.
it, what?
And I
And plus,
think
plus new expansions. Plus, they're doing like season patches for it now. They just added like a horde mode and shit. And on top of all of this, it's Quake, and Quake is fucking great.
Quake is fun.
Yeah, so I
And
was incredibly pleasantly surprised with the Quake changes. Oh, and they ported it to consoles. It wasn't on consoles before.
the console versions aren't.
You
they're
shouldn't
not,
play it on consoles,
yeah.
but you can.
Yes, I will agree with that. So I feel like I know we said we weren't going to cut Mass Effect like immediately, but I feel like now would probably be the time to cut Mass Effect at the moment.
Yeah, and we didn't go into
That's probably the
details
weakest.
on it, but Super Mario 3D World is a great game, and I really like
Super Mario 3D World
what they did with Bowser's Fury as an as like
really cool.
Here's the new thing that's fairly substantial and cool.
Here's where I'm gonna drop my hot takes and say Super Mario 3D World is my favorite 3D Mario game, and then also adding in more platforming in that style with the Bowser's Fury stuff and how crazy that Bowser's Fury stuff gets. I like. That is that or Quake. I am okay with like winning this group.
Would probably go for Super Mario 3D World.
I am in the make me mad position where if you cut Quake, I will start a knife fight. But beyond that, I don't have too much in the way of strong feelings.
Specifically, I only meant if you cut it before I come back, because now I can actually talk about it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, let's talk Monster Rancher.
Monster Rancher 1 and 2 DX. So here's the thing: I haven't played Monster Rancher 1 because Monster Rancher 1 is just a worse version of Monster Rancher 2. I don't give a shit about Monster Rancher 1. What we're here to talk about is Monster Rancher 2 DX, which is probably one of my favorite games of all time. Actually re-released again on like a platform that's not the PS1, and they actually went to the trouble of finding a pretty good solution to the problem with Monster Rancher, which is when those games were made, everyone had stacks of CDs laying around, and the gimmick of the game was you put CDs into your PlayStation and it read the data to make monsters.
And like it's on Switch. You can't put a CD on a Switch.
Yeah, like that doesn't work on like anything anymore. They kept that going up until like I think the GameCube, where you could put other games in and stuff like that. But like the series was always running up against the wall as things became more digital. Of like, how do you make this work? And while it's not maybe my preferred solution, they figured out a pretty good one, which is they just put a big ass music library in the game that is searchable. So you can just be like, I want to generate a monster. I'm going to go type in some random fucking indie band that I know of, and then it's going to pop up a list of their albums. I'm going to pick one, and then it's going to generate a monster based on that album. Which is, it gives me the exact same feeling I had as a kid going through my mom's CDs and being like, yeah, fuck it, I'll throw in the entire Alice Cooper selection and see if I get something cool. Whereas now I'm like...
I didn't know what they actually did with that.
Yeah, so it's just an in-game, like a database of artists and albums, and you just search, and like games and stuff like that too. Like I was generating monsters based on games that are announced for next year because they're in there, but they're just not out yet. So it's cool, and it recreates that feeling of just like, I like this song, I'm going to put in this song and see what it gets me, or I like this album, this band, whatever, I'm going to throw in a bunch of their albums and see what that gets me. And it's like a fairly deep, like, musical catalog. Like, friggin' Lord Huron is in there, which is a band that I think me and TFP and 5 other people like. So I went through a bunch of their albums.
God, when are they doing a Life is Strange soundtrack?
Soon, hopefully. But, like, I put in friggin' Doja Cat, and the game told me that I was not a high enough level to summon anything from Doja Cat's albums. She's too powerful.
That's amazing.
So it's like, all right, gotta go grind some tournaments before I can handle this shit. So it's shit like that, where it's like it's one of my favorite games ever re-released, and they updated it and kind of fixed the problem with re-releasing that game and made it work. Like they made that game work again. That's fucking cool. So I love it personally, but it is also, like I said, it's a me thing. So if other people want to cut it, I get that.
I didn't play it myself, but I really like that they brought Monster Rancher back.
Man, that's
so cool.
I know we've like in the IRC stuff, like we had talked about that before, and like you kind of sold me on like I kind of want to pick this up now because it's like this seems neat, and I can make Lord Huron monsters.
Monster Rancher is one of my favorite of the like raise a monster style games. Like, if I want to live in the alternate universe where Monster Rancher became the popular thing instead of like Pokemon or Digimon, because Monster Rancher fucking rules.
They make like a Saturday morning cartoon of Monster Rancher.
They did.
They did. I saw that.
Yep.
I
That's how I knew Monster
remember
Rancher.
watching that. There was like a weird ghost guy, I think, in it.
Yeah, they had the weird little mochi dude.
Yeah.
They had Suezo, who's like horrifying.
Oh yeah, he's the weird eyeball.
Just
thing, right?
god, he's just like a big yellow eye with teeth.
Yeah, the eye tongue.
Yeah, but you could then in Monster Rancher, it's like you can fuse that with other monsters. So if you fuse a Suezo with like the little mochi dude, you get a little yellow one of those dudes who just has one giant eye in the center of his head. It's like, oh fuck, it's horrifying looking, but you got it. It's like you can fuse him.
Case for Monster Rancher.
Yeah.
You can fuse him with like the tiger thing, and then get like a weird tiger stripe. Also, the monster is called Tiger, but he's clearly a wolf. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. But Japanese games, whatever. Anyways, it's fun, and you can do a bunch of weird, crazy fusion stuff. And you raise the monster on your farm and take them to tournaments and feed them and send them on expeditions. They have to go beat up monkeys in the woods to learn new skills. It's really fun. It's, like I said, my favorite of that style of game.
So
all right, anyways.
I think definitely no. I was gonna say I think definitely making it to the last two are Quake and Monster Rancher. Question is,
I'm fine with that. Now the stabby fight between SMT and
SMW.
No comments. I have nothing to say about Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury because I haven't played it. And I kind of just don't care about it that much. I really like Nocturne HD Remaster, like the idea of Nocturne again, but now you have better fusion systems sounds rad. There's, it's not perfect.
I think as far as the original game goes, I would be more interested in Nocturne than 3D World. That's just how I roll. But I was very impressed with what Nintendo did with Bowser's Fury. So that might, slightly edge that one in my favor.
Yeah, I would say the Bowser's Fury is probably the leader for me, just because like I legitimately considered, even though I already own Super Mario 3D World and have played through it, I considered getting this just for the Bowser's Fury part, because that's just a cool like little idea, like a little mini game attached to this game. This is really good, just remaster of this like mainline Mario game that fucking no one played because it was on the Wii U.
My copy of Super Mario 3D World on the Wii U is extremely signed by Charles Martinet, and it's great.
That's awesome.
Nice.
You should get Chris Pratt to sign it as well.
There is no room left for Chris Pratt to sign it.
Charles Martinet made sure.
Charles Martinet was like, no one else is signing this.
Some motherfucker's gonna take my job.
I did most of the voices in this game.
It's all me.
It's all me. So I guess
I feel like Nocturne's probably the one to go.
Yeah,
I can agree with that.
Even though it is my of the original, you're talking about original games, it is my favorite one on this list. But yeah,
in terms of remakes,
in terms of the quality of it being remade.
And I kind of feel like the winner is probably Quake.
In my opinion, Quake is like the best combination of amazing original game
and really good remake,
incredible remastering, and actual new content. It's just like boom, all three.
Yeah, we brought it back and we gave you a bunch of new shit too.
Yeah. So, congratulations to Quake.
I agree with that.
For being the best remake of the year 2021.
Having literally only played one Quake game in my entire life, I'm okay with that outcome.
Now it's time for the old game of the year, which other people added stuff to, so I couldn't make me mad. Have to agree with Killer 7. Damn it. We have Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, Killer 7, Mega Man Legends, Quake, Halo: The Master Chief Collection, and the Ultimate Doom. None of the previous Dooms, just the Ultimate.
All right,
Doom.
I would like to say that the Ultimate Doom is a front runner, mostly because of that like review of all the Dooms, the action button thing.
Oh fuck!
That alone Every time
That-
I want to, like, I go
That
back and rewatch
me.
that.
That inspired me to go through all of Doom this year. Is that a review alone?
Oh,
I was like, you
nice.
know what? I should really just play through every goddamn Doom game
Yeah,
because
and any year where someone falls down the Doom hole, Doom is a contender.
I fell down the Doom hole. Started looking at how to make wads.
I like
Oh,
Doom.
nice.
I like Doom
And
3. That makes me weird. I know.
You're fucking weird, but hey.
There's nothing wrong with Doom 3, but I wouldn't even consider it like a contender if I had been playing it.
Yeah. I will say, in terms
Okay.
of the stuff that I streamed, the one that I want to keep the most is Mega Man Legends, because I think that game is cool. Of
I
what
also really like
Legends
Mega Man
is
Legends.
really cool.
of what I
Yeah, we don't have
streamed
to
this
cut
past
anything
year.
yet. I want to talk about these games.
That was fair. Killer
Yeah,
7
so
is great.
I think.
Sorry, you go ahead. I'll talk about Killer 7 later.
Oh, I was going to work up from the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, so I ended when Rob started playing Halos again. I started playing Halos again. I played through like every one of the single player campaigns, some of them multiple times, and I'm just really impressed with Halo pre Halo 4.
The Bungie
and
Halo.
also
Yeah.
just really
Yeah.
and also really impressed with where the Master Chief Collection is at, because that thing hit in
Yeah.
It
form
came in
Yeah,
hot.
it was a
and-
shit
and-
show, wasn't it?
Yes.
What? Yeah, it was a shit show,
When it
and
first
now
came
it's
out?
just now
It's amazing now. It's an
they-
incredible
yeah,
value
yeah.
now. It's like if you have not played the Halo games, it is the best thing to fucking get. It is
That was
So
how I
good.
played all the Halos for the first time with Grav.
it's
we
great.
did like a mix of the Master Chief Collection and backwards compatibility with some of the games that weren't
Because
in the
Reach
Master
wasn't
Chief
in
Collection
Master
yet.
Chief Collection yet.
Yeah, I don't think ODS was ODST.
ODST was.
Okay, yeah,
ODST
had just
was
released then.
their, because ODST was their. Oh, we fucked up the Master Chief Collection. Here, have ODST as a bonus for bearing with us while we unfuck
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, but just I went back and I learned to love Halo 3, and I got even more impressed with Reach a second time through, and just those are good games.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Like a way to play Reach again is just nice.
Mhm.
Like, I love that game.
I'm not sure. I mean, I put Quake on here because TFP and I played some of that
We should play more Quake at
remake
some
Quake
point.
together, and we should do that again with the new Horde mode and stuff, and that was a good time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I how much I want to push it because it already won the remake Royal Rumble, but Quake is a good game.
Yeah.
And Baldur's Gate, I didn't play it, but I was impressed with what I saw of it.
Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, it was not the greatest stream game, but it was a lot of fun to play. It's one of those Diablo likes. First boss is Tony J, but as a beholder, and that's great.
Fantastic.
I have not played any more of it since I stopped streaming it, because it was just like, I'm just hitting this attack button a lot and trying not to die and failing most of the time.
It's a great game if you have something else going on and you just want to like zone out for a while.
Yes.
Listen to a podcast or something while you play some Baldur's Gate.
And
Yeah,
it's
that seems like one of those games that would also be improved by co-op.
probably.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it has co-op, I think, right?
Yes.
I'm just saying it would probably be more fun if you did.
Yes,
co-op.
yes, I would agree with that. It does have co-op, but I can't hook this PS2 up to the internet. I mean, I
Yeah,
can.
you have to
but,
get the remake to do that.
Yeah. Does the remake have online co-op?
I think it does.
That's
I might
cool.
be wrong, but
I
I think
don't
it
know.
does.
I like Killer 7 a lot.
If-
It's weird. Make Mad hates it, but I think it's really cool.
One of these days I will play Killer 7, and I really like all its stupid pseudo shit.
But I will
I
say,
think I've just gotten to the point where I'm tired of Suda.
I mean, I'm with you, but of Suda's shit, I like Killer 7. Like that's the one for me that's like, yeah, that's the Suda shit.
Okay.
that was before
I'm not saying we have to keep it. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, when I think of Suda shit in a fond way, it's Killer 7.
before we hit Sudaturation, Killer 7 was like, man, this is weird. I'm way into it. But I will say, of the stuff that I streamed over the past year, I think Mega Man Legends was my favorite. Joining the list of like the 5 PS1 games that I really like.
It's just a really interesting take on Mega Man.
Yes.
It's like, let's just do something fucking different with it.
Yeah, I
And
think
it
I
works.
look back on it more fondly than I did at the time. At the time, I was like, "What the hell is this shit?"
I also think
And
with
that-
Mega Man Legends, it's aged incredibly well.
Yes.
Weirdly
Yeah.
enough, like it's almost better now than it was when it came out.
Yeah, I could see that.
It just like the art style alone has held up really well visually. It stands up, and a lot of PS1 games do not.
Yeah, like for
Yeah.
like there's still some, PS1 crazy,
Oh,
fake 3D stuff, but like for the most
weird,
part,
blocky. Yeah.
it still looks great, plays great. I really was impressed with Mega Man Legends, and
Just like a good story too, like likable
Yeah,
characters.
I love all the dumb atmospheric things about it, kicking cans and getting evil armor.
Oh, I
and-
spent so much time as a kid kicking that fucking can around the little market.
shopping. Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh,
way too much time.
I liked
Very amused.
when we talked about it, and there was that weird Mega Man phone game with evil Mega Man Legends holding a briefcase of money.
yeah.
'Cause that was very
If
funny.
you steal the money from the bank heist in Mega Man Legends, then you get black armor.
Oh yeah,
Or
there was
you
like a
could- or
weird
you could just
morality
kick-
system.
Yeah, or you could just like blow up vending machines by kicking them 100 times or
Yeah.
something like that. It was really weird. Yeah, no, like it's such a weird, fun game, and it's like completely different from every Mega Man game thing that came before it.
And
But it
kind of after
works.
it, also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an anomaly.
Yeah, I think we can cut Baldur's Gate and Killer 7.
Yeah.
And do we want to keep Quake, or I think we can cut Quake 2, just because I feel like the
Well,
in
Quake
terms
2's not
of
on this list, but sorry.
Because we've already sung its praises in the other category, and yeah, I kind of want to give Halo and the Ultimate Doom some time to shine as well.
I think that's fair.
On this list, I'd say I actually think that Master Chief Collection probably wins.
I think you're probably right, even
I'm
though I
probably
didn't
in
play it this
agreement.
year. But
Because going through those games was a lot of fun, and
so
it's just
whoops. I'm gonna muck this up. There we go. Okay, let's make it its own page.
Organization.
Cleanliness.
I got a deep respect for Halo now that I didn't have before, because and it was always weird looking back now, having played Halo. Like it always was like Call of Duty and Halo were like pitted as like these rivals, and
Which
they
is
couldn't
weird
be fucking
because-
more different. Like
Right, not
in
only could
terms
they
of
not be more
flavor.
different, but Call of Duty became big just as Halo was kind of falling off a cliff. So it's
Yeah.
kind of weird that they had a rivalry at all.
Yeah, but they definitely were. You definitely had people that were
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in school. It was like, I
absolutely.
play Call of Duty, and it's like, well, I play Halo. Like, well, fuck your Halo, and it's just like
Yeah.
there's so different flavors of first person
Yeah.
shooting. Like Halo is just like the campaigns in Halos are just fantastic. They're such more open ended. You have so many different ways to tackle the combat that you do in Call of Duty, where Call of Duty campaigns are just a roller coaster that you go on. It's the same shit every single time. There's reasons to replay Halo campaigns. There's like no reason to replay a Call of Duty campaign. You might as well just YouTube the stupid moment of the campaign, really, because it's exactly the same.
Yeah,
You
as
replay
much as
Halo
I'm not
1
a
for that
fan of
handgun.
legendary difficulty, like that gives you a lot to work with, and then there's all the skulls and
Yeah, the skulls,
all
the,
the different-
modifiers.
and even just the different weapon combinations give you different
Exactly,
ways
yeah.
to play.
Yeah, which two weapons you have at a time, and how you swap, like which ones you're using when. It's super great.
Yeah, I'm definitely down with Halo taking it, and I do want to shout out Doom because Doom is always good.
It's great.
I kind of envision this category as not having a winner and just being,
It
Yeah.
was only one entry on
winner
it, but
here.
I wanted to bring David Cage back in because he had been in the news again about Quantic Dream. Now that they're doing some Star Wars game, and they never really resolved all that harassment shit they had going on.
So
Nope.
So basically, both of these people, please stop. Just go away.
Yes.
Take your
Yeah,
money and retire.
I feel like absolutely. I feel like Bobby Kotick is more like the of the year one, but
No, yeah. Blizzard definitely
Crazy, because it's
sweeped
been
it
like-
at the end.
It's been like, I feel like it's been like 15 years of people hating Bobby Kotick, and he's still around.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I
I
remember,
mean, even with all the even with all the shit that came out
and
this
you get
year.
the devil horns on him, right? Like,
Yeah.
Right, because originally it was like, oh, we hate you because of DLC. We hate you because
Yeah,
you ran
because of all the
Tony
business
Hawk
practices.
and Guitar Hero into
Yeah.
the ground, but and now it's like, oh, and also you're
A bad
slave
person.
driving, and apparently there's
To
a lot
kill
of
one of your
sexual harassment going
employees
on.
and-
Yeah.
Like, it's like even with all the shit constantly going on, the board of directors is standing behind him and just going like, "No, he's fine."
Board of directors is like, is there money being made? Okay, I don't see a
Yes,
problem.
there is. Shitloads of it.
Anyway,
Yeah,
there we go.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
and fuck Bobby Kotick.
Fuck
Shame
both
on
of those
you.
people.
That's our soapbox moment. Now we get
All right.
off, and now we talk about the hottest mess game.
Oh,
The
boy.
hottest mess of the year, where we have
right.
Balan Wonder. That was 2021, wasn't it? I for some reason thought that was older. I don't know.
Well,
Dungeons
into
just
forever
early.
years.
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance, GTA Trilogy, New World, and Battlefield 2042. The only one of these that I played was Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance, and like I feel like it's less a mess and more just like bad. Like it's they set out what they wanted to do.
It's aggressively not fun.
Yeah, like there's nothing particularly like everything about this is a problem. It's just like this is not.
I would have liked it even more if it somehow managed to replicate the trailer experience in the game.
That would have been
again.
great.
It's just aggressively a not fun game, following up a fucked up trailer, which in retrospect is the best part.
Yep. God, that trailer is so weird.
Oh, bizarre, but
that was the closest thing to the new shit we've had in quite some time.
It really was. But is it okay if I just go ahead and cut
I think
that?
we can cut it. Yeah, we can cut it. Balan Wonderworld. Wow, just that thing was a mess from front to back.
That was a mess, but it was also a very funny mess. I don't know. I feel like every time
I think that
every time I watched it, I just received joy of watching some like the Schadenfreude joy.
Yeah, it's the best kind of mess, the kind you don't want to play, but that's just wonderful to behold.
But I want to watch Jeff Gerstmann play it.
Yeah, give me that Mario Bros. Special energy.
What is the deal with the Balan Wonderworld? Is it just a bad game that's like trying to be?
There was something I saw.
A horribly undercooked platformer. There's like 50 different.
Power-ups, but
like Kirby powers, but none of them are useful, and some of them are even worse than not having any power at all. And like
10 of them are. There's only like 10, but there are like 60 like different suits, and you swap between them. You only have like one button, so like there are certain powers that are just like sometimes the light will turn on, and then if the game decides the light turns off, well, you're out of luck.
Just poor level design, and they have a Chow Garden, only you can't do anything in it, and it's dumb, and just. I guess there's some novelization.
There's a novelization that tries to like clean up some of the story stuff because, like, all of the story stuff is just people are sad, and then the kid from Knights shows up, and then everybody dances.
So I was going to mention on top of that, there was the one other horrible epilepsy problem, right?
That game did have the epilepsy problem. I think they patched that out.
But yes, that was a thing. And this is what this wasn't this like Yuji Naga's last video game. Like now he's gone forever because this didn't succeed.
Well, it was something like Square Enix or whatever was like, we're gonna give you one shot to do what you want, and then he did that, and it was like, whoops. He made a phone game recently, apparently.
Okay, nice. Back to phones then.
Yeah. Like just him. I don't think it was published or anything, but it was just like I saw a tweet that was like, Yuji Naka made this phone game. You can download it.
The title of it I think is Shot 2048. So
yeah, I think it's just a 2048. Thing.
He made that. Yeah.
Yeah, that Balan Wonderworld is a mess.
It's a mess. New World is another one of those messes that like I don't I don't pay attention to because but I just hear about it and I go, that can't be right, and then I look it up and it's like, oh no, like the part where apparently the way to like beat all the end game raid boss stuff or whatever is you play it in windowed mode, and as the boss charges up an attack, you grab the window and move it around because the damage stuff doesn't transfer to your character if the window is moving.
Yeah, so everything in that game. So typically online games any games that have any sort of online component, the server is the authoritative data source. But in New World, for most things, the client is the authoritative data source, which just leads to all kinds of fucked up bugs. Like you can, cause desyncs, and the client will use its information instead of the servers, and weird stuff happens. Moving windows or crouching at weird times, and just all kinds of shit. And the servers have and there's been like data loss. There were times where the servers went down and they had to like roll back super hard, and then there was the GPUs where it would literally
explode
destroy your GPUs. And not just any GPU, but the most expensive GPU, the 3090.
Great.
And it just being like, this is the crown jewel of Amazon's game division. They haven't been able to put anything out until now, and this is it.
Nailed it.
Good job, guys.
This fucking dumpster fire.
One of the richest companies on the goddamn planet, and this is what you came out with. Good job.
GTA Trilogy. What if we took
Speaking of rich companies,
these huge classic games that everyone loves, and we gave them to a mobile game developer and gave them like half a year to remake again all three of these incredibly just like content-packed games on a new engine?
What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Everything. It turns out, everything.
I just remember
I
think that being hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's just like a fucking like GIF that's layered on top of the cutscenes or
it's just
everything.
like
It's like a fucking
a litany of bugs, upscaling, getting text wrong, just improper graphical
stylings. Upscaling of like the jokes don't work because they rounded off the fucking donut or whatever.
Yep.
Like
that's one of the craziest things to me is like it's literally a fucking nut, like a mechanical nut on top of this building, and it got smoothed out by whatever fucking upscaling thing they did.
Yeah,
it just got turned into a round metal. Like fuck.
It's like the fucking.
Of course
they
did it all with machine learning because they had to, because those games are just. There's three of them, and they're content packed to the gills. And then the machine learning did it wrong because, of course, it did. It's machine learning.
And they didn't have time to go back and quality check anything because.
But then there's just bizarre stuff like you're driving around in a boat, and the stone by the ocean side. It suddenly there's faces morphing in and out of it, just like terrifying Geiger shit.
Like that sounds. I haven't seen that. Jesus Christ,
oh,
that
man.
sounds horrifying.
I gotta find that.
That sounds horrifying.
You do gotta find that. It's hilarious.
Just bugs top to bottom, and some of them turned out to be like true to source material bugs, like wide cars. So good for them for keeping that.
Yeah,
but everything else is just like, whoa, what are you guys doing?
Yeah. Fuck was it? Also, just of course with these kind of re-releases with all the licensed music, it's like.
Well, like
such a like GTA. Those three games especially, I feel like their soundtracks are so integral to their fucking identity that you remove. Like you can't. I'm sorry, you can't put Vice City out and not have Billie Jean in it. It's just fucking wrong.
Oh, and I just remembered like this side thing that they did to fuck it up.
Oh my god, that's like a fucking Silent Hill. Oh my god.
They took down all the good working versions of the game, and they ceased and desisted all the cool fan mods, and they put this fucking shit out.
Yep. No, they fucked this up about as hard as they possibly could have. And that wall faces thing is fucking horrifying to look at.
I was going to mention.
Imagine if you were just playing that like alone at night and that happened.
It'd be very funny.
Fuck that. I hate everything about that.
God.
I don't really think it hangs, but it's worth mentioning that Battlefield is a bit of a technical mess and not as fun as previous Battlefields.
I would say it's straight up just terrible, which is really sucks for a new Battlefield. That I was pretty excited for this because it seemed like a
Right.
successor to Battlefield 4.
Right. And
Which is
I
kind
feel
of what
like I feel like in a normal year there's enough going on there for it to
Yeah.
hang, but I don't think it is in this year.
Yeah, maybe not. It's I do think it's a massive misfire, and it's a shame, and like
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
gonna be a few years
Yeah.
before we get another Battlefield because you
Right,
can't like it's so
Battlefield is
bad
it's
that I
such a
don't
big
think they can
name.
fix it.
Yeah, this is like, it's up there with Call of Duty and Madden. It's like it's one of those yearly releases that you don't expect it to necessarily be the breakaway hit, but there's an amount of money going in that you expect a certain baseline, and they did not meet that baseline.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I mean, Battlefield is more like a every 2 years, 2.5
Okay,
kind
yeah,
of.
fair.
Yeah,
So
but it's like a
there's
consistent
more
release.
What's that?
It's like a consistent release.
It's a consistent release like schedule, but yeah, it's been since I guess it's been like 3 years since Battlefield 5. But Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5 just never really did anything for me. I'm not interested in that. Battlefield 4 is fantastic.
I liked 1 more than I was expecting, and I liked one of the campaigns in 5, and that was about it.
Yeah. So it's just it's a shame for something that seemed like it was really going back to like we're leaping off from Battlefield 4 and just
We're
evolving the
bringing back
gameplay with that.
Levolution.
Yeah, fuck yeah, you are. That shit's awesome.
And I really like that they were moving back to the future setting because what was the other one, 2142? I liked what they did with
2142.
that in terms of aesthetics and in terms of just environment, like conceptual design.
Yeah, exactly. And it seemed like they had a lot of things going for it, but it's just like it's a mess to a degree that's like you can't fix this in patches. Like the maps are too fucking
Yeah.
big. They're just
Yeah.
too fucking big. Both sides have the same operators, so like you can't tell who's an enemy or who's not because of their outfit. Like there's no way to quickly identify, which is a problem a lot of realistic style shooters have been having lately. I found Call of Duty has that problem. But Battlefield usually would be like this team, you're in the Russian side, and the Russian side has more gas masks or something, and then like the American side is a bit more like brown, so you can kind of tell who's
on
who.
what's yeah.
But from what I hear, because literally they share all the same, like it's basically hero type for your abilities. There's no classes anymore. So they get rid of the whole class system, which is like
that's the whole Battlefield thing. I thought
that's like the groundwork for Battlefield. So to get rid of that, you better have a really good idea how to deal with it. And I just, from what I can tell, they haven't. It's just, hey, we should have more operators that have personalities because that's the cool thing in shooters now, and therefore we can sell some more skins for these operators that you can use, and that will make them unique.
This is unrelated to its hottest mess status, but is there a single player in 2042, or is it just all multiplayer?
There's not.
Okay.
It is all multiplayer. Yeah. So
I mean, I feel like that's fine for Battlefield, but
it's fine for Battlefield in my opinion. The cool thing about it, I guess, is like the that portal mode where you can kind of
drop in stuff from
from like Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2, 1942, and Vietnam, I think. Maybe, I don't know,
something.
But yeah, it's like that's a really cool idea, but it just sounds like with everything else being such a mess, maybe it doesn't hang with everything else, but it's a fucking shame that this is as bad as this.
Definitely worth shouting out.
Really excited for.
We'll also add that apparently the general discourse has gotten so bad that the subreddit for Battlefield 2042 is apparently threatening to be closed right now.
Great.
For just general toxic attitudes towards developers and towards in general flying around.
Yeah.
Shit's apparently gotten pretty bad within the Battlefield fandom.
Yeah, no, good time for Halo Infinite to apparently have really good multiplayer because man.
Yeah, no kidding. And
Battlefield and Call of Duty are currently on fire.
And be free. Yeah, that's
and
weird.
Be free. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
No co-op though, and that's a bummer.
That it
is. It's a bummer, man.
There's a reason it's not on our Game of the Year lists.
Hey, yeah. So I don't know. What are we cutting here?
I'd say I think you cut. I feel like you cut either Battlefield or Balan Wonderworld.
That's what.
I mean, I think those are the two that could be cut. I
think.
Just man, Balan Wonderworld just had a special kind of suck.
Yeah, I think hearing about the ongoing troubles of Battlefield has given that the edge over Balan to me, because I feel like
feel like Balan is a done mess.
It kind of
That's a
came
mess
in
sitting in the
waves.
corner of the room. It's already been made.
That's
Battlefield is an
yeah,
evolving
that's fine.
mess.
And I don't think anyone expected it to be an amazing game, but it's just that it was such a mess that it was
Yeah.
also kind of shocking.
I guess that is a
I
thing
guess we
going
can cut
against.
Balan.
That's the thing going against Battlefield 2 is it had a shitload of hype. People were incredibly excited. It was the next Battlefield, and it was like we're gonna have like years.
You're right. The discrepancy is kind of huge there.
I also,
for it to be as bad as it is.
On an unrelated, but looping back like 20 minutes, relating to the Grand Theft Auto trilogy, and you talking about how like they cut a lot of the music. So they did and didn't. All the files are still there. They just commented them out, which was very funny to me.
Oh yeah, no, they did the laziest way possible.
I think they might have eventually just
they did eventually just patch them out,
at
but
launch,
at launch they just commented out, and like you could go in and you like, oh look, I have a Billie Jean MP3.
Yeah, but just as another example of how much of a rush job it was.
Anyway,
I think GTA or New World wins, and you just have to kind of decide like, is existential horror or fiery graphics cards the bigger mess?
So I think with the current ongoing hardware shortages and stuff, that a game that actively destroys your hardware might be more of an issue.
That is kind of amusing. Yeah, I was leaning towards GTA, but I feel like you may have sold me on New World on the explodey graphics cards.
We can do it. It's basically 50-50.
Yeah, I mean it's either one. They're kind of almost bad. They're almost both
terrible.
Because I think GTA trilogy not being what it should have been is like especially egregious with it being like those are classic games that all like everyone
highly regarded, amazing games. Like a GTA trilogy release should have been a slam fucking.
Oh yeah, it should have been a no question like just like this is the best thing Rockstar has done in years type thing. And
then I just bought all of them on the original Xbox because
it's a license to print money.
They were at my store for like $5 each, and I just went, you know what?
That's probably the best way to fucking play them right now.
Because they don't get patched, so they all have the original music.
Yeah.
I get in a car in Vice City and it plays Billie Jean. That's
what it should. That should be the first song you put here when you get in the car in Vice City is Billie Jean. That is the way God intended.
I mentioned it before, but the open source community had just done like excellent ports and engine reworks. You could play San Andreas on Vita, and it was just glorious and smooth. And then this happened.
Yeah.
Anyway, hottest mess of the thing.
Oh, buddy.
Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, NFT games, scams, Dead by Daylight, Pinhead stuff to be mentioned here because it's funny. And
I want to know about that.
Hardware shortages.
Okay, so
what's the Dead by Daylight?
Go ahead and describe. So, Dead by Daylight.
It's a video game.
You guys generally know the deal with that game.
I know. Yeah.
Okay, so they have made their whole thing lately is just we are including. I think they called themselves like a horror movie Hall of Fame, basically.
Yes. Yeah,
where their goal is just to keep adding licensed characters like, Leatherface and. But classic fucking characters.
Yeah,
Ghostface
all those characters that have been guest characters in the Mortal Kombat series.
Ghostface is a super interesting edge case because they do not have the rights to the Scream movies. They have the rights to the Spirit of Halloween Ghostface costume. Oh yeah. No, it's the character behind the Ghostface mask is not a character from the movie. It's an original character they made up. But he's called Ghostface because Ghostface, the Halloween costume, is publicly, that's a thing they got access to. But they don't have access to the Scream movies. It's incredible.
That is an amazing workaround.
I vaguely knew that.
I love it. I absolutely love them. So that's the thing. Like, Dead by Daylight is a fun, incredibly toxic game. But there's fun to be had.
I mean, they had to remove the blackface recently.
Wait, I don't remember that.
Apparently, so like if you played as Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
I remember that now.
If you killed specific survivors like a certain amount of time, you would get their face and you could wear it as a mask. And so people were wearing blackface and running after people playing the black people and making bad racial slurs at them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that sounds about right. God damn it, people. But, okay, so the Pinhead stuff. They got the Hellraiser license. They put Pinhead in their game. It was heavily advertised. It's actually what got me back into playing it.
Okay.
Because I was like, you know what? Hellraiser's fun. I like Hellraiser. The problem
Yeah.
comes with the people
It's
who own
fun.
the
problem
people who own
comes.
the rights to Hellraiser.
Yeah.
They have been hanging on to those rights in a Fantastic Four-esque way of just pumping out shitty direct-to-video sequels for
Oh,
the
yeah.
last 4 or
Like
5 movies, I think.
Yeah,
It's
like 20
crazy.
years.
It's like
basically.
every couple of years they have to put out another movie or else they lose the rights. So they've been putting out just these shitty movies they slap together in like 2 weeks with terrible actors and terrible fucking stories, filmed on handheld cameras. It's been real bad.
Yep.
But they got Pinhead in the game, and then those people who own the rights were like, all right, you know what we're going to get into? The NFT business.
Okay.
So they came out with a statement basically saying that there was going to be content tied to Hellraiser NFTs based on the model that the Dead by Daylight team made for the game. They were going to use that model to make NFTs that would have exclusive in-game content tied to the NFTs.
What?
So, like Pinhead skins tied, so you could only use it if you owned one of the Pinhead NFTs.
Mhm.
And this is the thing; it was this huge thing, and people were like ragging on the company for like, how the fuck did you get wrapped up in this nonsense? And it was this giant, stupid ass fucking thing that went on for like a solid month after Pinhead was released. And then the punchline of this to me, because like the company, Dead by Daylight company behavior came out and said, yeah, we're not involved with that side of things. We didn't really know what that was about. We just signed the contract because we wanted Pinhead in the game. And it's like there was a bunch of weird shit where like the voice lines Pinhead had got removed from the game because of this deal somehow to help with the NFT sales or something. I think the voice lines are going to be tied to the NFTs or something.
You had to buy the
what this
NFT to
results
talk
in.
about.
I'm
Pinhead
very
coming.
quiet. I'm very quiet right now, but I'm just making faces.
Yeah, so what this results in is this. I'm just going to post this picture.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
It results in Pinhead NFTs. It results in that, and it results in this.
Fred Durst and Pinhead.
Oh my god! I had no idea they turned Pinhead into a Bored Ape.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's all they did. They took the model and they put a bunch of dumb bullshit on it. They just did that. That's it. That's as far as they went. Tried to sell them, and it didn't go so hot. And now, like every other NFT thing, it's just kind of loitering in the void. It's so bad.
That's
It's
bad. Yeah.
it is painfully bad. And it
Oh,
crack up because that was like my first personal experience with the NFT nonsense. Was this whole Hellraiser debacle, and then when the NFTs finally dropped, it was that.
I didn't realize just like how on point it was with all the other NFT stuff. That's something.
They're all just
Can I
the
talk
one
about
thing.
some of the other NFT games? Oh, go ahead then. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. That was kind of what I wanted to get to. Was just that and like behavior as a company trying to distance themselves from that as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in addition to like a number of other companies doing their own Pinhead type shit with NFTs, there was a number of scam games. Like anyone who could start a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo or get some Discord somewhere and trick some crypto bros into investing in their games. Just like tens, if not hundreds, of NFT games, all of them just being fly-by-night scams where they took the money and ran. The latest one where they haven't cashed out yet. They're making a NFT fighting game where they're just using free Unreal Engine models, but algorithmically splicing accessories onto them, and they're all the same fighting style, and just no one in their right mind. No, it is okay. So everyone, all the game companies, because they see money signs in their eyes, are trying to like somehow find a way to work NFTs into their existing games. But none of that, no one in their right mind is making a game built around NFTs as like a core part of the gameplay in the world, except for these goddamn scammers, and they're everywhere. So it's just kind of everything that blends NFTs and games is a mess. But I definitely think that Pinhead stuff has to be like the most visually exemplary one.
It's just so
like everything I hate about the fucking skins and battle pass shit that is going on now.
And like that's the thing, Dead by Daylight, I said it's fun, but it's also very much that kind of game where it's like it has the monetization of a free-to-play game while still being something you pay for. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's
Everything
modern
is
Call of Duty
overpriced.
now.
Everything's overpriced as fuck. There's a season pass.
Yep.
Where at least you get some of your
Actually,
currency back if you go through the season pass. But
Yeah, so that's the thing with Call of Duty with the battle pass. Like, if you buy the battle pass, you get enough currency if you complete the battle pass to buy the next one. So you just keep
if you just
playing. But
play
you have
it,
to, if you just play it constantly, you'll be fine. But that's the only game you fucking play for that entire year.
yeah.
Which is also like hilarious because Call of Duty has released a new game every year. So like, what are you buying your skins for, idiot? You're only gonna have them around for
A year.
a couple months probably by the time they actually get the
Mhm.
store working, because the store is never working in the first month because it's already broken when they release these games now. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
That stuff can fall under Activision Blizzard if you want
That
it to.
stuff can
but
probably
I
fall
think-
under Activision Blizzard.
Heyo.
Can I talk about hardware shortages real quick?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the first half of 2021, you could not get anything. You could not get
No.
CPUs, you could not get graphics cards, you could not get video
New
game console.
Yeah.
The things you could get were overpriced. And towards the latter half of 2021, you started. Okay, CPUs did come back in stock for MSRP, good on Intel and AMD. Graphics cards did not. Graphics cards went from 4 times MSRP scalping to 3 or 2 times MSRP scalping. So these
Oh, it's
days
better.
you can get them, but they're still 2 or 3 times their
Yeah.
a given price. And the PS5 and the Xbox are still very hard to get, and they're being scalped at a much lower rate than the graphics cards because you can't mine Bitcoin on a PS5 or Xbox.
Yet.
But it's
Not yet.
the shortages are still ongoing and a fucking shame.
Yeah, it sucks because it
And,
has
that's
it
where it
has
is.
like ripple effect because
Absolutely.
like this is gonna be like a really weird generation of consoles because of that, because
Absolutely.
that's the reason why so many games are coming out cross gen, is because you can't fucking play them on the new ones. So developers are having to make it work with the older consoles. And like, even games that they're starting to work on now, like, I doubt they're probably planning on just doing a PS5 only thing. If you're like a third party, you're like, well, we don't know what it's going to be like in like 2 or 3 years. So
Yeah, that
right
transition
now,
is gonna be slower than usual.
yeah, it's gonna be even slower than it was last time. And like PS3
Which
to
was already
PS4
slow,
was,
yeah.
that was already slow. It was like 2 or 3 years before you really got off PS3 games. So it kind of sucks, but
I mean,
yeah,
apparently,
it's weird.
I was talking about this with someone else. Apparently, there was a Wii game that came out in 2021, which is hilarious to me, like a physical Wii game.
Oh, was that no? That wasn't. Was that the Sky Soldier one, or was that? No, that wasn't 21.
No,
That was a few years ago.
Yeah, it was physical versions of like Retro City Rampage and Shakedown Hawaii, like
I
those
did
games.
not know that.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
Okay, so Ubisoft and Blizzard are to a large extent the same mess, but I feel like Blizzard was just so much more of it this year. And that mess is labor conditions
grows.
and sexual harassment.
It seems to grow every time you stop thinking about it for a bit, and then it's like, oh, by the way, here's a big up top guy like dead naming people in a Discord server, and it's like, what? What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
God, yeah, some of that Discord stuff that's been coming up. Yeah, because like with Ubisoft, it was just, hey, we have this culture of overwork and sexual harassment, and we have, we've done everything we can not to address it. Whereas Blizzard, it's like, we have it, it's ongoing, there's new stuff breaking every day. The states and maybe even the national government is coming after them at this point. Like, just wow, just everything.
Yeah, and I can't speak too much
since Activision Blizzard is like so, it's the Activision developers, it's Blizzard, it's like it's like every corner of that shithole.
Yeah, and I can't speak too much to like Ubisoft games, but on just sort of like the games that come out, Activision Blizzard, like Call of Duty Vanguard is a fucking mess. It's a fucking shit show. just technically, it was a complete mess when it came out. It still is. Like they really haven't fixed it because, yeah, all this stuff came out about just the working conditions, and so Activision putting on its smiley face for the public was like, oh, we'll give the team time off, which is right. They should do that for like around Christmas and like Thanksgiving. But the game's been out for 2 months now, and it's a fucking complete disaster. And it's like that's their kind of their flagship title.
Right, I totally forgot about the actual games because like Blizzard has indefinitely delayed Overwatch 2, and what were they even else working on?
It was Diablo 4, right?
Diablo 4 and Diablo phones.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Diablo Immortal never even came out.
Yeah, Immortal might still be happening soon, but everything else is just like.
Yeah, like
God
the games they're putting out
point.
is still like a shit show. Like there's all the whole thing that people play Call of Duty for largely is like a lot of the challenges to unlock your weapon skins and stuff like that, which are those like camos are free, and that's kind of like the repetition that people go through with these games. And they're all busted. Like they don't track your actual kills or what you actually accomplish. Like half of them don't even work, and it's like so people go through all the time to spend this, and they realize, oh, that did nothing for what I was trying to do, and I was just playing like an idiot for this entire night. And then Warzone, which they kind of have fixed, was really rampant with hackers. But I guess their anti-cheat seem to have solved that largely. But that's still a thing too, where it's partly a combination of the hardware shortage thing of if you play that on a PS4 or Xbox One, you have a significant disadvantage against people playing it on PC because on PC you get an FOV slider, and on console you do not have an FOV slider, so you just see more. You can just see them. It's like the like Apex Legends of being on Switch, and you can play cross-platform. Like, turn that off. You don't want that because it's gonna be a bad time for you.
So,
I totally forgot that Activision Blizzard, like they hired the strike breakers to come in, and they had put out some statement.
Oh God,
was it like an ex-Bush administration or ex-Trump?
No, it was an ex-Trump administration person. But the funny part was the letter from the ex.
It was just Kotick penning it in her name.
Yes, that was what I was going to mention. Was that it wasn't even the ex-Trump administration person. It was just Bobby Kotick using her letterhead.
That's absurd.
Like Activision Blizzard wins this category. It's not even close. Like just everything.
I feel like we don't have to. We don't even have to cut anything. Like, let's just leave that and move on.
Fuck all this shit. It's all bullshit.
Anyway, now for happier times with the most anticipated video game of this year, the 2022s. We have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, Panzer Dragoon's Vi remake, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin.
Who put that on?
I don't know. Bayonetta 3.
I did.
DNF Duel, Halo Infinite Co-op, Metroid Prime Sunbreak. Man, that'd be a cool game.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird Red. Metroid Prime 4, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Maybe we'll start with them. Who put Star Wars Eclipse on this list? I will cut you.
Put it on there because I'm kind of morbidly curious of how they're going to fuck that up.
Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 and Elden Ring.
Okay, so the reason I said just kidding LOL for Metroid Prime 4 is no one in their right mind thinks that's coming out in 2022.
That's fair.
You know what?
I am anticipating that game though.
You know what? Yeah. People didn't think Metroid Dread was gonna come out, and then it did. You never know.
Nintendo was releasing videos of Metroid Prime, of Metroid Dread. We have literally seen nothing of Metroid
logo.
Prime 4
We've seen
at
a logo.
any point during its development.
We've seen a logo.
Okay, we have seen a logo. Yes.
I also just meant mostly in terms of, remember when Metroid Dread was a DS game?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Remember when you read that codex in like Prime 1 or 2? Or was it 3?
I think it was
3.
Yeah, I think it was Prime 3.
The Dread Project or whatever the heck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge looks like it's going to be a cool beat 'em up in the tradition of Turtles in Time and the like.
Is that from I don't remember the Wizard people? Like
let me see who's developing that one, because I know there's a few people who are working on beat 'em ups right now. I don't remember if that one is. Developer Tribute Games,
So,
publisher
yes.
.mu.
That Tribute Games is like the Scott Pilgrim, Wizorb, Mercenary Kings people.
Yeah, so they've got some cachet, and I'm looking forward to that.
Wizorb.
Panzer Dragoons Y remake. I think it's the same people who did the first one in Unreal Engine, and I think I'm looking forward to that because there hasn't ever been a re-release of Panzer Dragoon 2, whereas there were a number of collections that included the original Panzer Dragoon, and it expanded on the gameplay of the original by adding kind of dragon evolution stuff, and it's a cool game in general. And
They should make.
I think they did well enough with the first one, so I'm looking forward to it.
They should make a Panzer Dragoon Saga remake so that game is available for not $500 on the Saturn. That's my hot take.
Yes, they should do that. They should do that, but that would be a much more significant undertaking because that game is a lot.
Yep. Isn't it like 4 Saturn discs or something insane?
I think it might be 4. It's either 3 or 4.
This is
Strangers in Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin is some weird heavy metal Nomura bullshit that I am anticipating it in the same way that we are anticipating Star Wars Eclipse, only it might actually have good gameplay.
I still love the clip where the one guy is just like bullshit and then Rap Rock starts playing.
Yeah. Not only does it start playing, I think he starts playing it on his cell phone.
He does. That game is so dumb.
So,
3,
the thing I was going to say,
I'm only slightly more convinced that
am I muted or
coming out in this year than I. Oh, sorry, no, I was talking over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Sorry,
I was going to say about the Final Fantasy Origin thing. It's actually made by the people what were responsible for Neo and whatnot, and a lot of the gameplay I've seen of that thing has been actually kind of fantastic looking, which is frustrating because I want to not like that game, but it looks pretty good to be honest.
Outside of the shitty, like the protagonist guy, like playing it was actually shockingly fun.
Like, I can't bring myself to care about that game in anything other than a gameplay sense, but the gameplay looks fucking solid. Ugh.
Also,
but yeah, I am actually kind of looking forward to that one a lot.
This is unrelated, but I love the part where apparently Square Enix thought no one was going to guess the twist. Somehow, they thought, like, after all of the art and stuff, like, no one's going to guess that he's Jack Garland. And it was like, with it, like, as the trailer finishes, someone was like, that guy, like, all this, he looks like Garland. And it's like, oh no.
Squaresoft.
Hey, Bayonetta 3 happening.
Yeah, I was going to say, that would be my automatic winner if I actually thought it was coming out in 2022, but I'm only slightly...
Hey, they put out a trailer.
It's a better chance than Metroid, but...
Well, Metroid has no chance, so...
Yeah.
They released a lot of gameplay of that Final Fantasy game, so, like, it's possible.
Bayonetta?
You mentioning the Squaresoft thing did just actually remind me of Squaresoft coming out and saying, man, NFTs are the fucking best, you guys.
Oh,
gonna shove those in all our games. Yeah, I actually forgot about that when we were discussing the NFT games thing. But, like, as many people are catching on that it's a scam, like, Square is going all in on it.
I can't wait for my Strangers of Paradise NFT of the guy going bullshit and then playing Limp Bizkit, like fake Limp Bizkit.
Mm-hmm. So DNF Duel kind of came out of nowhere. It had been announced, and then there was radio silence, and then out of nowhere, like, here's a trailer for every character, here's the move list, here's the beta. Everyone fucking loves the beta. It's like broken, but fun broken. So now it's like everyone is hotly anticipating that. Like, it is the upcoming fighting game in the fighting game community. And that's all I have to say on that one.
All right.
Halo Infinite co-op. Halo Infinite seems cool, but you know what would be cooler?
If I could play it with my friend.
Yes.
I would like to play that game with my friend Gravity Penguin. I did the first level.
I would like to play that with TFP. Yeah, same thing.
More Monster Hunter is always fun. I like Monster Hunter Rise.
I talked about
hopefully-
this with Grav a bit before we started the discussions, but the thing about Monster Hunter Rise is I feel like it is a definitive side grade from Monster Hunter World.
Yes, I would agree
Like
with that.
Rise improves the mobility options and the combat options you have in a big way. It is my favorite one to play in terms of actually fighting a big monster. But it lost all of the improvements World made to the non-combat areas of the game.
Yeah.
And it kind of sucks in that regard of like the
Oh,
bounties and the investigations in World and kind of the bigger focus on stories and whatnot made going through and fighting the monsters in that like it made the parts between monster fights feel like they meant something. Rise is just repeat the same mission 50 times to level up your monster rank so you can go fight this in-game monster. Whereas in World, it was like, oh, you need to go hunt this guy to get some armor. We gave you like investigations that are like randomly altered quests that you can take to go try to, get better rewards by beating him with only one feint or with half the time or something like that. It was a small thing that just varied up the hunts enough to make it feel better in between. And Rise, while it plays better, lost that, and it kind of sucks. And I'm hoping that Sunbreak bridges the gap a little bit and makes it a little bit more World style.
I just hope
That's my hope for Sunbreak. That's
I just
why
hope
I'm excited.
The end game stuff isn't like you got to be Hunter rank 300 because as soon as it does that, I'm gonna be like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm worried about that, and I'm worried about them doubling down on like the siege missions.
Oh yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping that Sunbreak can fix some of the problems I had with Rise more than anything.
Yeah.
Also, it's like fucking. There's a dragon that is just Dracula. It's fucking baller as hell.
That is true.
I want to fight that vampire dragon.
Same. Anyway,
that reminds me. I didn't put it anywhere on Game of the Year, but shoutouts to all the stupid crossovers they're doing in Magic: The Gathering, including the Dracula crossover.
Yeah. I do like me some dumb crossovers.
Make Mad defend your choice of Star Wars Eclipse.
Okay, so David Cage has fucked up a lot of things in his time of making games. He fucked up a game that had Willem Dafoe and Elliot Page in it. He fucked up fucking David Bowie's one video game appearance, to my knowledge.
Yep.
David Cage is responsible for a lot of fuck-ups. But never before has he fucked up on such a grand stage as with the Star Wars license in his hands.
This is true.
This could be incredible. What if we get David Cage's usual level of fucking up, but with Star Wars? It could be amazing. If the Star Wars movies had not already driven the franchise into a deep hole, this could have been the thing that does that. I'm excited for this because I see the potential for a gigantic clusterfuck. If the game even comes out, I feel like there's even odds this will never actually be a game.
Oh, I totally agree that there's like that trailer is the most like where this is an actual game trailer. It's just one of those. But it's that trailer was an experience because as watching it, I got very excited for it. I'm like, oh, this is very neat. This is a very neat take on Star. Okay, I'm down for this. This is exploring a different era in the universe, in the galaxy, and like dealing with weird kind of tribal shit. Okay, yeah, we're into this. And then the Quantum Dream logo pops up, and I went, oh fuck.
So I at least was able to warn Grav and Make You Mad because we were in the Discord because that trailer had apparently leaked like 15 minutes before the show started, and I was like, oh, there's a Quantic Dream Star Wars game that got leaked. And so when the Star Wars started happening, I went, oh, this is probably that Quantic Dream thing.
Oh man.
Yeah, you had the Wooly experience.
Yeah, I had the Wooly experience of being like, oh, this looks really cool. This is cool. I'm down for good Star Wars. Oh, son of a bitch, you fucking.
Yeah, I don't know if it quite fits the spirit of this category,
yeah, no.
but
It can definitely
you make a damn good case.
It could definitely go, but like, I am excited to see what happens with that in a dark way.
It's like a train wreck. You just can't look away.
Yeah.
Is Breath of the Wild 2 even supposed to come out this year?
I don't know.
No.
They put a date on it to say 2022.
Okay.
That's what they say.
I'm not anticipating it.
I'm pretty excited for it. I mean, the thing is, I think that it's not going to make the list. It's like we don't really know anything about it. like we know nothing. It's just like it's this follow up to the story of Breath of the Wild 2 and like weird skeleton Ganondorf maybe
Mhm.
And
and
Link's got like a robot hand or something.
yeah or something like that, and it's like
Zelda's
I
hair is short
what
now.
yeah, like I want from it. I want it to be the Majora's Mask to Breath of the Wild's Ocarina.
That would be great. I love it.
Like
I love
something,
experimental Zelda
yeah.
stuff.
Like I want it to be a
Link's
weird.
Awakening or Majora's
Yeah,
Mask. Yeah.
give me, let it be a weird Zelda, but still with
Or
the
Breath
elements
of
of
the
Breath of the
Wild.
Wild.
Yeah. I would call Breath of the
But
Wild a weird Zelda.
I would know. I would call Breath of the Wild more like
that
a
seems like more of a natural evolution of Skyward
exactly
Sword.
I didn't play Skyward Sword.
of Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword is amazing.
It's got its problems, but
Yeah, I'm
Sword
not
is
saying
the
it's a
best
good game.
Zelda.
I feel like the gameplay of Breath of
Fuck
the
you.
Wild was you could see the hints of it in Skyward Sword. It wasn't
oh, there's
like
definitely
it came out of
hints.
nowhere.
Yeah, I mean they
Yeah.
definitely have the stamina meter and stuff.
And
But
that's where they added
Right,
like
right.
upgrading your items.
yeah,
with, like,
upgrading stuff.
literally collecting materials to upgrade and like what you do with your armor in Wild and stuff like that. But
It's not gonna hang here for the top
I'm just
3.
not.
We don't
I'm
know
not
enough
that.
what the game is.
Yeah, I'm not that excited because like I would need to see what changes they have made from the Breath of the Wild formula to make me
Right.
that excited about it.
Right.
Yeah,
How much is
we
it the
don't.
same map? How much is new? That kind of thing.
Do I have a
Exactly.
fucking sword that won't break, or can I at least make a sword?
No.
Can I fucking take 2 sticks and put them together to make a sword?
No, but you can
No.
use the
Something.
stick as a sword. And then the
I'll
stick
take
will
it.
break.
I
They
will
can
take that.
I mean, you could
that's-
do
Okay,
that in Breath of the Wild.
That's the riddle of steel.
Someone who plays From
When
Software
will it
games
break?
that don't include
Oh.
mechs, tell me about Elden Ring.
I was gonna say one last thing about Zelda stuff.
Oh, sorry, go
ahead. Because some of my other friends have been doing like a weird video game book club type deal.
Okay.
That was where like the Paper Mario videos I did late last year kind of came from.
Yeah.
They're doing Ocarina of Time now, so I'm playing that for the first time. I'm
Mhm.
not.
Oh, nice.
I'm not the hugest fan, but that's neither here nor there. Because like afterwards, I also was playing Link to the Past. God, I fucking hate that game. Anyway, that's it.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to talk.
Link to the Past is good, and then I got to the Dark World, and I was like, this sucks.
I really like Link to the Past until like towards the end of that game where it's like you can get the fire rod or the ice rod, but you have to have both to go into a dungeon. But you can go into the dungeon without one of them and get to the boss and be like, oh, you needed the other rod too, and then have to make your way all the way back out the dungeon.
Yeah, I ran into that a
part kinda
lot
sucked.
where I would need like medallions or something, and it was like I don't know what this is. What?
Like you can go. There's just a way that the like giving you items in that game is lined up that like you can go really far down a wrong path before the game goes, oh, you fucking idiot, you're supposed to do this. It's like how was I supposed to know that?
That was what happened. That happened to me multiple times, but especially at the final boss, where I went into the final boss without like the sword or the arrows that you need to actually hit the final boss. So it's just like, well, I can't do this. Okay, bye.
But
anyway,
enough about old Zeldas.
Enough about old Zeldas. Talk about Elden Ring.
I kind of put this on here because I'm pretty excited for it, but I don't know if anyone else here is, and I've just kind of put it out here as, hey, is anyone else really excited for this?
I
don't
actually am. I wasn't, and I go back and forth on it.
Yeah, I wasn't super hyped because I just kind of curbed my expectations, and then I've seen some gameplay, and it looks pretty solid even on PS4. So
yeah,
like,
so there's that, and there's a lot of the changes they've made from like Dark Souls 3 and things like that, from the Soul series in general. But like giving like all of the weapon arts that you had back in Dark Souls 3
yeah,
are now equipable and swappable between weapons.
ooh, really?
Like that is an extra thing. It is an ability that you equip on top of your weapon.
Oh,
and
that's
it gives you
pretty
different
fucking cool.
bonuses, and it's like, oh, here's like a weapon art that summons like 3 spectral soldiers to fight for you for a minute. Here's like a weapon art that does like a big magic sword sweep. Here's a weapon art that shoots lightning down from the sky, and you can just put that on whatever weapon you're using. It's just another piece
it's almost
of
it's almost like a super meter or some shit like that.
yeah, it's like a swappable super move, basically.
Oh, that's
it's
fucking
like
rad.
Like think the souls from Area of Sorrow, or like the demon skills you had in Neo 2. but they
I
turned the
know what
weapon
you were
arts
talking
into
about.
that, and now you can just get them like in chests as rewards. So it's like you have a smaller pool of weapons, it seems like, but you can swap those weapon arts out like freely. And that's a fucking great change that lets you just kind of like have a more distinct play style for you. Because you can have the weapon move set you want, and then also the weapon art on top of that is a separate thing. Like it separates the move set, the weapon art from the move set of the weapon, so that you can have a swap and mix and match. It's a really fucking cool change, and it made me like really excited.
Yeah, I just think overall, like it's a pretty exciting thing. Like it's very watching the gameplay of it, I'm like, oh, they did just make Souls again.
Yeah,
But like just some of the designs are really cool. I think visually it's like just kind of the use of color. It seems like one of the strongest of FromSoft's games in a while.
yeah.
And like I love that your horse just magically fucking comes on and you just like magic
Weird
horse
horse
pops up.
goat.
Yeah, just a horse ghost pops up and you just fucking ride that thing off. Just the fact that there's just bosses hanging out in like the overworld and then you go into dungeons, like just I could see the structure of that game and playing through it and just being really fun to poke around. Um, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm like I said, like recently I've just gotten really excited. I've gotten really excited for it, looking at the gameplay and seeing.
Yeah, that
So
sounds cool.
the reason that I said I go back and forth is they
Okay.
released that story trailer recently.
Okay.
And I don't know if you saw that story trailer.
No.
Do you care about spoilers at all as far as the story trailer? That's not like anything serious. It's just a dude who shows up in the trailer.
Go ahead.
There's this dude who shows up in the trailer who appears to be one of the bosses you're going to fight, who is like this fucking 30-foot tall knight who looks like Ganondorf from Hyrule Warriors with this giant fucking suit of armor and this flowing red hair and these two giant fucking great swords. And he looks like the coolest motherfucker on the planet when that dude shows up. And I was like, this game is going to be awesome. And then the camera zooms in a little bit and you can see that he's riding a tiny, normal person-sized horse. And I was like, oh, this is some of that dumb From Software bullshit. Never mind. I'm not excited.
Great. What are you talking about? That's great. That's fucking
excitement.
great.
Immediately stopped caring because I was like, that dude looks cool. This fight's gonna be amazing. And then they zoom in and it's like, is that a tiny horse? And it's like, yes, yes, it is.
What are you talking about? That's fucking awesome.
Hold on, I'm gonna post a picture of someone who like the color contrast of this poor, sad, tiny horse carrying this man.
Oh, I love it.
I hate it.
No, that's fucking rad.
It just makes
So yeah,
me
that's why I go back and forth on Elden Ring.
relating to earlier hottest messes. It makes me think of that fucking Heroes of the Storm game where everyone had a little horse and Diablo was so big that when Diablo got on his horse, it was just this tiny little horse. Big Diablo would run at
It's
you.
very similar. It's very similar to that, in fact. Just like, why is there a tiny horse? I don't understand.
Why isn't there a tiny horse?
It's just, it's so weird. And it took what was like a rad character design and immediately made me just start scratching my head like, what the fuck?
Now I want them to have a boss who rides in on a tricycle.
Yes.
That is conceptually the same thing that just happened.
Go full Dead Rising. Full Dead Rising. Anyway,
I'm actually excited for Elden Ring, but god damn it.
I think it's just been like it's been enough time since Dark Souls 3. I never played Sekiro, so
Yeah.
But it's been enough time since Dark Souls 3 that's like, yeah, no, I could go for one of these, and you seem to change it up enough that it's really interesting. I don't know. I'm getting more excited than I thought I would initially.
So
Like,
I'm just gonna throw it
like,
out there.
Like a good thing for people who like those. It seems like what would be a new Castlevania or a new Metroid for me.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Also, that giant dude's name is General Radon, the Conqueror of the Stars.
It's fucking great.
Such a cool name.
Oh right,
I'm excited.
It's a FromSoft game, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, yeah. Why wouldn't this man ride a tiny horse?
The Royal Rat Authority.
But yeah, I am actually legit excited for Elden Ring. I would put that on my top 3 for sure.
I definitely know what my top 2 are. Those are DNF Duel and Halo Infinite Co-op.
I think like of these, like I feel like there's not a whole lot that I'm anticipating this year as of like right now, other than like Bayonetta.
Bayonetta is the one. Like I'm probably gonna wait on Elden Ring for it to be cheaper, just because I'm at a point where I can just I'll just fucking wait for like 8 to 12 months for the game and get it half
Also,
price.
you're in
So
Canada.
also I'm
where-
in Canada and I am a child is being born, so money will be going into child,
Yeah.
not video games.
Mhm.
So I can wait on Elden Ring. That will be cheap later. But Bayonetta,
Yeah.
goddammit, Bayonetta.
Bayonetta also won't be cheap later because it's a Nintendo game.
It's also a Nintendo game, so it won't be cheap later. So who gives a shit? Buy it now. Bayonetta 3, they're actually fucking doing it. They saw it. I saw it.
Sure.
There's a trailer. Goddammit, there's some video. You can't tell me
It
it wasn't.
exists.
It was there. I saw it.
That is true. Yeah.
I saw it with my known eyes.
Oh, sorry. Don't mind me.
I'm very excited for Bayonetta 3. It's
Yeah.
been 8 years since Bayonetta 2. It's been 8 fucking years since Bayonetta 2.
Yeah.
I feel bad for cutting Grav stuff, but
Yeah, now go for it.
at least to
That
get
particular
this,
stuff,
this
anyway.
started, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I
don't think. I guess Stranger in Paradise probably doesn't top 3, does it?
mean, I'm sure that game will be weird, but I don't know if it's top 3. I think Matt was the one who seemed the highest on it.
On
I'm
finally, yeah, I don't know.
Stranger Paradise.
My top 3 would be like Sunbreak, Elden Ring, and Bayonetta 3. So I'm fine with losing that.
Okay.
Yeah, my top 3 would probably be from this DNF Duel, Halo Infinite, Bayonetta 3.
So I think Bayonetta 3 is probably like winning this, but now we just have to. Now we have to cut 2 more.
It's funny because honestly, of my most anticipated, Bayonetta 3 is probably like at the bottom of the top 3. Just because I'm lowering my expectations ahead of time because Platinum's been having a rough go of it lately, and I'm just like,
Right,
hey,
right. I get you, but I
That's
feel like
fair.
that is definitely the
But
consensus.
Kamiya's directing this one. No,
I mean, I trust Kamiya, but like, I don't know. Platinum has lost a little bit of its luster as far as I'm
it
concerned.
has lost a little bit of its luster.
But Platinum never.
It's like this thing is like
Yes,
I'm
we
still
know.
excited. I'm still gonna buy it immediately, but I'm not like chomping at the bit like I was for Bayonetta 2.
No, it's definitely not like that.
It's a more subdued kind of like, all right, let's see what happens here. Let's see what you got, Stu. But, like,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
DNF
it winning.
Duel is definitely my number one in terms of chomping at the bit, as you put it. Like, heck yeah, let's go. I'm excited for it. It seems like all the fighting game people are excited for it.
That's
I was
really
gonna say it maybe kind of goes against the spirit of this, but my actual most anticipated for next year is straight up the re-release of Persona 4 Ultimax.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah, that'll be good for us.
I think because that is like, a re-release, it kind of goes against the spirit of this category. But if that was allowed, that would be my number one with a fucking bullet.
I mean, I think we can allow it because it's the balance patch we never got. If you want to put it in, we can put it in.
You know, that's fair. I didn't think about it being 2.0 finally.
Yeah,
honestly, I would
2.0,
say
it's 2.5.
Oh yeah, like if that can go on this list, I'd say that wins.
It's
All
alright.
right. I mean, that seems very on brand for us. I say we do it.
Okay.
I fucking cannot wait to play Persona 4 Ultimax again. Straight up.
You all discuss the rest of this because I feel like Persona 4 Ultimax and Bayonetta are probably not.
Yeah, I think those two are shoo-ins.
Yeah, you discuss the rest of this. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes and be right back.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, so as much as I like it, I feel like I'm the only one on the DNF train, so...
Yeah, I just haven't looked into it that much. It's like a Dungeon and Fighter based thing, right?
Yeah, it's
like that's the original...
an Arc System Works fighter using their 3D engine based on, Dungeon Fighter Online.
Yeah. Like, I just haven't really, looked into that at all or gotten that interested. Like, I saw the trailers coming out, but I didn't actually watch them. It's like, it's just been off my radar,
It did kind of come out of nowhere, so if you're not hooked into that particular section of Twitter, you might miss it. Yeah.
It's just been off my radar mostly. And that's the thing, is like, I'm fine with dropping Sunbreak, because like I said, I am excited for more Monster Hunter Rise, but a big part of that excitement is hoping that they fix some of the problems I have with the game, and I don't actually know that's going to be the case. So it's like, I am anticipating it because I am very hopeful that is going to solve a lot of my problems. But I don't know for sure, so similar to Bayonetta, I'm kind of like holding my breath a little bit, just like, we'll see.
I mean, well, I
So
think
yeah, I'm fine with losing Sunbreak, and that's kind of like a thing that I think I mostly enjoy. So.
Okay. Yeah, I can cut DNF Duel since, again, that's only me. So then the question becomes, do we have more collective desire for Halo or Elden Ring?
See,
like
I don't
we're really
have
split.
I have zero desire for Elden Ring.
Yeah, that's where I am too. I guess it's TFP and I are on the Halo train, and
Yeah, I don't care about Halo Infinite co-op necessarily. Like I will
I've
probably
stopped
play Halo
caring.
Infinite, but not co-op doesn't make it break it for me. So having
Yeah,
that aspect is
I've stopped caring about Halo
that's
outside of like
fine.
the only Halo games I like are the non-Master Chief ones, anyways. Really, Halo 2 is
Elden
fine,
Ring.
but like
I could see
Reach
if
of
we
the
give it
OST is my
to
shit.
Elden Ring on the just because Halo Infinite co-op is.
It's not a game. It's
a mode.
I think I can live with that.
I mean, yeah, that
I
makes
mean,
sense, I guess. But
yeah. I mean, you don't have it's you.
it's how we feel, you know. It's
Sure.
not like there's no hard and fast rules. We're all making this shit
Yeah,
up.
I mean, TFP and I think we're gonna have a great time with it, but
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I am looking forward to Elden Ring as being maybe a thing that kind of breathes some fresh air into souls.
For sure.
By the way, either after or during Disturbed, I might have to take a quick break for dinner.
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to take a
Just heads up.
bathroom break, but I figured I'd save it till we got to the last category because that's probably going to
Yeah.
be like a good
Yeah.
time for a break. Like break, come back, 10 games of the year.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can get through. This shouldn't be a. This should
This
not
should
be
be
a
long.
hard fight.
No.
Yeah.
Most likely to have a Disturbed soundtrack, the fan favorite of the no people who watch this, but it's one of our favorite categories because we keep doing
I look forward to it.
Yeah, we are we're our own best fans.
Yes.
Look, if there was a year that there were no contenders, that would be one thing, but they're always on.
There are always contenders of game.
People
most
line up to
likely
compete for this one.
to have a Disturbed soundtrack based on the name and the name alone. We have Back for Blood, Black Legend, Hell Let Loose, Evil Inside, Evil Tonight, Curse of the Dead Gods, Wraith of the Oblivion Afterlife, and Mortal Shell, The Virtuous Cycle.
Man, that's a good list.
Some good
Yeah.
contenders this year.
So, thoughts off the top of my head, just hearing those names. I think Back for Blood has one advantage in that there's a number in the name.
That is
makes it
true.
much dumber. That makes it much dumber, which makes it sound much more disturbed to me.
Now, I will counter that. I will
Hmm.
counter that with Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife, and that there was a colon
and
a
a dash. That's
true.
There's a colon
And
I checked that shit to make sure that was how the game was. Like that was exactly how it was punctuated.
Wraith
that is true.
The Oblivion Wraith colon the Oblivion dash Afterlife is literally I could see that being a Disturbed album.
I could see that being 3 different Disturbed albums, like a trilogy.
Oh man, I'm smiling so hard my muscles hurt.
That'll happen.
This is unrelated to its likeliness to have a Disturbed soundtrack, but my favorite part of Evil Tonight was when Grav posted in the IRC that he just tried Evil Tonight, and I thought it was a game called Evil that he was trying tonight. And so I said, "What is evil?" And then Grav went, "No, Evil Tonight." And I went, "Oh." That's my contribution to that.
It probably doesn't. It doesn't really hang, but also because it got the fucking Rotting Christ soundtrack is why I put Mortal Shell: The Virtuous Cycle on there, because that was like the DLC roguelike expansion that came out this year.
The Virtuous Cycle is super strong.
Okay, I wasn't sure what other people thought.
Yeah.
So
But if
no, I feel like that's
if it's not a this year game, then I think we have to get rid of it because otherwise there's a ton of things we could include. But
it is in the sense of like it's the DLC, so like if Streets of Rage 4, that counts.
Then that's fine.
Similar idea.
The DLC was the Virtuous Cycle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say that's
really fine then. Yeah.
I don't know. What's everybody's top 3 on this? Because right now I'm feeling like Wraith, Mortal Shell, and it's hard to decide between Back for Blood or like Curse of the Dead Gods. I don't know. Curse of the Dead Gods sounds almost too metal for this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I'm thinking. The Curse of the Dead Gods actually sounds kind of cool. And
Yeah.
it's a little too cool. Like I would be into that. Back for Blood sounds dumb enough that it's like, oh, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Back for Blood sounds very albumy.
Yeah. Curse of the Dead Gods, I feel like is.
I'd say cut it.
Yeah, because
it's too cool.
It's too more likely to have a Rotting Christ soundtrack than a Disturbed soundtrack.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm fine with that top three, the Mortal Wraith and Back for Blood.
I think that I would agree with that. If we can, should we just collectively cut?
I'd say cut out the middle.
Any objections?
As much as I like Hell Let Loose.
I mean, I think there's no wrong choices here.
You make an excellent point as well.
God.
These are all.
It's really hard for me to pick between Wraith and Mortal Shell on this one. Because Wraith, the Oblivion, Afterlife.
I kind of.
Mortal.
That's what I lean towards.
Yeah.
Personally, I lean towards Wraith because it's just like that is so.
I added Wraith to the list because I saw it and was like, how did that not get here?
Good
but
pick.
Even then, it's like there's something about the virtuous cycle part of that name that just makes me feel like that'd be a thing they would go for.
Yeah, the as someone who was 13 and really into Disturbed, the Wraith, the Oblivion, Afterlife is so fucking on brand.
Nice.
I can't get over it. I can't even. What is that game?
So
it's a VR horror game where you play as a ghost.
Okay, great.
Okay, I thought it was going to be like one of those.
It is surprisingly not one of those text adventures.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be one of those text adventures. Because there are a bunch
like
of
the White Wolf RPG series, like World of Darkness. They have like Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf the Apocalypse. One of their mini spin-offs is Wraith the Oblivion. So yeah.
Oh, I see.
So it's based on that, and they've actually released a ton of like text adventure games on Steam.
There's like
actually been shockingly solid in some cases. So
I have a couple of them. Like there's the
Night Road is pretty good actually. I don't know if you played Night Road.
I have not played Night Road yet. The one I have like let me actually type the name right. Like the Coteries of New York and
oh yeah, I heard about that one.
There's a werewolf one. Heart of the Forest? Yeah, Heart of the Forest. And like those are solid. Which is surprising. But you know. So
I'm gonna go check what the dinner status is over here, and depending on that, I'll either request a break or just push ahead with you guys.
I mean,
I'm gonna hit the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute.
I will say I feel like we don't have. I think we have like 16 games, so like we only have to cut 6 and then order them.
Yeah,
I think I know what the number one is going to be.
I have a feeling I know what number 1 will be.
Lost Judgment.
Resident Evil runs away with it. Wait, is that even on this list?
No.
No, because I'm the one who played it. Everyone knew everyone else would fight against me, so I didn't even bother.
No, I'm gonna put it on the list.
All right, I appreciate that.
No, it should be there. I'm the only motherfucker. I put Super Robot Wars 30 on this list.
Oh well, that's the case.
Yeah.
Actually,
I put shit on here mostly so I could be like.
Games. I spent my 2021 going through all of Doom and Halo.
And prepping to be a father.
That's right. Well, naturally.
Well, you played Doom to prep to be a father.
That's important.
I saw, John Romero clearly.
You can't have a child and be a Doom poser.
Exactly. I cannot be a Doom poser.
All right, I'll be right back.
We didn't congratulate Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife.
Oh, we didn't. Congratulations.
I want congratulations.
Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife for being the most likely game to have a Disturbed soundtrack with a name like Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife. What a category.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, make me mad. Stepped out for a bit, so
Okay. Yeah, I think what will happen is I'll just push ahead, and dinner will probably be in like 10 or 15 minutes, and I'll just chow down as fast as I can and come back, and you guys can keep going in the meantime.
I don't think there's too much to like.
Deliberate over.
Yeah,
Well, we'll just see how it goes.
yeah.
Man, fucking pinhead. I missed the tribal tattoo and the cigarette one.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
Ew.
Are you gonna stick through it?
So
Or are you
what I'm
going to
thinking I'll
dinner?
do is I'll just go as far as I can, and then when dinner hits, I'll make my escape.
All right.
And whatever happens at that point, if I'm back before it finishes, fine, and if not, I'll leave you with my manifesto, which is Metroid Dread.
You don't have too much argument from that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing I really care about this year. I had like my top two I was really into, and after that it wasn't that I wasn't into them. It's just that the enthusiasm wasn't as strong.
Well, I feel like what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna preemptively be like make a list here. I can make a numbered list. There we go. Numbered list.
Yeah, give me those SFs.
I feel like I'm going to be woefully outvoted, and I feel like Metroid Dread. I almost typed Metroid Prime is going to be.
Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 is throwing us all for a loop.
Yeah. And just for some preemptive stuff, I will be okay with that if other people are okay with me just doing that.
Pretty okay with that. Lost Judgment's probably pretty good. You beat up a bunch of kids in that game, right?
You do.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I want to hear you talk about it, but yeah.
We'll
oh, yeah,
get
we'll
there,
still talk
but
about these.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll just scroll that off the screen because Rob's still not here, and then
Yeah. Yeah, I want to hear about how terrible high school is.
God, it's so terrible. High school kids are jokes, and then you show up, and then God, I love Lost Judgment. do. Where did Rob go? I thought he was still around.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I assumed he just like went to the bathroom or something temporarily, but
Probably. Do. Doop a doop.
waiting for Rob.
Yep.
Whoa, this is a weird headline. At least 6 people are dead and 20 missing after a boulder crashes on 3 boats in Brazil.
That's not great.
Yeah, I usually don't think of boulders as kind of actively dislodging and dropping upon boats, but apparently that's what happened. Yeesh.
Watch out for falling rocks, I guess.
Yeah, apparently.
As far as bizarre headlines, I always liked. What was it? Let me find the actual. Massive Egypt storm leaves 450 hospitalized from scorpion stings.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Egypt storm unleashes scorpion swarm, stings 450, kills 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
want to be in
Goddamn.
this in the
that's
scorpion
a very
storm.
a very Egypt headline.
Yeah.
Please do not.
Well, my problem was the first time I read that, I read it wrong and thought that 400 were dead from the scorpions. And I was like, what the fuck happened?
Man, when there's a scorpion storm, you never know, man.
Like, goddamn.
Scorpions are a problem.
If a storm hits and the house is just surrounded by scorpions, I feel like that is an okay situation to consider maybe just hanging yourself to get away from that situation. Because I don't want to be caught in a giant scorpion swarm. That's not how I want to go out.
Huh. Radeon RX 6500 XT is bad at cryptocurrency mining on purpose, AMD says.
Nice.
That's
if
good.
only that was somehow the case with their other cards. That yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll get there. Also, I've seen like headlines today on Twitter about like more places are banning cryptocurrency mining. Is that a good idea?
Yes.
It's like let's weigh the
Yes.
pros and cons. You reduce energy usage, but what about the profits then?
You use the savings you have in energy to use as profits from crypto.
In Abkhazia, Umberto Bacci found that the ban fueled theft of precious mining equipment from gangs. Because their business is illegal, victims feel unable to turn to the police.
Good.
Chinese authorities say crypto speculation could disrupt their economic system and help financial crime. But many Chinese miners are losing their livelihoods as a result.
Good.
Experts say they stand to lose billions in mining revenue, which could now flow to neighboring regions like Russia and the US. I hate that people keep treating this cryptocurrency bullshit like it's a legitimate thing. Same way I feel about the NFT thing. Just like stop giving this credit it doesn't deserve.
Apparently, recently Sega, who was gonna get in on NFTs, was like, people didn't like that idea, so we're just not going to do that. So good on Sega.
Yeah,
I like
them.
Sega. Turns out.
Sega doesn't need to get into NFTs because they're already selling ludicrously expensive fucking bullshit to people via Games Workshop.
Heyo. Sega own
Those
Games
Warhammer
Workshop?
models. No, but they have a license to the Warhammer 40k games, and it's a continuous enough link that I feel okay making the joke.
Okay.
My favorite
They
thing
just
about
Sega has the
about
license for the Warhammer 40k games, so
my favorite thing about the weird ass tweet I just made was that it was under the category dogs.
aw.
I mean, it does have a dog in the thing.
I mean, yeah, it does. I kind of feel like, that's not the point, but
Hey.
Look, that's what Twitter heard.
fair enough.
Twitter said, "Oh, this tweet's about dogs. Here you go. My work here's done."
If you like
And I
dogs,
don't
you'll
know why
love
Twitter.
this.
I don't know why Twitter thinks I like dogs, but
If you like dogs, you'll love blowjobs. What?
Uh, right, we just have to assume that Rob is dead now, right?
I mean, he thought like we were taking a longer break or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably the case. In which case, it might not be bad to go ahead and take that longer break.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I'll be here until dinner hits, and then I'll eat that real quick, and come back, and just let me know.
In the interim. Let's see here.
Are people back? What's going on?
All right, yeah. No, because we honestly didn't take that long of a break. We were back like 2 minutes later.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna check when dinner
Rob?
was, and anyway,
Oh fuck. Okay.
That's all right.
My bad.
That's
yeah,
okay.
we can go.
Yeah. All right, top 10 games of the year lists.
do this shit.
Let's do it. What we have put down include Lost Judgment, Guardians of the Galaxy, Life is Strange, True Colors, Fights in Tight Spaces, Monster Hunter Rise, It Takes Two, Metroid Dread, Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X's Nightmare, Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis, Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth. Quake, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Boomerang X, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Super Robot Wars 30, Wildermyth, Mortal Shell, The Virtuous Cycle, and Resident Evil Village.
All right, who wants to start, and where do we start?
What is Wildermyth? I don't even think I've heard of that.
Wildermyth is a really interesting little game that I found on Steam, just kind of randomly looking around at stuff. But it's kind of like a roguelike thing, where you make a party of characters and then go through a randomly generated like RPG adventure. Like, it's hard to describe because I haven't really played that much like it before. But it's like you play through with your set group of characters trying to complete a like campaign, and when you complete it, those characters like level up and become like legends that you can then kind of recruit into later games with other characters, and like your more experienced characters will come back in. And it's like the more campaigns they consecutively survive, the stronger they get. But it's all based on like procedural generation, where it's like you make these characters, you send them through, and you just like play through a bunch of like small adventures in like a series of campaigns and kind of build the stories along the way from the different characters and the relationships they build along the way. It's fun. It's like it's like tactical, like SRPG style combat. It's pretty simple, but still has enough depth to be interesting. There's a bunch of random events and stuff that happen along the way. It's really weird, but really interesting. I'm a big fan of it.
Okay, looks like it finally is dinner here, so I'm gonna run and eat that as quick as possible, and you guys can do whatever until then. You know my mandate, which is cut Metroid, I cut you.
All right.
So we're cutting Metroid, right?
Yes, absolutely, immediately.
I cut you. I am also holding the knife. He handed it off to me, fuckers.
The secret is that we all have knives except TFP. Also, it's not that much of a secret.
It's not that much of a secret because while you were away,
he did that walking in.
Let me just pull up the list.
TFP's pulling up his pre-prepared top 10 list.
Okay, that looks about right.
Because he knew we were going to stab him.
And I said,
"See, it's easier to win a knife fight if you go in knowing you're about to be stabbed."
Yeah. And so I said, okay, but I get to put this at number 2, right? And everyone said, okay.
TFP, those engravings give you no tactical advantage.
Yeah, but they make me feel nice, so... Anyway, Lost Judgment. I'm going to talk... Well,
I was going to say, I'm okay with losing...
Lost Judgment, but...
I'm okay with losing Wildermyth, because I really like that game.
Sounds really cool, though.
It's cool, but it's kind of my jam. Like, I love that whole procedural thing of, like, make these... It's like fantasy XCOM in a way. But if instead of, like, one long alien invasion, it was, like, just you pick a main enemy for the campaign, and then you play through, like, 5 chapters, and each one is separated by, like, a couple of years of peacetime. So it's like, you'll do one adventure and cap it off with, like, a boss fight, and then it'll be like, all right, now your characters have, like, 5 years to relax before the next adventure. And, like, they'll age and get new attributes along the way, and, like, random shit happens to them in those 5 years. And then when you come back, it's like the party reunites to go like, oh shit, we didn't actually finish off the threat. Now we got to go on another adventure kind of thing. It's fun.
Is it a better version of Massive Chalice?
Yes, I would say it is absolutely that. Because it has the same thing where characters can hook up and have children, and then those children become your new heroes. It's fun. I highly recommend it, but like I said, it's kind of my jam. So because nobody else has even played it, so.
Fair enough.
All right, sorry. You were going TFP?
I was going to talk about Lost Judgment, but then while you were away, Grav was like, I want to hear you talk about Lost Judgment, so...
Yeah.
I will not talk about Lost Judgment.
All right, in that case,
Hey, that Guardians of the Galaxy game was really good.
That Guardians of the Galaxy game is really good, but I kind of wanted to wait until Grav was back to talk about that one too. Because, like, man, that game is shockingly good.
Yeah.
Trying to think of stuff we could talk about.
I still don't believe it, to be honest.
It's really good.
It's hard to believe. Like I said, if there was a best surprise, that would win immediately because I expected that game to be shit.
Oh yeah.
And instead, that is absolutely one of my favorite games of the year. It's probably my favorite version of the Guardians of the Galaxy characters. Except maybe Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon is such a fucking asshole. Damn it. Well, I feel about Rocket Raccoon in that game the same way I feel about Yosuke in Persona 4. And there needs to be a punch rocket button on the screen in every conversation.
I mean,
put my gun in his fucking furry little mouth. I mean, just dare him to say another word.
You get to chuck him across a
chasm. You get to throw him across a ravine. It's fun. But let's see. Anybody here? I feel like the middle section of this list is basically the grab section of the list.
Yeah.
Everything from Streets of Rage to like Boomerang X.
That was the grab section. You have the top part, which was what I added. And then I went back later and was like, oh, I forgot to put in Ratchet and Clank. I feel like Ratchet and Clank is probably... I'm the only one who still kind of cares about Ratchet and Clank, and I'm kind of okay with letting it go.
That makes sense. I still appreciate it just from a sheer technical level.
Yeah.
Like, that game looks incredible and is, like, probably the best example, I would say, of, like, something that is fully next-gen.
I'm guessing it's not going to stay, but I do think Resident Evil Village is pretty damn good. I think it's a definitely step up from Resident Evil 7. It's not like it's not RE2 remake, but I think it did a really good job of dealing with the Resident Evil formula, like just doing something different where it's just like it's basically fucking fantasy at this point. Like it's just completely gone the fantastical route, and it's like, you know what, that's fine. We've had enough Resident Evil. Like it's do something different, and it does just enough different. You know, I think people complained about it becoming kind of actiony, especially as you go on. But that's Resident Evil.
The tank fight.
The big stupid tank fight, which I fucking love because it's so.
Remember when Chris built a fucking super tank in the basement of the castle, which was scrap metal or whatever the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Oh, brought it with him. So I
had that in a kit.
Yeah. Here you go, Ethan. Have fun.
My secret about my knowledge of Resident Evil 8 is that it's basically the beginning up to the big lady dragonesque fight.
Yeah.
And then
the
fight against the weird magnet man.
Yep. Where you're piloting the tank.
Yeah, okay. That's what you're talking about.
That's Heisenberg.
I just know that I really enjoy that he's like, I'm gonna get you in that boulder punching asshole.
Yep.
Yeah. Heisenberg, honestly, Lady D is like, you know, the iconic one, but Heisenberg is kind of better in a lot of ways. Like Heisenberg, he's such an asshole. Like he's such a like pretentious asshole, where you just like feel like going on about how underappreciated he is. Because basically, like the 4 lords of the game are all like people that's been experimented on by like the big bad. And they are the ones that survived, and each of them got special powers. It's like a Resident Evil of X-Men. Like
he's Magneto.
He's Magneto. He controls metal. Why?
Fuck you.
Fungus.
Yeah, the fungus lets him control metal.
The fungus lets him control metal. As fuck it, boss fights.
He should be literally undefeatable.
Yeah, but
the fact that you win a fight against him at all is absurd.
Yeah, I mean, I do that. Whereas I think, like Resident Evil 7, both in terms of gameplay and story, like lost me by the end. Like Resident Evil 8 gets so fucking ridiculous and stupid, it like grabbed me even tighter, and I was like, I was gonna like, it was kind of the game where you get like about 80% way through the game, and it's like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, all right, I should wrap this up, and then Ethan gets his heart ripped out and just dies. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
And the game keeps going.
and then the game keeps going.
I also knew about that. I knew about the Ethan deal of like
Ethan just gets his heart ripped out and dies, and then I'm like, what the fuck? And then it cuts to Chris being like, nah, shit's fucked, like smoking a cigarette, like fucking RE1 Chris. And then also he doesn't look like the dude in 7, which thank God, he looks like an older version of actual Chris. Older, beefier Chris. And he's like, all right, we got to go in there. We got a job to do. And then you just play a SWAT game with Chris with a fucking SMG and like his special
Gunning down
pistol.
werewolves.
Just mowing down all these enemies that were a problem for Ethan. Chris is just destroying them, and you like go through dark areas of the houses with like night vision. And it basically becomes like a fucking modern warfare for like this whole level. You have this big dumb fight against a dude with a giant hammer. It's fucking great. And then it's revealed that Ethan isn't actually dead because he's made of mold. And he's been mold since Resident Evil 7, like when he first died in the beginning.
He can reattach all of his
That's
limbs.
why he can reattach all his limbs with like fucking
staples and alcohol.
And fucking hydrogen peroxide, and he can just reattach his limbs. And so he doesn't need his heart. He just wakes back up on the spot and like goes to chase down his daughter. Yeah, and then you have a big dumb boss fight against the final boss, which is it's a pretty good one. It's a good one of those. It's
the boss who basically just is a Bloodborne monster.
Yeah, she's like a crazy fucking that's where it's like pushes the speed. She's throwing like energy orbs at you. I don't even know what the fuck is happening by the end of that game.
The fungus lets her like heat up the air molecules or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why not?
And then you fucking. And for some reason, they never show Ethan's face either. Like they have this whole bit after that where you get the baby back, and then like the whole Chris's team has all rigged this whole place to blow up. And then it's like, we gotta get the fuck out of here, Ethan. And he's like all messed up and whatnot, and just hands the baby off to Chris and be like, "No, you take off. I gotta die here, because I'm Mold Man." And then it all blows up.
Master.
But never shows his face because like he's supposed to be you, even though he's a complete character and talks. That's weird. But anyways, he dies, and then you have a fucking flash forward like 20 years later or something with his daughter, and it's like she's being watched by like some Secret Service people, and like lays flowers on her father's grave, and then just drives off, and the game ends with the tag of "the father's story is over." And it's like, where the fuck? Like, I am stopping myself from getting excited for Resident Evil 9 because Capcom is terrible for starting plot points and then just dropping them immediately. Yeah. So I suspect Resident Evil 9 will have nothing to do with any of this at all.
I can see that.
It won't even won't even mention it. But man, the idea of like playing as a girl with like weird X-Men powers in Resident Evil, like fuck it, why not?
Say, but they just
as long as it kept the tone at least, because that's what 8 did really well. I still felt like it had that survival horror atmosphere to it. Especially like
I was gonna go the other way and say that they just go full Resident Evil 4 again, and it's like no, they're doing Devil May Cry again, but this time mold powers is the thing.
Yeah, mold powers. That's why you can survive a sword to the chest. She just pulls it out. She's doing like fucking like air combos and tricks and.
Yeah, why not? Fuck
yeah,
it.
You just get a style meter. Just get a style meter. It's great. Yeah, and then like it also like as for as much actiony as it does get by the end, which is a symptom of every Resident Evil game. That's not unique to Village. Almost every single one of them end with a big shootout sequence of just running through an area and mowing everything down. There's a whole like dollhouse area, which just becomes like a Silent Hill level. Like, it has one of the creepiest things in a Resident Evil game. That thing is fucking horrific when you encounter that at midnight.
That thing's the worst.
When you just like walking down a hallway and it's so dark you can't see it, and you just hear a weird like shuffling of slime and sounds, and then it's just this giant fetus
that's coming at you. Yeah,
coming at you, wanting to eat you, making weird distorted baby noises, and you're just. It is the clenching of the butthole and running away as quickly as fucking possible from that thing.
Like that's a bit where like you don't have any weapons at that point. But
no,
I feel like
you don't.
If you did, even if you had weapons, I
You'd
feel
just
like
be
the first instinct would be get
dumping.
the fuck out. Like, no,
Yeah.
I don't even think you'd bother shooting. You just run away. Because I
Oh.
wouldn't shoot that thing. I'd run. I'd want to get as far away as possible before I even try to shoot that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's been a long time since like Resident Evil's gave me oh fucking shit and just get away.
Mhm.
Mr. X kind of did that, but for more of a tension, like oh he's gonna get me kind of thing. This is like I don't even want to look at this. I don't
Well,
want
that's the thing is
to
like Mr.
hear
X
it.
and
I don't want to look at it.
Mr. X and Nemesis accomplished that by being so tough
Just
that you're like,
intimidating.
okay, I can't win this fight.
Yeah.
That thing in 8 accomplishes it by being so fucking gross that you're like, I don't want this thing to touch me.
It reminds me of like a remake when Lisa Trevor would show up and you're just like, oh fuck, I don't want to even know what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's pretty
Like, I don't
creepy,
want to
so it
look
is
at this long enough to understand it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh hey,
Okay.
I'm going on
We're
about Resident
discussing
Evil.
the Resident Evil.
Yeah, I've been listening for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only flaw I'd put against Village is the middle part of the game's kind of a little weak. Like the castle with Lady Demonstrax is fantastic. And she's great, and all her daughters, all that stuff's great. Going through that area is classic Resident Evil. And then you get to the dollhouse area, and like you don't really deal directly with like the lord of that area, so like you don't really get to get much of a personality, but it's good horror level. And then you go to like this weird Birdman Lake area, and that's probably like the weakest part of the game. There's nothing really unique about it, just kind of like a swamp. Like just stop putting swamps in the games. Who gives a shit?
Somewhere from soft people are looking up and going like, "Don't put swamps in the games. What are we gonna do then?"
No, that's
God,
they
are
almost
you
always
coming
suck.
for our sewers next?
They almost always suck. Yeah, it's kind of like it kind of has a bit of a lull in the pacing. But then you get to like the factory level of Heisenberg, and I love that factory level. It has a real like body horror thing going on. Like enemies that have little glowy like weak spots, but it's so dark in there that's all you can see. That and like a drill in their hand coming after you. So like that's pretty great. But yeah, it's kind of in the middle. It's a little weaker. It kind of has a bit of a lull, but yeah, I think it begins pretty strong and ends pretty strong. And like I said, I'm impressed that it looked and ran as well as it did on PS4. Like kudos to them for doing that. When I know originally it was only supposed to be PS5 and Series X title, so that's really cool.
Nice.
I enjoy the Village.
I don't know. Like, even if first-person Resident Evil isn't really my thing, I think there could definitely be a place for it on the list.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
This
see
seems
how
like
the other stuff
such a
shakes
massive
out, but...
improvement. It's a massive improvement over 7.
Yeah, I mean, I liked 7 quite a bit. I know you guys definitely didn't, but like, I definitely would take this over 7. Just in terms of, I just like the art direction more. I just the characters are more interesting. Yeah, like the game was more fun. It's a lot of also like a lot of throwbacks to RE4. Like you have the merchant. He's pretty good. He's not the merchant. No one ever will be. But like he's a good one. The Duke. He's pretty good. No, he's like, fancy meeting you here. Took a peruse of my wares. He's like this giant dude with a gut hanging out. You also don't know anything about him, but
he's just inexplicably giant. Inexplicably huge.
He seems to be infected with something, but like similar to the merchant where he seems to be infected with something, but he's more interested in just getting them dollar bills from you than killing you.
More interested in getting Lady D's petrified torso.
Hey.
Oh yeah, he likes it when you give her that or give him that.
Yeah, I think that can hang around a little bit.
I think Village can hang out for a little while.
Yeah, and then I guess the only other one that I have something to say about is like Mortal Shell Virtuous Cycle, which is basically a roguelike remix to the game. So what it does is basically, so there's the main Mortal Shell game where you kind of have a hub area, and then you have 3 dungeons you kind of go into. It's very similar to like a Dark Souls 1 kind of structure. And you go into the dungeons, and then you fight a final beat, and you get to kind of warp to the final boss after the third dungeon. The virtuous cycle, what that does is it's lets you pick a shell, which they have different stamina or different health amounts and different like super meter amounts, basically. And a weapon, and then you just go. And you go around and you find these towers that give you random bonuses. And I mean, I haven't played a ton of roguelikes, but it is a thing where you go in a tower and it's very similarly like look to Hades of just like here's 3 options, pick the one you want. And so having gone through Mortal Shell a few times and playing that version of it, it was just fun. It just like got me into the roguelike thing of you do a run and sometimes it's like this, none of this stuff works together, this is shit. And then sometimes you get a run where you're like, all this is working together and I feel like I'm cheating by playing the game this way, and it's fun as hell because this is broken beyond belief. There's a lot of that, and it's just I really like the combat in the game, so that really like that carries it through with having all these different stat bonuses and just weird shit that you didn't get in the main game. It also added a fucking katana axe, where it is an axe that breaks into 2 katanas,
Right?
That's some
which is
Bloodborne
cool.
shit.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So you can switch it. You can switch it to axe mode or katana mode. Both are busted as hell. And it also added another shell, which is Hedern, which is like your this like kind of specter dude that shows up throughout the main game to basically teach you how to use a weapon. You have to beat him. He's a boss fight every time you find a new weapon. You'll be using the weapon that you're trying to get, and then if you beat him, you get that weapon. But now you can play as him. And it also added a electric guitar lute, so that's cool.
Right?
You play as you because there's a bunch of lutes in the game, but this one is now an electric guitar. Yeah, no, it's just like it made me enjoy. I enjoyed it similar to how much I enjoyed Hades. It's not as good as Hades. I'm not saying it's that good, but like
Oh yeah.
it definitely pulled in. Like it got me in that like, oh, I just want to do this one more time, see what kind of combinations I end up getting, where you just get like a combination of like I have a shitload of stamina and it recharges really fast, so I can just keep attacking you over and over and over and over. Or this one hit on my hammer, one of the weapons is the hammer and chisel, and you kind of switch between hitting with the hammer and the chisel, but the chisel hits will give me health back. So if I just do a crazy combo on you, I'm just like I'm out DPSing you with my health regen, and just kind of weird. It just makes you play the game completely differently. Yeah, it's a neat twist. It's a cool thing. I think it'd be cool thing for like games that have really tight combat like that to incorporate a mode like that. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds cool, and I think
Like,
that's a lot
it's
of
a really neat.
what happened with Streets of Rage as well this year.
Okay, yeah. It's just like a neat update to a game that was pretty solid to begin with, and it's just like, oh, this is kind of, it's a fun little thing you built in. You like, it's a small team, and it's clearly just like reusing the assets. Like there's no real new assets. There's new like the final boss is different, which is really cool. It's you fight all of the other shells as the
Cool.
final boss. Usually it's just like this big final boss dude. But in the virtuous cycle, when you get to the end, instead of that, it is all of the other shells, and you fight them like one at a time, and then 2 at a time, and then the last guy. But it's neat. It's cool. It's a smart way for a team to update a game when you don't have a ton of resources to maybe do it. So
just find a
yeah,
way to remix what you've got.
Yeah, and also the Hedern shell and the Axatana are available in the main game, so that also adds content to the main game, which is pretty cool. It's like another run through the main game. And he has a weird ability too, like that shell. All the other shells kind of have like specific skills that you get, so you don't like level them up like Dark Souls. You get like perks basically, and it's like you get. In this instance, you get more super meter, or if you do a parry, you get a higher chance to get like full health or something. What he can do is he can pick a perk from any of the other shells and slot that in. So he has like 4 slots for the other shells perks.
Oh, cool.
So you can kind of build like a bit of a custom character from him of what you want to take. So it's kind of like it feels like a weird experimental thing that that could maybe indicate of what they're thinking of doing for maybe a Mortal Shell 2. So, yeah, that's really cool too. It's not just like an update to it's not just this roguelike mode. It's also new content for the main game. So it's neat. It's cool. I've enjoyed that game far more than I ever thought I would. And that's pretty much all I have to say about that stuff.
Are we talking about games like Bottom Up, or what have we done so far?
Thus far, we've
Yeah.
only talked about.
I guess we're going bottom up then. So Super Robot Wars 30 is a really, really weird game. I didn't expect it to be as weird as it is. The main thing is that all the previous Super Robot Wars games have been like, there'll be a path, a campaign of story missions, and occasionally there'll be a branch, or maybe two branches. And you'll pick one, and you'll go off and do a side thing, and you'll lose like half your cast, and you'll do a couple missions and get some new characters and stuff. And you'll meet back up, and there'll be probably 4 or 5 of those branches as the story goes on. There's usually like close to 50 missions. So you'll do all those, and then the idea of like a new game plus thing would be you go back through and you do the branches you didn't do the first time through. Super Robot Wars 30 is like nothing but branches. It's a full-on open map with missions that appear and populate the map, and then you just go do them however the fuck you want. And it's insane because even the old games, like the amount of secrets and like weird extra bullshit in each mission, I needed a flowchart to play through those games. Super Robot Wars 30 is like new and unexplored and terrifying because I'm constantly dying of anxiety thinking I'm going to miss something by playing missions in the wrong order or not having someone leveled up enough to activate a secret thing that I didn't know about or whatever. Like, it's a radical change for the way that series has always worked. It's really cool, and they've added a bunch of stuff just kind of to the base game and the way the base gameplay works to make it interesting. Like, in most of the games, you have like a battleship that kind of helps you out. Like, you know, you'll have like the fucking white base from the Gundam series will be your battleship, or something like that. You know, like a kind of an iconic ship from one of the different giant mech series. In 30, it's an original ship, but upgrading that battleship instead of just improving its stats actually improves your other units. So it's like, oh, if you upgrade like the communications array on your ship, it actually gives an accuracy bonus to everyone on your side who's within a certain range of the ship. Or things like that that kind of make they've made a lot of the things that fell by the wayside in previous games important again, or they make them matter. Like in the previous games, you just kind of left the battleship in the back line and never used it. But in this one, there's actually a reason to have it moving up alongside the rest of your army because it's like actually pretty important buffs and stuff you get from having that thing around. It's weird. It's a huge departure from the previous Super Robot Wars games in some key ways, but it's really interesting to mess with. I haven't touched it a ton because, like I said, it makes my anxiety skyrocket. But I love everything I've messed with so far, and I kind of hope they keep running with some of these changes in the future. But yeah, it's interesting. The one problem I have with Super Robot Wars 30, like, hey, it's amazing that this is like the first one of these games. It's the 30th fucking anniversary, and this is the first one they've actually released, like in English on an English storefront that you can just buy. Like Super Robot Wars T was the last one that I played, and I had to fucking like do some weird bullshit and like get a fucking different region PlayStation account to even buy it. So, like, the fact that you can just go pick this fucking game up on Steam and play it is incredible. So that alone, I think, like, it is not my favorite as far as the series selection, because you've got a bunch of stuff like Code Geass and some other stuff where it's like, whoever picked out the series for this game had very different tastes than I do. I understand that. But I really like this game just by virtue of being, like, a big improvement in the series as far as how it's structured, and also a giant leap forward in terms of actual availability outside of Japan.
Hey, yeah, that's great.
That said, it is, like, again, kind of my thing. So if it drops off the list, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm. Can I talk about Boomerang X?
Yeah.
Please.
So Boomerang X interesting. It moves very quickly. It's a first-person shooter, um, but you have one weapon, which is the boomerang, and that weapon is also how you move around. I mean, you can run and jump, but the thing with the boomerang is you throw the boomerang, and you can throw it like just normal and get some decent distance, or charge it up and get some hell of a lot of distance. But once it's launched, if you click again, you go flying towards wherever the boomerang is. So you can basically fly around based on where you're throwing the boomerang. And the entire game is a series of combat arenas where it's kind of like Devil Daggers in the sense that what you're doing is defined by your enemies. Mostly in that because you have the static abilities, but how you kill your enemies will vary. Some of them have weak points that you need to like boomerang around to the back of them and then activate your time slow down so you can hit it pinpoint style and go on. And some of them swim on the ground, some of them fly. And the arenas are kind of like multi-tiered and stuff, and I think it's fun. Brad liked it a lot, like even more than me. I just thought, at first I was like, it's fine, and then it started growing on me, and yeah, this is all right. Like, and I didn't play it too much more than that, but it got to the point where I was into it enough to put it on the list. The one thing, oh, and there's also some background story stuff about you're on some island that was home to some insectoid race, and they were wiped out by whatever weird black shadow creatures that you're fighting throughout it, and between each of the level segments you get a little bit of lore, and that part I could take or leave, and the aesthetic, which is some kind of weird cell shading stuff, I could take or leave, but it does have solid core gameplay and some interesting conceits behind the mobility and enemy design and all that. And that's my spiel.
All right.
All right.
What's next?
Hot Wheels,
Wheels
Unleashed. It's a good old it's a good arcade racing game. I prefer cruising, but I know Graf prefers Hot Wheels, and I'm okay with putting back in Hot Wheels to make it somewhere on this list. It's Hot Wheels has better, like, the cars feel a bit weightier and like more fun to drive compared to cruising, but man, the courses are just a little boring, especially compared to cruising, where it's just like I'm driving through Yetis.
Oh yeah. Yeah, cruising is aesthetically like way better. Hot Wheels is cool because you're driving on those orange tracks everyone loves, and there's giant T-Rexes and spiders and stuff, and you can do custom paint jobs on your cars or download other people's paint jobs. But the whole crazy neon future '90s aesthetic that cruising has is unmatched, and cruising's music was also a lot better. But the other advantage Hot Wheels has is track editing and a kind of interesting campaign mode where you navigate a city almost like the spirit board in Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yeah. Or like the World of Light.
I just really like the core driving, and that's what put it on my list. And I definitely don't like the loot box shit they do with you getting the cars, but it's easy enough to find a good car anyway. You just if you want to collect them all, you either have to sink a lot of time in or start paying money.
They have a bunch of weird crossover stuff too, but I think a lot of their weird crossover stuff is mostly paid DLC. Like you can get a Blanca car and an M Bison car.
I think they were doing Batman at some point, or maybe
they have Batman and like Harley Quinn and Wonder Woman, and Black Manta for some reason is one of the DC crossover cars.
Sure, why not?
And then, like, just in the base game, I have like a Snoopy car that just has Snoopy on it.
Like, yeah. Oh, and I didn't do it myself, but it was really fun to watch some of the insane, like Rocket League-esque skips people were doing with various tracks. And I know they patched some of them out, but you can do some crazy stuff in multiplayer races, it sounds like.
I just know one of them on one of the the main story courses where you can just cut out a quarter of the level. It's the only way I got the stupid time on it because those time trials suck.
Yeah. Some of those time trials are real bastards.
Anyway, I feel like we talked a lot about Quake today.
Yeah, I think we covered all the things that happened with that Quake enhancement / remake / whatever, and it's real good. So Record of Lotus War, like I'm every time Ladybug releases one of their games, I'm always like heck yeah, because they did the Jack Bros and then they did the Toho and now they did this one, and this one was also early access just like the Toho one, and I think it's a really cool setting to use because I've never been like a Records of Lotus War guy, but I think it's a cool thing and it's kind of an ancient property and it's cool to just see it appearing again in this fun pixelated Metroidvania form. Anyone else have things to say on this one or?
No,
I've only played a little bit of it, so I can't speak too much. Like, I
Okay.
think I got through the first level or world or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played it since it came out of early access.
Gotcha. Yeah, for the most part, it's pretty standard. One of those trademark, and its unique things are has kind of a in Ikaruga colorized immunity system and swap and with occasional swapping puzzles or that kind of stuff. And then in addition to your standard close combat weapon, you have your bow, and you can do some ricochet tricks in some parts for puzzle solving and in other parts for combat. So it was good.
Like, it's another one of those, but it also seems like a really well done one of those.
Yeah. Like they make good ones, yeah. Them ladybugs. They're short and sweet.
All right, continuing the grab section of this list, Phantasy Star.
PSO2, a new Genesis. I talked about a lot of what was going on just on the periphery during the graphics or style or whichever that award was. But yeah, basically, New Genesis is more or less a new game within the PSO2 client where you can carry over your character, but not your equipment, aside from aesthetic stuff. And this one, unlike PSO2, which was more of standard PSO fare, where you'd basically drop from orbit onto a series of levels and then fight a boss afterwards. This one is more like a Breath of the Wild or a Genshin Impact, where there are there's a central city and then there's the open world and towers which you can quick travel to, and when you're in the world you can grab minerals and fruits and seafood and stuff and use them for various things and fight enemies all over the world. But there's also some kind of like trial areas which are equivalent to temples, and I guess in Breath, and they can be either combat challenges or movement challenges. And I just really like the way you move around in this game. I said it on my Game of the Year list, but you run real fast, you jump real high, you can glide, and it was a fun experience. And all the free to play stuff around the edges sucks, but there was enough there at the core that I really enjoyed it. I'm not sure it hangs as well in a collective Game of the Year list, but I had a good time with it.
Yeah, I played it a little bit with you, and then I never touched it again.
Yeah.
That was my experience with it. But like what little I played seemed really neat.
Okay, and I guess since we're going through the graph parts, Streets of Rage 4, Mr. X Nightmare. So this adds a few things on top of the base game from last year. There are 3 new characters. By popular demand, they have Estelle, Dax, and Shiva.
Yes.
All of them are very powerful and fun. Both the new characters and the base characters have instead of just being a one move per category, like one running move, one standard special, one forward special, one air special, and then a super, they have 2 of every one of those. And when you're starting a new game or a new run in the Mr. X Nightmare mode, you can select between them to kind of customize your character to start. And then the Mr. X Nightmare mode is kind of an infinite arena mode with slight roguelite elements, which is that after each level of the arena, you're given a choice between 2 or 3 different power-ups for your character, and you can grab one and move on. Some of them are strictly power-ups, and some of them are like, you get this but you lose that, like you double damage but you take double damage, or various enhancements to your power and your movement speed and stuff, but you can't, you only jump like half a foot off the ground. Fun things like that, and it becomes nearly impossible after a point. And if you want to like get super far, you have to really make some insanely broken builds with a specific few characters. But even if you don't want to do that, it's just a real fun time.
Yeah, it's kind of like an infinite
and-
bloody
and-
palace.
Yeah, and the one other thing they added to the main game mode is a new difficulty, Mania Plus, which is absurd, and I dig it.
Makes sense.
It's a really good expansion for it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we already talked about the music and the sound category. You can't go wrong with that.
All right, all you losers talk about Metroid Dread.
They made a new
So
Metroid,
good.
y'all.
It's so good. It's so goddamn
So
holy
fucking
shit.
good.
Holy shit, it's good. I didn't think it'd be that good.
Yeah,
I
no,
was like-
I kind of go
kinda
over
had- I
everything
kinda
these days
curbed
with like
it. I
tempered
kinda
expectations.
Like, yeah, absolutely. I was like, because the first trailer for it, I didn't think it looked that great. Like, I was excited for it just because it's the new Metroid, and I'm like, fuck yeah, give me one of those. But I don't know, that initial trailer kind of looked like cheap or something. I don't know. It just like it looked kind of not great, and I think it might have been because it was like that first kind of bit was like showing off the ME zone with that filter on it, and I was like, oh, I hope that filter's not on the whole thing. That's kind of a cheesy way to do it, but ultimately, then like once I started playing it, I actually think the game looks really great. It has a really great
Yeah,
art
it does.
direction. Like the backgrounds are beautiful in a lot of areas. It's so smooth. It's just like the smoothest game to play. Like just from the slide you can slide into the morph ball, or just a slide into like an uppercut, like the parry. Like such a perfect evolution of Samus Returns.
Yeah, and it gives you so many like new movement mechanics to play around with. There's that really awesome air dash and that weird ass cross bomb.
Yeah. There's a ton of movement options for Samus. And it just feels really great. It's like
I'll say
it's
they
kinda,
give you a lot of defensive options in this game, which I love.
yeah.
Like the boss fights in Dread feel better than boss fights in any other Metroid game.
Pretty
Oh, yeah,
much,
totally.
almost. Like they're really good, and they feel like fucking platinum boss fights. Like they feel
like that's what I'm saying. Like it feels like a fucking fight. I'm not just like avoiding an attack and waiting for a chance to shoot. I'm
Yeah.
fucking like dashing back out of the way, charging shots.
It's like a character action game. Like you just fucking
it feels active.
Yeah, no,
Right,
it's
yeah,
very active.
Because on the bosses, the counter animations, a lot of them are like real, almost like quick time event, but not actually quick time event. Cool cinematic things you do. And
Yeah,
you
where
can
you just shoot
while it's happening.
Yeah, exactly. You're running up to
Just
tail of something, just
unload.
blasting fucking missiles into its face. Yeah, that stuff's great.
Yeah, it's like they took the actual good parts of Other M and they merged it with Samus Returns and expanded upon it, and it's just real solid.
Yeah, and it's cool to see. I mean, I only just played Fusion like a week or two before Dread came out because I had not played Fusion beforehand. But it's cool after like 20 years we've moved ahead in the timeline to what happens after Fusion. And they treat that stuff great. It is such a great follow-up to Fusion. I'm glad I played Fusion beforehand. But yeah, it's just such a great follow-up to Fusion, and just
it's a fantastic like follow-up to Fusion, and I love that the second half of the game kind of just becomes like Fusion 2.
Yeah, the way they bring the X back is awesome.
All the X's are out, and it's like what
I was not expecting that to happen, and it's fucking great.
Yep.
If you walk out of that zone, and they're like, by the way, the X replaced 95% of all life on the planet. And it's like, oh, all right, gotta blow this planet up too. This plane's gotta go.
Yeah, it is like perfect, like retroactive example of like these things are a fucking problem. If
these
you
are
don't
a galaxy-ending threat. You have
Yeah,
to
like-
stop.
Yeah, and, like everything about the last boss and the escape sequence,
Oh.
just whoa.
Oh, masterpiece from there on. Like the last boss fight, it's the only Metroid game I've gone through and replayed it on the hard mode, and still fucking loved it. And that last boss fight is just, once you get the pattern down, it is so much fun to just fucking like just nail the timing on like what he's gonna do, when he's gonna do it, counter it, fucking do the parry right, and just annihilate his ass. And then you
like
get
when
the big
you
stupid power
have
up.
the timing, when you have the timing down, you know what he's doing. You just fucking style on him.
Oh yeah,
for the whole fight.
you fucking Dante his ass. It's great.
And what was really cool that got pointed out to me later is like a lot of that fight is telegraphed by the very first cutscene where you meet him on the planet.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, the first cutscene, straight up, like he does moves from the fight, and Samus like parries the punch and then shoots through his shield and then hits him with a missile.
Huh.
And it's like,
and when he does like that, one of his like wave attacks, she slides under it. It's like,
yeah,
like the first cutscene in the game with that guy in it shows you like his boss pattern. It's kind of
right. It just looks really stylish, but that actually like it applies later in the game. It's so cool.
Well, that's super cool. He does this cool shit in the cutscene, and Samus counters it with this cool shit in the cutscene. And then when the actual boss fight happens, you actually do all that shit for real in gameplay.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like part of the expectations for this. It's like I enjoyed Samus Returns. It wasn't amazing, but it was pretty good. It was okay.
Yeah.
Like it was a fun okay, we're doing a like older Metroid remaking too. Okay. But it wasn't like it didn't blow me away at all. And in some ways it was like there's a lot of weak points of that game. So I was kind of worried about this, but I feel like this is such a significant step up from Samus Returns. It's kind of incredible. Like you want to talk about like almost like a most improved sequel. Like I know it's weird because it's the sequel to Fusion, not Samus Returns, but it kind of is a sequel to Samus Returns. And it's like it is significantly better than Samus Returns.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if this is the kind of thing that Mercury Steam can do when they're given some time and a good collaborator, then I'm looking forward to their next ship.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm super pumped from, even if it's not Metroid, if they do something else next, and if it's with Nintendo, I'm super pumped to see what they do, because this game
looking forward to seeing like
so
the lessons they learned from this going into something else.
Yeah, like this game just plays so well. And also one thing too is just like outside of the game, like this it gave Samus a personality without like ruining her.
Not in the other M way, yeah.
Yeah, not in the other M way. It's like it's what other M. It's everything other M should have been. It's everything other M, like just enough. She has a personality in this game, and she says like one line of dialogue. That's it. But
she has like 2 lines in the game, and one of them is just an extended scream of anger.
Yeah, for like a minute. But yeah,
just talk about part, like the ending of the game is so goddamn good. Like it's one of those things. Like every Metroid game almost feels like it ends with Samus getting cornered by the boss and then getting saved through some weird whatever thing happens. Like it constantly happens. Like Mother Brain was about to kill her, Metroid jumps in. Fucking Omega Metroid's about to kill her, Saix jumps in. Like it keeps happening, but in this one she just gets so pissed off, she just like starts screaming and choke slams a motherfucker hard enough to crash the space fortress they're on into the planet's surface. It's incredible.
Yeah, and then you get the fucking sick ass Metroid suit, which is just a fucking
fucking devil triggers.
Fucking get the Devil Trigger fucking Kamen Rider outfit.
Remember that beam attack in Bloodstain that you love so much, Make Me Mad?
It's just that.
Yeah, because you basically get that plus 1,000,000 as your weapon.
Yeah. Oh man, the ending of that game is so good. I also love the way the game does its storytelling. Like you said, like Samus has like 2 lines of dialogue, but they do so much to show off her personality as the game goes on.
Yeah, like when
there's that bit towards the end where she first like her Metroid thing starts waking up, and she like goes to fucking grab that enemy and she stops because she doesn't know what the fuck's happening.
Yes,
and she's confused.
That's what.
And then later on, that you fight that second enemy or that Chozo dude, and she grabs him and fucking drains the energy, and she's just like, "Oh, this is fucking rad." And then the next dude you fight, she just fucking does it, no hesitation, just wrecks his shit. It's just like, all right, it's on. Like this is just another weapon in the arsenal now.
You are a Metroid now.
Like
Um,
I love how quickly she goes from what's happening to I can do this, rad.
yeah,
Like I'm just
yeah.
gonna fucking do this then. Let's go.
That whole bit's great. The whole bit where when Crate shows up again and she's like, "What the hell's going on?" She's prepared with her missile and like it shows up as Crate and then she just lowers her guard. She's
Yeah.
like, "I know this motherfucker." Like,
This fucking dude. All right.
like
This
I know
again.
what. Yeah, exactly. She's like, "All right, I got this. This is fine." Yeah, just a lot of her body language and the way she reacts to things. It's giving her a personality, but not making her not writing too much
You
for
don't
her.
need to
I
hear
feel
her
like
internal monologue the whole time. You get what's going through her head just by
exactly,
watching what she does.
exactly. Um, Yeah,
It's
no,
very well
exactly.
done.
It's just incredibly well done from a gameplay standpoint and from a story standpoint, and just giving Samus personality and still keeping her badass, but
This is
Like,
probably the most
she's
badass.
Oh, yeah.
she's incredibly powerful, like the most she's ever been.
Well,
And
it
but she's
should
still,
be, right?
she still has moments of vulnerability, but not like the baby.
No,
The
exactly.
thing of like this entire game, Samus is like it's called Metroid Dread. The entire game, Samus has lost her power ups and is being hunted by enemies who she can't hurt and will one shot
Right.
kill her if they catch her. And the final boss that she's heading towards is a fucking ridiculously powerful soldier dude who beat her at full power. So like she's literally the most vulnerable from a combat standpoint she's ever been, and she just fucking handles it. Personality was she's not freaking out. She's not doing the other M thing of like having a panic attack when Ridley shows up.
Fucking Ridley
She's
showed
like,
up. Yeah.
it's a
Right.
dangerous
And
situation. She's not
like no one
losing her
has.
mind.
It's not like PTSD is a problem. It's just the way they did it was so bad and like unprecedented. And
Fought that motherfucker how many times at that point?
That's it.
Like,
yeah,
That's like-
especially, yeah,
it's
it
like
just
4
doesn't
dead
make sense in the
Ridleys.
context of the series.
Yeah, like it's 4 dead Ridleys in now. She's gonna have a panic attack. Like motherfucker, you've blown him up on multiple occasions.
yeah, it's
so-
corrected so many of the wrongs that was done in Other M. It's
Dread is like
really damn good.
Metroid Dread feels like that 10-hour video someone did dismantling all the things Dark Souls 2 did wrong, but aimed at Other M. Where it's just like somebody looked at Other M and found made a list of flaws.
We're
and
not
then went
doing
through,
this.
Bullet point list. How do we make this good?
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Yeah, no, it was the kind of thing of like when I finished it, and we had Samus Returns 2017, I think.
Mhm.
Because
But
if
it
you
was
ignore
like
Samus Returns, then Nintendo's coming off Other M, and
For
Mercury
almost
Steam's
20
coming
years.
off Lords of Shadow 2,
Oh,
and
sure.
they come together and they make this amazing
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, and it's been so long since Fusion. It's like, man, I want another one. I just want another one right away,
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Like I enjoy this so much. Like literally, add 2 new things maybe, and just make another one. Like this is such a great formula you have. The systems just play so well. It's so buttery smooth. Like I said, it's like
Yeah,
varying
I don't
into
feel like
character action.
Yeah, I don't feel like I need one every year now or something.
No,
but
no,
I'm
don't
definitely excited for the future of Metroid now.
Yeah, exactly. I don't actually want one. I just I was so excited about Dread. I'd be like, fuck it, I just want more of this.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
This is
I
like
went right
a-
back and I was playing it again.
Yeah, exactly. I restarted the
and it's
second I
got
beat it.
Same here.
replayability.
Yeah, the second I beat it, I was like, all right, I'm going through it again on hard, and I went through it again on hard. And I was
Yep.
like, man, I want to go through it again. Like, but fuck, I should probably play other games too. But man, I just want to keep
Right,
playing
right.
this. 'Cause it's
And
so
it's
much
got
fun.
the got the
so
stuff.
good.
It's got intentional sequence breaks for speed runs.
Yeah.
It's got all kinds of crazy shit that people have found that they didn't intend. It's
Yeah, it was the first
this
time I
game's got
considered like,
legs.
yeah, it's the first time I considered getting into trying to improve my time in a
Mhm.
Metroid. It was
Mhm.
Dread. It's just fucking top to bottom,
Mhm.
great.
It's fantastic.
Mhm.
That's probably enough. But
Yeah, I think
Metroid.
we.
Should
I
we
think we're
talk
the case
about
there.
the
Yeah,
game
P, you
of the
still
year?
awake?
What?
Hey,
Yeah, you okay? You there?
Yeah, okay.
You can come
Hi.
back now.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
Talk to us about Jeff Keighley's game of the year.
I played the demo
We'll
of
also
Metroid
talk about
Dread.
this.
And yeah,
Oh wait.
that's all I was gonna say was I played the demo of
All
Metroid
right.
Dread and didn't really care
Oh,
for
sure.
it. The end. It Takes Two, though, is a game that I really liked, and I played it with Make Me Mad because it's one of those games that you have to play in the co-ops.
It's one of those Joseph Fares games that he likes, where you have to
Mhm.
make another person go through the experience with you, and it's usually really good. And this one was really good.
Uh,
All right,
you
take
play
it away,
as
PFP.
you play as shitty parents, and their daughter
The
is
shittiest.
sad, They're the shittiest
The
parents.
saddest.
And the daughter kind of makes a wish on a weird book, and the book comes to life and turns the parents into weird little dolls. And the parents are like,
In order to
this sucks. And in order to get back to being real people, they have to follow what the book does. And the book is like the worst self-help book thing, but it kind of works.
Okay, help me out here. I hate to interrupt, but what is that book's accent?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no use trying to discern that book's accent. That book just is.
I think it's Spanish. I think it's supposed to be Spanish.
I think that's what they're going for.
Like when he shows up, like flamenco guitars happen. So I think they're going for Spanish.
I think
so. Okay, that's all I needed to know.
So yeah, it's like two divorced parents and their child accidentally curses them to become dolls. And in order to break the curse, they've got to figure out what the fuck's going on and like follow along this crazy magic book. But like, man, it's a really good game. It feels like playing like a fucking Disney or a Pixar movie, but it gets so dark.
It gets so dark,
man. Like,
I feel like people
that game, like there's some random stuff that happens kind of early on where it's like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. But that game has the one sequence in a video game where I just wanted to stop playing and put the control down and not play anymore. Because I was so like viscerally uncomfortable with what I was being told to do.
Yep.
I hated it. But like you're supposed to, because it's incredibly fucked up what's happening.
It's so
but the game is just like, no, this is what your characters are doing. Do it.
And then afterwards you dance in the tears of your sad child.
Like that sequence of the game is straight up the most fucked up thing I've ever had to do with it.
So fucked up. And I love that you sent me like a bunch of interviews. It's like the last game had a scene where you torture a guy, but like we don't hear about that.
A Way Out has a scene where you like, if I could take a blowtorch and a nail gun to a guy to get information, but this one is so much worse. And there's no blood or gore or anything involved, but it's so fucked up.
Because you're fucking up a stuffed animal, but it's like...
It's like, so the scene is basically your two parent characters have decided that because their child crying over their impending divorce was the thing that cursed them, that clearly in order to cure the curse, they have to make the child cry again, and her tears will like undo the magic or whatever. They come to this conclusion for basically no reason and just decide they must be right, because they're terrible parents. And the way they decide to make the child cry is to hunt down and viciously murder their favorite toy. Which is like this little stuffed elephant princess.
It's a little stuffed elephant
elephant princess toy, and you have to go through this whole thing where you like infiltrate a castle, and it turns into like a fucking like top-down Diablo-esque thing almost, where you fight your way through the castle. And then you get to this elephant, and the elephant is like the nicest thing. It just like offers you a cookie and wants to have tea.
And then you're like, we gotta kill this
elephant.
It's
like this weird, it's like this weird scene where like the characters are sitting there like, I feel bad for the elephant now. I don't want to kill it. And the elephant hears you say that and is like, you're going to kill me? And starts running away, but it's a stuffed elephant, so it has these stubby little legs and can't run very fast. So your characters just like chase it down, and then you use like a fucking like a claw game style thing to grab the elephant and pull it out of a thing that it's hiding in.
Yeah.
But it like tears one of the elephant's legs off when you do it, and the elephant spends the whole time begging for mercy while your characters like drag it to the edge of a dresser and throw it off to its death. And it's just so fun. Like it is straight up Spec Ops the line, like, do you feel like a hero? Kind of like I didn't want to play the game anymore. I was like, this is fucked up. I don't want to do this. But the game was like, no, this is how you go on. And I was like, I don't wanna. It's so much more effective than any fucked up scene in any other game I've ever played, where I was just like, I hate this.
So yeah, it's really good.
It's an incredible game, but like that sequence is what sticks with me, and it's just like I hate it. But the game is very good. It's just like I can't get past that scene.
Yeah, it looked like there was some interesting, like it's not just like one puzzle repeat. They do a lot of, from what I've seen of it anyway, different things. Like
the style of gameplay in that is constantly changing.
Right.
Like, it's platforming, and then the second level is like you both get weapons, and you have to like fight your way through a tree full of angry bees because a squirrel kidnapped you and wants you to commit genocide before they'll set you free so you can get back into your house.
Of course.
And then the squirrel turns on you, and one of you has to fly a biplane while the other character has a Street Fighter battle with the squirrel up top, including Hadokens and like health bars.
Yep.
And the squirrel will bust out supers on you if you're not careful.
Yep.
And like, but the whole time the other person is piloting the plane you're fighting on top of, so they're controlling the stage and like tipping it back and forth while they're dodging obstacles in the flight course. So, and it's like really hard because you're trying to watch the fight the other person is doing while you're trying to fly the plane. It's really distracting. And it's like one of the levels, like I mentioned, becomes like a Diablo-esque top-down RPG thing. One of the levels is like you're piloting a boat, firing cannons and shit. It's all over the place. Like, it's constantly changing, constantly giving you new mechanics to mess with. There's a whole area of the game where you've got like weird time control mechanics going on. Like, it's fucking wild and constantly changing things up, constantly varying itself. The story is really well done, I think.
Yeah.
The one problem I have with the story is that by the time I got done with that elephant sequence, I just wanted both main characters to die. It's like, I don't think either of you deserve to become humans again. You're terrible people. But aside from that, like...
And, I mean, to be fair, they do fix the elephant at the end.
They do, but god damn, man!
It's terrible. Anyway, it takes
Sounds
two.
impressive.
Yeah. Monster Hunter Rise.
It's wild. Joseph Fares makes incredible games.
Sure does. Monster Hunter Rise, I feel like we've talked about a lot, where it's a really good kind of side grade to world. Mobility stuff is really fun. It's got its share of problems. Like, I think just in general, like a lot of Monster Hunter games and games, I don't think they've quite figured out, you know? Because I get that they kind of want to be like MMO-y and just like, yeah, you just play this and you grind the same thing all the time, and then you grind harder versions of it, and then et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, I don't know, this is not what I want to do to stick with a game for a while, you know? Like, I feel like the last Monster Hunter game that had like a really nice long like end game stuff that I enjoyed was like 4, where it was like constantly kind of introducing new monsters and like crazy boss fights and stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, like Rise is good, but I mentioned before that I feel like it's kind of a side grade from Worlds. Like, it does some things that I really enjoy. Like, it brings back a lot of the moves you had back in Generations from the style switching. It brings those back as like kind of swappable supers you can put on. It gives you like actual variations in your movesets where you can equip things and like swap them around. Where it's like, oh, do you want this button to do this now? You can just change that. Change the way the properties of this move. Change this from like a shoulder tackle to like a slide or something, you know? Like, it's cool, and it gives you a lot more control over the way you're going to fight and the way you handle these monster fights. But it's just the stuff outside of the combat I feel is lacking now. It's really good, but it's not my favorite Monster Hunter.
I'm just curious, would you say it's better or worse overall for you than World?
I think I enjoy playing World more just because it has more of a... World has more to interact with outside of the battles. Like, there's more decision-making involved in, like, okay, I want to take this investigation over here, and like, or try to complete these bounties or whatever. Rise is more fun in the actual monster fighting area, but I think World does a much better job presenting that monster fighting to you and getting you there.
I would agree with that.
But World is a better delivery system for the combat, but Rise has better combat.
World sounds like it's still probably the best place for someone to jump in if they wanted to jump
so,
in.
yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm actually replaying World on the PC right now just because I thought about it and I was like, I just want to play that. I'm going back and playing it. It's still fucking great.
Yep. Monster Hunter World, still a really good game, turns out.
Neat.
Yeah, I'd recommend it.
And then Fights in Tight Spaces, we talked about a little bit earlier. Much like how Mortal Shell DLC got Rob to play a roguelike, this is how you get TFP to play a roguelike, it turns out, is just really
Let you be a cool guy in a business suit.
Or a cool lady in a business suit. Mostly I
does this have roguelike stuff in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so whenever you play through, there's you're kind of getting, at the end of every mission, you're getting different rewards. So it's you'll get a choice of different cards to pick from. And then as you pick different cards, it's oh, well, okay, I've got this deck now. I need to try to build more towards this style of combat. And when you complete it, you get experience that you can then put towards.
And your cards are moves.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's you'll have cards that are
spin
kick off wall.
But that's your card. You burn it, and then you can't do that the next round.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't.
Well, I mean,
your deck is your deck.
It depends on what cards you're using.
Yeah, there are certain cards that will burn for the rest of the fight, but will come back in the next round.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's.
Yeah, it's card-based roguelite, and as you if you lose, then you get experience that goes towards leveling up your total whatever, and then that'll unlock new cards that can then go in your deck in the next run. And or you'll unlock whole new starting decks where it's oh, you unlock the Grappler deck, which is just full of throws and stuff like that.
There's the normal deck. There's a deck focused on knife attacks that inflict bleeding. There's a deck that's mostly just punches and stuff. There's the Grappler deck, and then there's the deck that I have not yet unlocked. That's the gimmick deck,
the Trickster or whatever.
Yeah, I have not unlocked that.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a bunch of different ways you can build it, and it's similar to what you were saying about the Mortal Shell thing or Hades, where it's you get a run where it's you get the right combo, and you're just oh, this is fucking incredible. I'm gonna crush it. And there are other runs where you just get shit cards, and you're well, I'm done.
My best run,
you're just can't win. All right.
My best run before I messed up on the final boss, I ended up with a card that dealt damage based on the amount of cards that were in your deck. And I had a bunch of cards that would double my damage. And so the first 3 phases of the final boss, I'd just run up to him, double my damage, and then drop my entire deck on him, and it'd do 80 points of damage in one move.
Yep. It's real strong.
It's great.
I've seen that game compared to Into the Breach.
Yes.
Have you guys played Into the Breach?
Yeah. I have before, yeah. It was very similar. There's definitely some it has kind of a similar thing with reinforcements dropping in, where it's you'll see a number on the screen or on a square, a tile.
Yeah.
And it'll be hey, enemy coming in next turn here. Yeah. And if someone is standing there, the enemy reinforcement can't drop in and gets delayed for a turn.
Yeah.
So it definitely has that similarity, and it's also strategy RPG taking place on a very small, compact map, which hence the name Fights in Tight Spaces. But it's you'll have some fights that are taking place in literally a 3x3 room.
And 2 of them are taken up by bathroom stalls.
And
tiny,
it's
tiny
you
rooms.
And shoving someone through a door or a window or over a railing is an instant kill for you and for the enemies. And it's a lot of moves have properties this will left spin kick will move characters 1 square to the left of you when you kick them. This front kick will step you forward and also shove the enemy back 1. This flying knee will push the enemy back 1, but can only be used if there's an empty space, so you don't land on the enemy. Suplex moves an enemy to the other side of you and puts them on the ground. The stomp can only work on enemies that are adjacent to you and on the ground. Shit like that. There's a lot of properties and moves applying properties and movement control. It's very tactical. It's just plan out the perfect turn and then execute it to avoid getting shot in the head and also beat up all these assholes.
Yeah, I can definitely see the comparison to Into the Breach. I really enjoyed Into the Breach. That sounds super cool.
That's fun.
I recommend it if you like Into the Breach. Yeah. Even if you don't, I recommend it. Is there as
much turns that are total bullshit as Into the Breach, where there's some points in the Breach where you're just oh, fuck off?
Nah, well,
I would say there's been a couple of things where I'll run into an enemy that I just didn't realize how they worked, and I'll be oh, this guy's gonna fucking fuck me up super hard on the next turn. I've
Yeah.
only ever gotten myself into what I would consider like an unwinnable situation like once or twice.
Ah, okay.
And that's been from like my own fuck ups, basically, where it's like I got a long term injury that made all of these cards cost more, and like just happened to accidentally that injury went over the perk that I had that lowered the cost of all my cards. So I had a deck that was like really high cost, but I had the energy to pay for it, and then that completely reversed in like one turn, and then I just couldn't do anything, and I was completely fucked. Like it was like the next battle was like a boss battle, and I didn't have enough money to pay at the hospital to get the injury treated, so I was just
Okay.
like done.
Huh.
So that was like an abandoned run, but I still got experience for it that went into unlocking stuff for the next run. And the runs are quick. You can finish that game in like 25 minutes,
Okay.
probably.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds great then.
That's like
That's
start to finish.
exactly.
You can burn through all 4 levels of that game pretty quick if you're not like if you're just rolling. If you don't already know how everything works, you know how the enemies work. You're not stopping to read tutorials or anything.
Right.
You can just roll through it.
Okay. That's neat. That sounds neat.
Yeah, I really like it.
Yep.
Okay.
TFP.
All right.
We're in the me and TFP
Yeah.
section now.
All
right.
Life is Strange True Colors. They made another good Life is Strange game.
It did, which is shocking. It's been a bit.
It's been a hot second. So kind of unrelated to any of the previous ones. You are a small Asian girl who moves back in with her brother in like rural Colorado, and like he lives on top of a bar and works with the bar owner guy, and they're colorful townsfolk and whatnot, and there's like a little your brother's girlfriend's son from a different marriage like draws these comics that kind of go to that the lady who runs like the record store sells, and it's all very sweet, but then it's like the kid's like, I'm gonna go into the secret cave I found, it's super dangerous though, and so he does, and then they're like, hey, where'd the kid go? And he's like, oh, he went to like this cave, and they're like, oh, but the mining company is gonna do blasting stuff there. Also, the mining company is called Typhon, so you know they're up to some good things and not bad things.
Yeah.
What could possibly be bad about Typhon?
And so you go there and like you call up the guy who works at the mining company, who's kind of a dirtbag, but he's like, you know, okay, I'll get them to stop. And so like you go and you rescue the kid, and then all of a sudden you hear like, hey, the blasting's gonna start, while like you and your brother and the tiny child are like all kind of rope tied together for rescuing the tiny child. And then your brother gets fucking killed by a giant rock.
Oh.
Fucking crushed. Like, giant rock to the ribcage, done, falls off the side of a cliff.
Yeah.
And then the mystery is, what the fuck mining company? Did you guys say you were going to stop the mining blast? And they're like, And then you've got to go investigate this mining company.
You got to go
by investigating other people in the town. Because, spoilers, the mining company owns basically the whole town via money. Money and jobs. Because they're like the sole employer of the area.
Pretty much. And then, so the True Colors comes in because, like how the first game had, time...
Special
time rewind powers.
Max Caulfield in the first game had time rewind powers and shit, and it was rad.
Not you, but like your little brother had crazy telekinesis in Life is Strange 2. The power in Life is Strange True Colors is your main lady can like read the emotions off of people, and they all show up as them having these super bright colored auras.
So she can basically... So she's an empath.
Yeah.
She's Deanna Troi.
Yes. And then...
But useful, because she can also read their minds when she's doing it.
Yeah.
She doesn't just go, I feel something, Captain.
No.
Yeah.
And like she can also, in certain situations, like suck their emotions out.
Like, literally there's cases where it's like, oh, this person feels really strongly about this. What if they just didn't, though? And you can just literally,
so basically,
like,
you're a phantom
vampire.
thief.
Yeah, you can just emotion vampire somebody's emotions.
How soon to the series just get stands?
I mean, they're close.
Sounds like they're pretty close.
It's fucking with the shit Max could do in the first game. She had her Requiem stand going on.
Yeah,
fucking
where it's
jumping
like
through
jumping
alternate
into
timeline
pictures.
photographs.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, in the first game, like I think it's like chapter 3, you jump back into a photo of when you were like 12 and stop someone's father from dying and create an alternate timeline that like
so she fucking
radically
butterfly affects it?
full butterfly affects the thing.
Okay.
And like super fucks the timeline
It's
real
so
hard.
fucked.
You go back to the future and one of your friends is now quadriplegic and you're just like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah, so that is just butterfly.
Oh yeah, no, straight up. Somebody watched that movie before they made that game.
Sounds like it.
But yeah, like True Colors does some interesting shit with the like, oh, it's like an emotion-based power where you can like sense people's emotions, but then they give you other shit where it's like, oh, you can vacuum people's emotions and like do weird shit with that, where you cause like this giant fucking explosion at one point because of it.
Yep. Like when you suck up people's emotions, they kind of infect you as well. So like that was
you sucked out all that person's rage. Guess who's going to be in a rage-fueled fucking berserker state for the next few minutes?
It's you. Because I didn't know that when that happened because I didn't do the thing, and then at the end where it's like, oh, here are the choices. There was like someone left, and I was like, that was an option? What?
Yeah, because if you suck out the person's rage, then it's like that situation resolves itself. And then you walk off and just start exploding at everyone around you and just attacking people. It's like, oh no, this is a problem. But like, it's really well done, mostly because I think they do a good job with the mystery and the story. It's predictable in a good way.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of felt whenever a reveal was coming up, I could kind of guess what the reveal was going to be, but not in a way of like they telegraphed this too much, but just in a way of like the foreshadowing they had was effective.
All the clues work. Yeah.
Yeah. And me and TFB have both mentioned before that there was like one late game twist.
There's one that is
out of nowhere,
but it's like easy enough to kind of just ignore because it doesn't affect anything.
Fun fact, TFP, that's not actually a twist out of nowhere.
Oh?
In the first episode of the game, whenever your brother, there's like a hole kicked in the wall, if you use your emotion powers on that, you basically get a thing where your brother came to that town explicitly following a trail that the character's father left behind.
Huh.
And he's like, yeah, his trail disappeared here in this town. Never found out what happened. But he decided to settle there. It's like, fuck, it actually was. There wasn't like a throwaway line that foreshadows that at the very start of the game.
Dang.
Yep. So I don't even have that as a complaint against it anymore. The story is just pretty solid.
Yeah.
Like, it's well done. The characters are good. The story's good. It's just another good Life is Strange game. And it's been a little while since they pulled one of those out of the bag.
Oh, was the previous one not great?
2 was not good, and Before the Storm, the prequel, had 2 good episodes and then one absolutely fucking terrible episode.
Oh, okay.
Before the Storm drops the ball super hard.
There are parts of that third episode that I think are kind of cool, because wasn't that the one where the
third episode that are good, but like that third episode as a whole is terrible.
Was it the third episode or the second episode the one with like the weird dream play? Because that part
was at the very start of that might have been the very start of the third episode.
Because that part's great.
Oh, the dream is fantastic, but yeah.
Yeah. And then also they added in like the DLC for that game, which not particularly related, but it was really good because you play as a character from Before the Storm who also ends up in the small town in Colorado.
It's the kind of one connection to the previous games is there's a side character who ends up in the same town. But like,
oh, so they're in the same universe?
Oh, yeah, they're in the same universe. It's just like this one is set way years after the first game, and like it's tangentially related, only in that it is the same universe and like one of those characters.
One of those characters is there, and then like one of the because it does kind of the Life is Strange 2 thing. Because Life is Strange 2 had a thing at the start that was like, hey, what ending did you get in Life is Strange 1, by the way? And then it popped up at the end of the first episode. It was kind of like a weird thing. And then I didn't even think about it when it was like, hey, what ending did you get in Life is Strange 1 relating to the character from Before the Storm? And then the part where that comes up happened, and I was like, oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's still taking your choices from the first game into account, which I do like. Even if it is literally just for that one character's like side stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's really, like I said, it's a really well done version of those games, and it's been a while, so it's nice to see again.
Yeah,
that sounds cool.
Like, I was kind of at the point where I was like, well, they made one good game, and that's it. But now it's like, okay, no, they made one good game and had some off stuff, but now they've got another good one. So it's like, all right, back.
Anyway, time for more Make Mad and TFP talk about Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yay.
Which, boy, what a good thing. What a
biggest
game
surprise of the year. Like fucking upset.
I mentioned this when I wrote my top 10 list, but like you look at the cover of the Guardians of the Galaxy game and it's like, this is a game about grief. And like you look at that cover and it's like, what?
Yeah, it's like the marketing for that game did it the dirtiest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because all of the trailers and everything are like, they make it feel like Borderlands-esque.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It is not
that is the furthest thing from what that game could be.
Completely irreverent, just
no.
There is a okay, so here's the thing that 100% sold me on the game. The entire second chapter of that game. It's like a 16 to 20 chapter game?
Something
I forget
like
exactly
that?
what
I forget the exact number.
So the entire chapter 2 of that game has 0 combat. It is just dialogue and talking to characters and making choices.
Yeah, so
the entire
I heard
second chapter
to Mass Effect.
I would say less Mass Effect. Like, God, I don't know. I feel like I made a comparison that was really on point before, but like, this feels like a Firefly game.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like you have this crew and you're doing this shit and shit keeps going wrong and you're trying to like keep the thing on course. It's not like Mass Effect because it's not like a big open thing. You're not. It's like a full-on open RPG where you're
it's very
choosing
linear.
your goals and objectives. It's linear. It is linear, but there are conversations and shit that happen between missions with the characters. The conversation in that game is constant, for one thing. The dialogue is nonstop, but it's actually all pretty solid.
Good dialogue.
The characterization is pretty on point for these characters. Like, they're good versions of the Guardians cast. And like I said, I think some of these characters are better than the movie versions and whatnot they made. Like, it's an odd mix of the comic and the movie cast of like characterization wise, but
yeah.
And I have there's just so much shit in that game that I didn't expect. Like, it's way more story focused. It is incredibly I think this game might be better if you stripped out all of the gameplay and just had the story, make it a fucking Telltale style game or a visual novel thing. Because the story's great. The story is the entire reason I love this game. The gameplay is forgettable to me.
It's
the gameplay is serviceable. It gets you from point A to point B, but the story is so fucking solid.
Yeah.
That's why I like it. It's fucking likable characters getting put into weird ass comic book situations and dealing with that game gets fucking heavy.
It really does, and there's some really good dialogue options. I still love the.
So I'll go ahead and talk about that one a bit. The second chapter of the game, like I mentioned, is mostly dialogue. Because it's you're walking around the underbelly of this. Because basically you get arrested at the end of chapter 1.
Yes.
And chapter 2 is you basically navigating being in custody. And one of the people on the ship is Star-Lord is basically saying, I can get us out of this jam because I know the commanding officer of this ship, because I used to sleep with this alien chick who runs this police force. And the rest of the crew being like, God damn it, Quill. Do not get us in trouble with your ex. And he's like, it's fine, don't worry about it. And then one of the first characters you meet is a 12-year-old girl who's the daughter of the captain of the ship, and you very quickly realize that it's from the dialogue, it's Peter Quill, there's a 95% chance this is your fucking half-human offspring with this alien lady. And Peter Quill's like, oh shit, I'm a dad. And there's a really good prompt when you get to the end and you're actually talking to that lady, and there's a prompt with two options. One is do the math, and it says, she's 12 years old, we met 12 years ago, and the other prompt is just ignore the math. Just don't acknowledge it. Don't think about it. Don't acknowledge you have a child. Just go. Ignore, run away from responsibility. And that actually matters. That makes a difference later on.
It does. Also, there is a second choice a couple chapters later that kind of brings that back, because there's one that's like, confront the math or reject the math.
Nice.
It's surprisingly solid. They do a really good job with all the characters. Like I said, the story is the reason I would play that game, because the story's fucking great.
It's really good.
They do, there's side characters. There's this lady named Lady Hellbender, who's just this giant fucking hulking lady with a battle axe who has a planet full of monsters that she keeps.
She looks like
she
Cassandra
just fucking likes
from,
monsters.
Like,
yeah, she does look
Cassandra.
like Cassandra from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. But she's fantastic. The way the story wraps back around and includes everything from the start of the game is incredible. It's you run into that lady at the start and then kind of avoid her for a while because your team pisses her off. And there's a point really late in the game where the whole galaxy's being mind controlled, and they're like, "What if we contacted that crazy lady with the axe for help?" And they're like, "Well, how do we know that she's not also mind controlled?" So they just call her from the ship, and the first thing you see is just her face filling the screen, going, just screaming angrily at you. And they just immediately cut the camera and go "Oh, she's cool.
Yeah, she's still fine.
She wants to murder us, which means she's not mind controlled." And it's just and then you go hunt a space dragon named Fin Fang Foom, and it's so good. It's so fucking good. There's that game feels like a D&D party in space trying to make their way through an adventure. It's great.
It's so good.
The mood, the tone of that game is great. The story is fantastic. It shouldn't be this good. It shouldn't be. I thought that game was going to be shit.
But no, it's actually really good.
But it's great.
It looked like it was going to be shit.
It did. The marketing is terrible.
Complete disservice.
I'm pretty sure
it's ridiculous. That game is really good.
I'm pretty sure that was my number 2 on my list. Which, think about that.
Yeah, no, it's a fucking ridiculous, really well done story that, like TFP said, is 90% about the different ways people deal with grief and the loss of loved ones. It's really? In this game? It's yeah, this game. This is the one doing that. This is the game that's going to be an extended discussion between multiple. There's a fucking 5 to 10 minute conversation you have where you and Drax just hang out on the edge of a balcony talking about your dead families and just reminiscing and talking about the afterlife. And it's well, what do your people believe happens? And it's I don't know, what do your people believe? Just having a straight up conversation for a long time. It's really well done. It shouldn't be good.
I'm gonna pick that up at some point.
My one knock.
What did you guys play it on?
I played it on PS5.
PC.
He played it on PC.
Okay.
My one knock
it's
is
very buggy, I'll say that. They probably patched some of that out by now, but
yeah.
I got multiple I tried to jump over a thing and the game just fucked up because it wasn't expecting me to go backwards.
Oh.
Okay. But the checkpointing is pretty alright most of the time. Yeah. And like I said, hopefully most of those bugs have been ironed out by now because I played it pretty close to release.
Also, the guy who voices Star-Lord just sounds like Rob. He is incredibly Canadian. He is so Canadian.
I didn't notice that.
He is so Canadian.
I didn't notice. I don't notice the differences between Canadians and Americans. I don't understand where this is coming from.
I didn't realize I sounded incredibly Canadian.
There is a point.
Sounds like a normal dude.
Rob sounds so Canadian. There is a point where he goes.
About?
How's it going, eh?
There is a point where Star-Lord just goes "Hey, sorry about that," and it's whoa, Star-Lord.
Yeah, Rob doesn't sound like that.
He totally does.
What are you talking about? You're crazy.
Anyway, that's it.
All right.
Anyway, now it's time for me to just talk about Lost Judgment, my favorite game of 2021, because apparently Sega just likes to make games that are aimed exclusively at me. It's another game set in Kamurocho and Yokohama from Yakuza 7. play as Yagami, the private detective from Judgment, and there's a new case problem where basically like there was a train groper, and the guy groped a lady on the train, and then
Old train groper.
And so he gets arrested for groping a lady on a train. And then he's like super calm about it at the trial, and that makes all your lawyer friends from the first game like, something's up here. Can you go like check out Yokohama and see like what's going on here? And then there's video footage from the exact time where he was groping the lady on the train, where he is shown like violently murdering someone.
Well, he wasn't groping the lady.
Yeah, well, you have to figure that out, because was he groping the lady or was he murdering someone? The answer is he was murdering someone, because why would you grope?
The resolution of the game's mystery.
Well, that's not the main thing.
Yeah.
But, like, and so you go there, and, like, as it turns out, like, the guy he murdered was, like, the teacher at this high school, and so you have to go investigate the high school, and it's like, oh, there's a bunch of shit kids at this high school, so you gotta beat up the shit kids.
Shit kids.
And then, like, while you're at the high school, like, you're planting little cameras and stuff. And then someone at the high school notices, like, oh, there's cameras here. I'm gonna put a sticker on one of them. And then your mission control guy's like, hey, there's a weird sticker on one of these cameras. Can you go check this out? And then the little girl's like, I caught you, you pervert. You're looking up high school girls' skirts. And then it turns out she's the president of the high school's mystery research club. And you need to be able to get into the high school because all the teachers kind of hate you for asking around about the murder. And so it's like, well, now I'm the club advisor of the mystery research club. So you have to prove to the little girl that you're actually a detective and not a creepy pervert. It's great. And then afterwards you infiltrate all kinds of other clubs at the high school, like the dance club, and you do dancing. And the esports club where they only play Virtua Fighter 5. That's the best esports. And then one thing I will say, like, you played Yakuza 6, Rob, right? Or at least saw it? Okay. You know how, like,
I played
there was the whole part where it's like, oh, here's the battleship Yamato 2. And I was like, that's an escalation from my daughter is missing.
Yep.
There is a crazier escalation in this game than that.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious what that is, but
one thing I was going to ask is how much are these Judgment games just Yakuza?
Like combat-wise, 100%.
But like, is it the same structure of Yakuza with your sub stories and stuff?
Yes,
and you go around, you walk around, and then
people come up to you and fight you.
Yeah, like, is it just the continuation of the like real time Yakuza, like traditional Yakuza style game?
100%.
Okay.
They're like, there are additional stuff, like there's specific side cases and stuff, but
it's all detective oriented then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say crime oriented because here you.
The other thing is that no characters from Yakuza show up. Like the Tojo clan comes up a little bit in the first Judgment, but since events have transpired since then, like Tojo clan kind of doesn't get a lot of play in like Lost Judgment.
Okay.
Kind of spoilering a little bit there for Yakuza Like a Dragon, but you know, whatever, it's fine. And they are all set in like Kamurocho and in Lost Judgment, Yokohama, which was where Like a Dragon mostly took place. Anything else I want to ramble about for Lost Judgment? Oh, the combat in Lost Judgment, like most Yakuza games, is great. One of the things that I think sets Lost Judgment apart a bit from like Judgment is they added a third stance, because in Lost Judgment you kind of switch between two stances. You had like Tiger and Crane, where Tiger was like your I'm fighting one-on-one stance, and then Crane was like a bunch of sweepy kicks that took out groups. Lost Judgment adds the snake stance, And the snake stance is great because it's all about counters. And then when you counter people, they can get afraid, and then your heat actions change. So instead of like punching people in the face, you just like act like you're gonna punch them and get like half an inch away from their face and just hold your fist there and glare at them, and then they faint. And it just instantly takes them out. It's great. Anything else?
Yeah, Snake Stance is all the cool guy shit of like roundhouse kick, but stop a hair away from a dude's face and he like runs away.
Yep.
It's the solution to the Yakuza problem of putting all these people in the emergency room.
Which is doubly a problem because in Lost Judgment you're fighting a bunch of high school kids occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the shit out of these kids.
Oh, look,
Put the nails in that kid's mouth and then kick his jaw.
Yeah.
Hey, Kiryu never killed anyone.
He never did.
Jesus.
No,
the tetanus got that guy.
It wasn't Kiryu.
Didn't he like pull a man in front of him to absorb some bullets once?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is the shot
that
you put in to say Kiryu never killed anyone.
But Kiryu didn't pull the trigger.
He didn't.
No, he didn't pull the trigger.
He just pulled the man.
He's not a monster.
No.
Yeah. It's like all those helicopters you shot down that one time. Gravity killed those guys and fire.
How could
Those
you
were
do
rubber
that,
helicopters.
Gravity?
Oh man, that rubber bullets shit is wild.
It's so good. I love Yakuza
Hey Rob,
4.
did you ever finish Yakuza Like a Dragon?
I never started Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Ah shit. Okay, never mind.
No.
Oh, were you going to talk about how that game has a crazy twist?
I do. I know TFP mentioned that there's something dumber than rubber bullets or comparable to rubber bullets, and I still don't believe him.
Before.
So, but I'm willing to.
Do you want to hear about that, or would you rather play the game at some point?
I am totally gonna play that game.
Okay, never mind then.
Probably in the next year or so. So.
All right, never mind then.
Yeah.
Someday you will see that plot twist, and then just come and talk to us because I'm the one who said I think that's dumber than rubber bullets. What happens in that game is fucking ridiculous.
It's so good,
but
though.
yeah. All right. Anyways, enough about that. Lost
Judgment. I've never platinumed like a dragon or like a Yakuza game because they're fucking insane.
Crazy. Yeah, no, it's just a stupid amount of time.
I platinumed Lost Judgment.
Oh no.
I had to learn how to play Mahjong. I had to learn how to play Shohan.
Did you do?
I had to play Fighting Vipers. I fucking hate Fighting Vipers. Turns out.
Was there like the fucking circuit cart, like racer bullshit?
So sort of.
Something?
The pocket circuit bullshit in this game is the high school robotics club.
Ah.
Where you get into robot fights.
Yes. Okay.
And robot fights are like a weird, like land control mini game where you have your little robot and you have to go around and pick up Tetris pieces and lay the Tetris pieces out. And like the idea is like you have to have more Tetris pieces by the end of the time limit, but the time limits are so long that the easier way to play that is just beeline the Tetris pieces for the opponent's base, because if one of your Tetris pieces intersects with the opponent's base, you just instantly win. But like you have to connect your Tetris pieces off of your base, so you can't just like grab a Tetris piece and then go, haha, I win.
Gotcha.
And there's a whole bunch of bullshit robotics pieces that you can put in, and it's kind of a nightmare and a lot of grinding.
Sounds like a Yakuza side mission.
Yep.
Like one of those.
Yep. So I will say, like, there aren't that many sub stories like in compared to like other Yakuza games. Like there's still a decent amount, but like the main focus is definitely the mystery research stuff, where it's basically an entire second game kind of bolted onto the side, because there are like 8 different clubs and they each have different mini games and they all progress through like this main overarching story that's completely unrelated to the main overarching story of the Lost Judgment. And like all those minigames are actually like, outside of the robotics one being pretty tedious, like the boxing is fun, the dancing is pretty fun. Like it's just a rhythm game. Boxing is pretty hard at points, and that side story is very long. I mean, one of the mini games is just play Virtua Fighter, which is really funny because Virtua Fighter is the biggest esport ever.
Well, we all know that.
Yeah. But yeah, I really like Lost Judgment, and so I made my deal that I will not talk bad about Metroid Dread if you let me put Lost Judgment in number 2. Now we gotta.
That's a lot of really good sounding video games.
Yeah,
You guys
now we
did a good job talking those up.
Now we gotta fucking cut more of these somehow.
Mm-hmm.
How many do we have right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16.
Wait, we have 16 still? I thought we whatever.
We
Doesn't matter.
We added like 3 and then we cut like 4.
Okay, that's what happened. All right.
What got cut when I wasn't here?
Rift Apart was 1.
Mm-hmm. Wildermyth.
Wildermyth, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then
I'm okay with losing Super Robot Wars.
Okay.
As much as I feel like this is one of those like Great Leap for Mankind things of like, fuck you, yes, purchasable in English Super Robot Wars. They didn't have to do some fucking arcane bullshit to get a hold of this one.
You can definitely cut Boomerang X. I think I was the only one who even played that. Well, did anyone else even play that?
No,
I didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a game that only one person played on the list.
Yeah.
Right. But even I am not going to say that needs to be in a collective top 10. Let's see.
4 more. I will say in terms of like the Rob games, I feel like you made a much better case for Village over Mortal Shell.
Yeah, I could see that.
Unless like you really prefer Mortal Shell. It's been 4 hours. I can't talk.
Morgan Shell.
The Immortan Joe Shell.
Immortan do not become addicted to water, my friends.
He will thirst for its absence or whatever.
PSO2.
Yeah, I'd probably take Village over Mortal Shell, the virtuous cycle.
Yeah.
PSO2 was my number 3 game, but even I will acknowledge that the gameplay isn't like the best thing ever, and I think that was an only me game anyway. So if you
I played a little bit too.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of like MMO people that I know are starting to complain about it because like I don't think they've gotten that many updates in the past little bit. Like it's still kind of just the same thing.
There's been updates. I don't know what cadence they're used to with PSO. But...
12.
Okay.
2 more.
I just out of ignorance, what makes Quake a 2021 game?
There was a really good remaster this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically, before this year, if you bought Quake, it would just be the original 1996 Quake client plus GL Quake, which was an OpenGL implementation from like 97 or 98.
And you had to add the music in yourself. I bought.
Oh, and you're right. It didn't even have the soundtrack. You had to find the soundtrack separately. So this year they got the music license back. They got Night Dive Studios in, who did like a complete reworking of the engine. It's spiritually still the 1996 software renderer, but they added all kinds of customizability and things you can toggle on and toggle off, and it packages together every existing Quake expansion. and they created a new expansion or two for this game specifically, and they've been adding new content with patches, including most recently a horde mode. It's multiplayer. It's cross-platform with consoles. If you bought the game on Steam forever ago, all this stuff was a free upgrade. So they did. They did quite right by what was arguably one of the best first-person shooters of all time.
All right, that's definitely worth recognition. Recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If we have to cut one of my games, I think Hot Wheels would probably be the one I would
see. I'm opposed to that just because I would rather keep. I would rather. I feel like my games have survived a little too long. Well, I mean, I guess it's mine and make me mad because.
Yeah. Well, what's
I got rid of. I think I've got rid of all the ones that were just me.
I think for collective sense, I'm okay with cutting either Fights in Tight Spaces or Monster Hunter Rise, like one of those two.
I feel like if I'm going to try one of those two games, it's definitely going to be Fights in Tight Spaces, not Monster Hunter.
Yeah, no, I'm in a similar boat.
You kind of sold me on Fights, and not so much on the monster hunting.
I mean, it's a good one of those, but I feel like
I understand, but I do still like Rise a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Monster Hunter
even
has its fans, and I respect that.
Yeah.
So do we need
one more?
10 or
one more? We're at 11. I feel like for me, like those Ladybug games are great, but I think I like the Toho one more than Lodos War.
All right. But, I mean, I'd be fine if we cut it. I think it's very good, but there's already a much better Metroidvania game on this list.
I mean, no, but you know. Oh wait, I wasn't gonna do that. Oops. Oh well.
Judgment. You heard him.
Shit.
All right, Cut Judgment's gone.
Shit.
He's voided the contract.
He's lost it.
Hey. All right. There's the 10. We got 2 in order. Now we got to just order the rest of them.
Quake doesn't have to be very high. I mean, as astounding as it is, it's still Quake. Like it's still a game from 1996. You know, it doesn't need to be the #1 game of 2021.
I was kind of thinking maybe.
That's fair. I'm the only one that played that and enjoyed it, and probably will enjoy it. So,
how's that feel for 9 and China?
It feels okay to me. I feel like Hot Wheels could probably go in that zone as well.
Sure, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Oops.
I think Streets is great, and it is, but it's also a DLC, so it doesn't have to be like. I might fight for it being 6 or 5, but I definitely won't fight for 3 or 4. And
how about It Takes Two at 7? How's that feel for everyone?
Okay with that. I'm all right with it. Just as far as makes great games.
He does.
But I'll never forgive him for that elephant scene.
God, that elephant shit is.
You can put streets wherever then at this point. Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling like that order just for 3, 4, and 5 personally. But
yeah, I don't really have any horses in this race.
I feel like putting Fights in Tight Spaces higher than Life is Strange would probably be the right move, just because, like Graf said, we sold him on Fights in Tight Spaces. There's more general interest among our group in that than something like Life is Strange.
You definitely sold me on Life is Strange.
Yeah, I'm still.
I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying, I'm not going to be playing it.
No.
Yeah.
I get it. Some people just have terrible taste.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I will freely admit that some of my likes are not good likes. Some of them are the best ever, but
I like all kinds of shit that's bad. I understand this.
yeah.
Well, there we go. There's an ordered list.
I'll eat a Taco
okay
Bell
with
with the
this.
next of them.
Okay with this list. How do you guys feel about this list?
I like this list.
The last minute wrenches to throw into the works.
I got nothing.
No. Yeah, I don't think this is. We'll see if we ever get a particularly contentious year, but this isn't a knife year.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had a particularly contentious. Not for the game of the year.
Not for the game of the
No,
year.
the
Well,
game of the year.
It usually shakes down.
I feel like by the time we hit the game of the year list, I feel like we've all run out of steam and already found ourselves.
And we're just like,
So it's
I'm okay with this.
Put whatever you want.
Yeah,
it's usually like
2017 was, I think, the knife year.
Oh yeah, it's usually like best story, best music, or best song. I think is usually the knife fights come out.
Because I think even game of the year was pretty contentious in 2017.
Was that the Nier Automata year?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was the knifiest we got, where there was like at least like 20 minutes of the Nier Automata faction and the Super Mario Odyssey faction.
That was an amazing year, like Cuphead, Sonic Mania.
That is
Mario
totally like
Odyssey.
Yeah, that's
Persona
totally like a
5.
fantastic
It was like,
year.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
Just heavy hitters.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
Big year.
The Cuphead DLC comes out on my birthday if they don't delay it again, and also it comes out on Rob's birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
The delicious last course.
Anyway, I'm gonna the annual. I'm gonna sign it as we do to verify.
Yeah.
The game of the year list.
Certified. Bonafide.
Oh, hang on. Where's my?
Yeah, now we have to take it to a notary after Rob signs it.
Yep.
All right. Get that framed and put on the wall as always.
Yep.
Yay.
Game of the year defeated 2021.
We did it. Minimal knife fights.
Yeah.
Yep.
It only took
menacingly at TFP until he accepted Metroid Dread.
It only took like 5 hours.
Yeah.
We're getting better at this, guys. I was saying, we're getting better at this.
Yeah.
It's just not like this old fucking giant bomb game of the year thing. So
combination of getting better at it, and also I think we had a few less nominees this time around.
I feel like for this
we all didn't play quite as much.
For this year, there was a lot of stuff I liked, but not a lot of stuff that like I loved to the point where I was like,
right. I actually I played more than ever. My list was short though.
Yeah. For me,
I was gonna say like there was a lot of stuff that I bought and checked out and just like played some of and then didn't get back to.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was like it just didn't call me to come back and finish the whole thing or anything.
Yeah, between that and just checking out Game Pass games.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, Game Pass inflates the number of games by a lot. But like the thing I was gonna mention was like when I was making my list, like I had my top 5 like locked in. And then I was like, oh god, what am I going to do with these next 5? Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah, that was me too. And I was like, I'll just stick to the top 5 because I feel solid about those. And I would feel less solid about the next 5. But TFP has got a word count to meet, so.
I get paid by the word, okay?
A penny every word.
Is there like a colon somewhere in Resident Evil Village, or is it just Resident Evil?
I think so.
I'm not sure.
Nope, there is no colon.
I don't think it is. I think it's just... Yeah, I feel like Metroid Dread is the only one of this year that I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a...
Yeah, it's fucking astounding.
Game. Yeah,
that is like a franchise reviving level game.
Absolutely.
Which I'm gonna be honest, Metroid kind of needed after Other M.
Yes.
Like Samus Returns, I like Samus Returns more than a lot of people did. I
So-
think that game's
So
pretty good.
I'm gonna reveal
Like
my
I think it's pretty all right, but a lot of people are like it's okay but not great.
I'm
But it's
gonna
like,
reveal
I think
my
that game was
dark
actually pretty
secret.
great. Yes.
I won a free copy of Samus Returns, and I've actually been really enjoying it.
I
Oh,
like
that's
it.
great.
That's fine. It's a good game. It's a really good game. It's just like
I like
Yeah, no,
that they
it's
give
really
you
good.
the thing that marks all the things you can shoot very early, and seem to give you a lot of power
Oh,
with
yeah.
which to use it. Because that's my least favorite part of every Metroid game, is shooting every corner to get the.
Yeah, you get a similar
Ah!
scam thing in
Yeah,
in
you do.
Dread.
It is definitely later, but yeah, you do.
It is later, yeah.
I was gonna say it's not in the demo, and I got lost multiple times playing the demo because I'm very
I'm
good at
not surprised.
video games.
I'll never get over you getting lost in the first area of Resident Evil 4. I don't think that will ever. Nothing will fucking top
And
that.
again, this
sure you
isn't
can-
a video game thing. This is just TFP.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not
it's-
sure that's a thing that can be topped.
No, that's why I'm like I don't think Metroid Dread's for you, sir, because I got lost in that game.
I don't know. Getting
TFP
lost in real
finds a
life
way
in
to
Minneapolis.
get lost in an on-rails shooter. I don't think it's possible to top the RE4 thing. Like
Well,
if
He
you
gets
could
lost
somehow
in Time
break and
Crisis.
yeah, if you could break Time Crisis and get turned around somehow, that would beat it. But otherwise, I'm not sure how you could do it.
It'd be pretty impressive, honestly. I'd be
It
like,
would be.
you should try to get lost in Time Crisis, TFP.
I'll try.
Speedrunners will have TFP play games just to like discover ways of getting out of bounds they never thought of.
Just go back to the beginning of RE4. Like, I thought this was the way to go. Oh no.
That was fun.
Good times.
Thanks to everyone for continuing to do these.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a fun tradition.
I only got
I
inundated.
plan to do it again next year.
Absolutely.
I only got
though-
inundated by spam bots on YouTube for some reason.
Oh dear.
It's fine. I managed to.
Man, I can't wait to see how many NFTs we have to talk about next time around.
Oh
God.
God. It's like, how much worse will all of the things we've talked about this year be next year?
Mhm.
It's not like ever gets better.
Activision
why would it?
Blizzard sacrificed 20 virgins. What?
Why would things get better?
I don't know.
Why would anything ever be good? Come on, man.
Time.
Look,
there's
I
so
mean,
much
law of averages. Like,
You're saying it has to get better eventually?
It
It can only get
Look.
worse for so long.
it can't possibly get worse.
Oh, fuck you.
Hard cut to the next presidential election.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right. With that,
See y'all
with that
next
somber
week in the
note.
chat.
I'm gonna hit the stop streaming button. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Mhm.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Oof.
Wow.